Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for June 22nd, 2021. Call the meeting to order and ask our clerk for a roll call, please.
Councilmember Ashcraft?
Here.
Councilmember Chen?
Present.
Councilmember Griffiths?
Here.
Councilmember Kalani?
Present.
Councilmember Matucci?
Here.
Mayor Fury.
Here. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with the city manager and city attorney on the agenda matters listed under 14A, threat to public services or facilities, 14B, conference with labor negotiator, and 14C, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code sections 54957, 54957.6, and 54956.9D2. We will return at 7 p.m. Good evening. Welcome to the Torrance City Council meeting for June 22nd, 2021. Call the meeting back to order. We have been in an executive session. Mr. Shaparian, is there anything to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. There's nothing to report. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you all for joining us tonight. This past week gave us something big to smile about. California changed its mandates to match the CDC, and fully vaccinated people do not have to wear a mask. Today, as our city employees self-attest to being fully vaccinated, we're able to uncover those smiles. California is open for business. I'd like to remind you that people are still easing into this change, and we ask that you continue to respect everyone's level of comfort. We've missed seeing all of you, and we're excited to continue on this path to a vibrant, thriving, healthy, and active community. Thank you for continuing to trust us in this journey. Thank you for embodying the Torrance way. After nearly 16 months of living and learning through a global pandemic, preschoolers to postgraduate students in Torrance and across the region finally had the chance to celebrate with in-person graduation ceremonies, an event that seemed unimaginable just a few months ago. I know many of you are excited about the return of the city's 4th of July fireworks show next month. Some apparently are so excited we already are hearing the sound of fireworks in our community. The Torrance Fire Department would like to remind our residents that possession and use of any fireworks are considered illegal and against the law in the city of Torrance. In addition to preventing fire hazards and injuries, we ask that you be respectful of your neighbors. Frequently overlooked are the stress fireworks cause for children, pets, combat veterans, and those suffering from PTSD. Let's celebrate safely and respectfully as fire and police are working diligently to enforce our local laws during the 4th of July holiday season. To report fireworks or suspicious behavior, please call the non-emergency line at 310-328-3456. For an emergency, please call 911. Finally, today was a special day at El Camino College. Dina P. Maloney, EDD, El Camino Superintendent and President, celebrated her very last day and will enter retirement after a very successful career. Her efforts have given the students and community a truly transformative educational experience. With her leadership, El Camino College has achieved a number of important milestones, including implementation of guided pathways, a program that allows anyone to explore all of the programs that El Camino College has to offer and get a general idea of path and courses required. And of course, the massive expansion of the South Bay Promise program, which offers an affordable pathway directly from high school to college. In this program, students enrolled as first-time, full-time students have the first and second year fees waived. In addition, other services and counseling are offered to students enrolled in the South Bay. Dr. Maloney has also provided strong support for public safety education. Just last week, she announced the establishment of a $1,000 scholarship for students who attend the El Camino Fire Academy. The scholarship is fully funded by Dr. Maloney and her husband. And on behalf of the Torrance City Council and the City of Torrance, I want to present a certificate of recognition and say congratulations on all of your career achievements, President Maloney. Thank you for your service to our community, for your dedication to education, and for making an impact on the lives of our students and public safety professionals. And I will be zooming in to say goodbye to you at your official retirement party on Thursday evening. I don't think so. I was asked if Dr. Maloney had called in, but I don't believe she did. We continue to run normal business for our residents and community. To keep Torrance moving forward, it's important for us that you have an opportunity to voice your comments during this pandemic. Public emails will continue to have a deadline of 2 p.m. on the day of the council meeting you wish to comment on. Thank you for those of you who met today's deadline, and believe me, there was many of you met today's deadline. They have been forwarded to the council as supplemental material and will be entered into the public record. Any emails submitted after the deadline will still be added to the public record, but obviously we won't have an opportunity to consider them this evening. For those of you tuning in via Facebook, YouTube, live stream, or City Cable, Because of the challenges faced with, in this council format, in accordance with Government Code Section 54954.3A, we will now dedicate a single 60-minute period to hear the public on all agenda items, as well as for the general orals by telephone call-in. The only exception to the 60-minute period is public hearings. Comments that are directly relevant to agenda-sized hearings will be taken as part of the actual hearing. You may participate by calling in to the Public Input Hotline. The number is 310-618-2404 and will be displayed on the screen. Please be patient when you're calling in. You have to be aware that our call center is very busy taking multiple phone calls, so you may get a busy signal when you first call in. If this is the case, please try calling back in a moment or two. Madam Clerk, have emails received before 2 p.m. today been processed as supplemental material and provided to the City Council?
Yes, Your Honor, they have.
Thank you. Then we move on with our agenda. The first items will be our flag salute led by Councilmember Griffith, followed by an invocation by Councilmember Kalani. Those present, please rise.
Thank you, Mayor. Please join me as we honor our flag and our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Lord, we ask for your guidance over this meeting tonight. Even if we have different opinions, give us unity of spirit. Help us to listen as others share their points of view. Encourage us to work as a unified team in combining ideas for the correct outcome. Bless those who have had or are experiencing challenges. Give them hope and strength. Let us work together as a community, residents, businesses, staff, and council on a shared vision and in the best interest of our great city. Amen.
Thank you both. We'll take a report of the city clerk on the posted agenda.
Your Honor, this agenda was posted on Thursday, June 17th.
Thank you. I'll take a motion to waive further reading.
Move to waive further readings.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and/or supplemental items.
Thank you, Honor. Item Torrance, City Manager. We have supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications. Item 9C, approve City of Torrance plan to prevent and combat homelessness. Item 9D, adopt resolution for Torrance Transit's Systems Participation in Regional Federal System Initiative Pilot Project. Item 9K, Cultural Arts Commission and General Services, approve agreement to promote the Torrance Cultural Arts Center. Item 9M, adopt resolution of no confidence vote in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. And item 10A, Public Works conduct public hearing and adopt resolutions approving the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan and filing with California Department of Water Resources. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Council committee meetings and announcement. I have one. Upgrades are coming to the City of Torrance oversized vehicle permit process. In a continued effort to improve customer service and accessibility, the city has initiated an update to the oversized vehicle permit application process. The current online application is being integrated into the city's online citizen request portal. The online system also allows residents to create a user account and complete non-emergency tasks, including zoning information requests, reporting unpermitted construction, submitting noise complaints, and much more. Please visit the Community Development Department page at torranceca.gov/CDD for updates and information. Again, that's torranceca.gov/CDD for updates and information. On to community matters. Item 6A, may we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-55, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Alan D. Quinn upon his retirement from the city after 35 years of service.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci, would you do the honor for us?
Absolutely. Whereas Alan Quinn began his career with the City of Torrance on January 20th, 1986, as a custodian for the General Services Department. He was promoted to tree trimmer and transferred to the street department on January 17th, 1989, which is now the Public Works Department. And whereas, throughout his career, Alan has worked tirelessly providing the highest level of service. He has received numerous letters of commendation from the public as well as other departments for his performance, professional attitude, and exceptional work. Most notable, on August 15th, 2002, Alan was recognized for his responsive cleanup efforts after the gas explosion that occurred on Tomley Avenue in Torrance. And whereas, Alan also dedicated his services each year to the city's annual Armed Forces Day Parade and gave freely of his time for many years to help guide Santa's sleigh throughout the city of Torrance, bringing holiday cheer alongside the Torrance Police Officer Association. And whereas, Alan has served as a mentor and trainer to many employees by providing the requisite knowledge and expertise in the streetscape division of the Public Works Department. His dedicated service and commitment have made him a role model to fellow employees, instilling in them his strong work ethic and a sense of pride in their service to the city. And whereas, Alan has distinguished himself through his quality of work, strength of character, and commitment to excellence throughout his 35 years of city service. He will be fondly remembered for the continued support he provided to his department, friends, and colleagues. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, does hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Alan D. Quinn for his dedicated professionalism and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ. And be it further resolved that Alan be wished a full and rewarding life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 22nd day of June 2021.
Thank you, Councilmember. I believe Alan is on the line. Perhaps I had that wrong. He's not. Well, Alan, you heard all your attributes, so we certainly wish you the best in your retirement from myself and from my colleagues on the council. And we're going to make it official by taking a motion to approve the resolution.
Well, motion to adopt Resolution 2021-55.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. One more time, congratulations, Alan. Next item on the agenda is item 6B. I'll take a number and title, please.
It's a proclamation.
6B, yeah, Parks and Rec. Proclamation, my bad. Councilmember Ashcraft, would you do the honors?
Yes, thank you. Whereas July is National Parks and Recreation Month. Parks and recreation programs are an integral part of communities throughout this country, including Torrance, and are fundamental to the environment and well-being of our citizens. And whereas our parks and recreation programs are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life for our residents, ensuring the health and wellness of our patrons through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity. And whereas Parks and Recreation enhances human development and provides endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in people of all ages and abilities by providing safe spaces to come together peacefully and facilitate conversations and friendships. And whereas Parks and Recreation supporters support safe, vibrant, and attractive neighborhoods that make life better through positive alternatives offered in their recreational opportunities, which contributes to the economic strength and environmental well-being of a community. And whereas the City of Torrance Parks and Recreation resources played a significant role in maintaining the health and wellness of our citizens during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. And whereas the City of Torrance recognizes that parks, playgrounds, and recreation resources enrich the lives of its residents and visitors, as well as adding ecological beauty and value to the community's properties, homes, and neighborhoods.
Now therefore, I, Patrick J. Fury, as Mayor of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby proclaim this month, July 2021, as Parks and Recreation Month in the City of Torrance, and I urge all residents to recognize the environmental and community wellness benefits derived from enjoying the open space and participated in recreational programs available in the City of Torrance. Signed this 22nd day of June 2021. Now, I do believe that Parks and Rec Commission Chairperson of the Commission, Dan Felis, is on the line to accept.
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. Good evening.
Hi, Dan.
We as a commission, hey, Mr. Mayor, we as a commission would also like to let everyone know a couple cool things that you can enjoy now. There's new turf at the Toyota Sports Complex, a skateboard spot at Wilson Park, and best of all, this was what I was really into, there's a remote control car track at El Nido. So please come on down and check them out. Registration for World of Recreation and Cultural classes is now available online and in person. You can look for it in the new season's guide in the fall.
Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you for the report from the commission. We appreciate your service to our community and everything that our Parks and Recreation Department does for our community. Stay safe. We move on to item 6C. It's from the city manager for city council to reappoint Mr. Michael Brink, who's the vice president of Bachem Americas, Inc., to the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. The City of Torrance aligned workforce development efforts with the South Bay WIB in 2015. The board makeup requires representation from the business community. Tonight, I am pleased to reappoint Michael Brink to continue representing Torrance on the board in the business private sector capacity. Thank you, Mr. Brink, for your past efforts, Bachem's involvement with customized training and hiring through the South Bay WIB, and for your willingness to continue in this role to represent the Torrance business community in the region and the state by serving on the South Bay WIB. Is Mr. Brink available?
Mr. Brink, are you on the phone line?
Perhaps he's preparing for a WIB meeting. Thank you, Mr. Brink. We do appreciate your serving, and we're really proud of Bachem as one of our great businesses in our city. And I might say an international business in our city, the largest peptide producer in the world. On to item 6D. On behalf of my colleagues on the City Council, it's my privilege to recognize 5 very special individuals who have been chosen by the Torrance Youth Council's Selection Committee as recipients of the 2021 Beat the Odds Scholarship Program. Rebecca Gloyer, Nadia Goizet, Alex Leung, Kara Safarian, and Santos Vasquez. The Beat the Odds scholarships are presented to graduating Torrance Unified School District seniors who have overcome odds in their personal and academic quest for success while improving their lives and the lives of others. During her sophomore year, Rebecca Gloyer developed a health condition which required repetitive medical attention and visits in a hospital. Living with a chronic illness challenges one's ability to accept that not everything can be fixed with brute force, says Rebecca. But the problem solver gears in me just kept turning. Rebecca discovered that some odds were not made to beat. She took a different approach to constant hospital visit and turned it into a passion. During her junior year, Rebecca discovered a local high school's marching band was on the brink of collapse due to losing the band director and lack of funds. Band being a massive part of her life since third grade, she initiated and organized a program to support the Narbonne Marching Band, got peer mentions to help, and slowly led them towards independence by the end of band season. Rebecca hopes to continue to help others follow their passions, even if the whole world seems against them. A fantasy world that only exists in dreams was comforting to Nadia Gozet and drew her away from reality, longing for what she didn't have. However, Nadia grew out of relying on imaginary things and learned to embrace the responsibilities that come with being the oldest child, rather than seeing it as a chore to care for her 4 younger siblings while her parents worked. She saw it as a way to develop closer relationships with her siblings and serve as their role model, while providing her with experience and allowed her to build skills, develop patience, and to approach a difficult situation calmly, enabling her to succeed in high-pressure situations such as important exams, skills that she now applies when volunteering in the children's classes at her church. Nadia is able to take everything in through a different lens, where she is able to enjoy both reality and the imaginary world despite the circumstances she still lives in. She has always been able to push through and recognize the positive in everything, allowing her to be successful in both her academics, giving back to the community through volunteering at our church and Torrance Day Camp. Alex Leung was born with birth asphyxia, the inability for a baby to breathe. The very critical condition resulted in his parents carefully monitoring him for disabilities due to lack of oxygen, as well as moderate sensorineural hearing loss and eventually a need for hearing aids. During his early years, Alex's hearing loss proved to be devastating as he couldn't hear things correctly and struggled to talk properly. Alex went to speech therapy and practiced constantly, eventually learning to talk normally, but hearing loss haunted him in school. Hearing aids only worked to a certain extent, so understanding his peers and teachers was quite a challenge. Alex trained in lip reading, but because it only worked for words he understood, he found that extensive reading to strengthen his vocabulary was necessary. This made Alex a stronger communicator, reader, and writer. Today, he's a proud member of speech and debate and qualified for state in both. Alex found that his biggest challenge wasn't his hearing loss itself, but finding the courage to accept it, then make the best of it. An increasingly swollen knee and sudden severe illness left Kara Safarin struggling to simply leave her bed to tackle schoolwork while undergoing a never-ending stream of tests, antibiotics, and IV treatments. Finally diagnosed with Lyme disease, scarlet fever, and post-streptococcal rheumatoid arthritis, her heart sank as she realized her high school experience would be radically different from what she had imagined. So Kara focused on what she could control. Through constant communication with her teachers, Kara made up the work she missed, and after her turbulent health journey subsided, she began volunteering at Torrance Memorial Medical Center. Due to her prior health conditions, she understood the feelings of anxiety, desperation, and isolation, and extended support to her peers facing similar academic challenges. As a writer for the school newspaper, Kara wrote articles offering tips for staying positive during the pandemic and staying mentally and physically healthy. Santos Vasquez's challenging home life motivated him to work diligently in his academic and personal life, paving the road for a successful future. Living in a community, encountering individuals who feel that they don't have control of their own lives was devastatingly common. However, this only drove Santos to take initiative by enrolling in AP courses, joining clubs, and focusing all of his energy towards his education. Santos struggled in math, so he directed much of his effort towards improving his critical thinking and problem-solving skills, an aspect of his life he could control. Eventually, after months of hard work, Santos earned an A in AP Calculus and a 5 on the AP test. Santos became confident that he could make a better life for himself and help those in the community who bear similar burdens. His academic achievement became a symbol for a better tomorrow. Although he knew tackling his goal would be a long process, he was able to create real change in his life. I would like to congratulate all of the 2021 Beat the Odds recipients and wish them all well in their future endeavors. And I have to point out that these scholarships were made possible by the hard effort of the members of our youth council to, I was handed a note, it threw me off. They raised the funds throughout the year just to fund these scholarships. So we have to really give a round of applause for our youth scholarship recipients as well as the members of our youth council. Thank you. And I got a note from the clerk that said we have to go back to 6C because I need a motion to reappoint. So I'll take a motion to reappoint Michael Brink to the South Bay Workforce Investment Board.
Motion to reappoint Michael Brink to the South Bay Workforce Investment Board.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Now we're moving on to the 60-minute public comment period for agenda items and general orals. If any members of the public want to speak, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E, provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on any item will be disconnected. Callers will have 1 minute to speak on one agenda item, 2 minutes total to speak on 2 or more agenda items, and 1 minute for general orals. Each speaker will have a maximum of 3 minutes, and they will be disconnected automatically. Please speak when prompted and state the number of the agenda item or items you wish to speak on, or if you want to just make a general comment. There's a delay in the broadcast, so we ask you not to try and follow what you may hear on the broadcast. Please turn down the volume on your TV or viewing device, and do not use Bluetooth or speakerphones. They just don't work in this format. When speaking on agenda items, you must be on topic. We would like to get in as many speakers as possible. And if you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell if you're speaking on topic, you'll get a warning to stay on topic. If you do not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you forfeit the remainder of your time, and we will move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 60-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of the meeting. Please note that council orals will still take place at the end of the meeting. Do we have any callers in the call center?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll begin patching the calls through now. Ivan S., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I will be speaking on agenda items 9A, 9C, and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Ivan Sulik. I am Supervisor Janice Hahn's Homeless and Housing Deputy. And I just wanted to be on the line to thank the mayor and the city council for moving forward on the homeless plan and hopefully approving a pallet shelter project at the Civic Center in the city of Torrance to really help and address our most vulnerable, the people sleeping on our streets. And Supervisor Hahn stands committed, along with the county, to join in collaboration with the city as we move forward towards this project. And so I just want to say that, you know, in the beginning, it's always hard proposing these projects because sometimes a little bit of fear and anxiety comes with them. But as we have seen in Redondo Beach, in Long Beach, in Downey, and Whittier, and Bellflower that have started projects and now are in a year to 2 years within their projects, their communities have changed and they have really been able to help our most vulnerable. So we look forward to joining with the city of Torrance, and we hope that today you'll approve your homeless plan and that you'll approve this pallet shelter project so that your staff can continue to talk to us and we can move forward to housing our most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. Greetings to Supervisor Hahn, and thanks for her support in all of this.
Moving on to the next caller, Michelle N., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I'm speaking on 9A and 9C.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Good evening, Mayor Fury and members of the City Council. My name is Michelle Nadeau. I am a Torrance resident, and I also work for 1736 Family Crisis Center. I have read the city's 3-year homeless plan, and I would like to thank the Social Services Commission, the Community Development Department, South Bay Coalition to End Homelessness, and all the other agencies involved in developing this comprehensive and well-thought-out plan. This plan not only manifests a deep understanding of the individual needs of the various sectors of our homeless population, but it also a sensitivity to the needs of the residents of the city. I applaud the priority given to the community education and commitment to the availability of resources not only for the homeless, but for concerned citizens as well. This plan includes all the necessary components for success, which are case management, outreach, temporary housing, and a safe parking program with tangible benchmarks and specific accountabilities. As a Torrance resident, this plan represents a huge first step, which enables us to move forward as a city to combat homelessness in Torrance. As a representative of 1736 Family Crisis Center, I look forward to our future collaborations in order to achieve our common goal of serving those in crisis in our city. I look forward to the approval of both our temporary housing and the homeless plan. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on, that caller disconnected herself. James and Bella, you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
We would like to speak on agenda items 9A to 9C, please.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. We certainly appreciate the plight of the homeless and hope that Torrance can provide a vibrant and equitable solution for them. We have seen many homeless in our area, right outside our door, actually, over the past year or so. We have reached out to them. Our efforts have been rebuffed, shall we say. But we do appreciate that the greater city, of course, needs to address this problem, and we hope that we can all come to a solution together. We did not have a chance to read the more than 180 pages of documents before coming here, as did many of our neighbors. So we still have many questions that we would like to have read into the official records for this meeting. I don't expect, given the time, that you would be able to answer those questions. But if you have a chance and you could respond via email, you've already had emails from me. They're in item 9C. You could respond to James Lake when you have the chance. Our additional questions are, when did planning for the Torrance homeless shelter begin? Question 2, by what means did you consult those residents nearest the homeless shelter? Question 3, what are the plans to expand the facility? Question 4, when can the homeless shelter be relocated to a commercial property? Question 5, how did District Number 3 concerns get included when there is no District Number 3 representative? For those of you online, just FYI, the Torrance Courthouse parking lot is in Torrance District 3. Question number 6, was a commercial property ever considered, and if not, why not? Question 7, why is the current proposed location considered better?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up.
Thank you. Before we go on, I just want to let all the callers who are listening right now that these questions, I believe, will all be answered as we go through these agenda items. Clearly, we received hundreds of emails asking lots of questions, but they boil down to a number of questions I believe will be answered as we go through the agenda items. So thank you for calling in, but the emails will be addressed. Go ahead.
David Kay, you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
9 A, B, C, D, K, and General Laurel.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm David Cartsonis, and I need to disclose that I'm a City of Torrance Planning Commissioner. So I'm speaking only as a North Torrance resident and not speaking on behalf of the city. I want to start by expressing my total support of the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation. I hope you will concur with the recommendation of the Cultural Arts Commission and General Services Director and continue to fund the existence of TOCA. Never a good time to cut the arts, but that's never more true than now. Our community is striving for connection and culture. TOCA has been doing its best, struggling to survive, and continuing to provide quality, albeit virtual, entertainment in our city. As with many best-laid plans, TOCA was set to have its best year ever before COVID struck. The structure that TOCA and the city currently has is pretty standard if you look at other cities with cultural arts centers similar to Torrance. I've spoken to many of you in the past about one great alternative to our current agreement that I have experience with through the Escondido College Foundation. I know with others, including Toe Arts, our Thousand Oaks Analog, and others, the solution was to absorb the staff of the organization on as city employees, so the money brought into the nonprofit is focused on programming and marketing. TOCA was originally organized this way as well. In regards to 9D, I want to thank Councilman Kalani for bringing this back. I won't belabor the item as you've seen it enough times, but I believe that this program could provide a boost to ridership and indirectly boost transit income to the city with little or no financial risk to Torrance. I think Councilwoman Ashcraft's motion to approve this for 12 months is a great solution to provide a limited pilot program. In regards to item 9, A, B, and C, I generally support the new Torrance homeless plan. The issue of homelessness is multifaceted. There are myriad factors that lead to homelessness, from mental illness to drug addiction and abuse, personal preference, housing availability and affordability, and much more. I personally believe some of these factors are larger contributors than others, but regardless of the cause, the solution is much better found in a controlled environment like the one being suggested in our parks or sidewalks. The temporary housing plan is a good start, and it will certainly make a positive impact on the lives of those served. I have high hopes that it will have similar success rates to the one in Redondo Beach, but another impact of the issue of homelessness is its impact on its residents, business owners, visitors, and taxpayers of the city. That brings me to my biggest concern, which is whether this plan is strong enough to begin solving the issue. Based on our latest counts, 226 homeless individuals reside in Torrance, so even with this 40-unit shelter, we still need 186 more beds before we can start actually enforcing our anti-camping ordinance. We're providing a valuable service to the homeless community, but not providing the disincentive to reside in Torrance public areas. I question if this would actually be a draw to Torrance for the 66,000 homeless individuals in LA County. In an ideal world, I'd like to see a housing solution that allows us to have a true anti-camping ordinance, thereby providing an incentive for treatment and support and a disincentive for living on our streets. I ran out of time at the last meeting, so I didn't get to finish my comment on redistricting and how the municipal code regarding city elections is likely outdated, as it was written when council seats were at large rather than districted. But there are a lot of items on this agenda, so I wanted to leave that for another week, and I'll speak to it then.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because his time was up. Moving on. Michelle R., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I'm going to speak on 9B, 9C, 9M, and General World.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
First, I'm calling to uplift the demands of the LMLA that you fire and prosecute killer cops and establish a civilian oversight commission. Flexing your power to agendize a vote of no confidence in Gaston stands in the way of important justice reforms and is undemocratic, archaic, racist, and a glaring conflict of interest given that Gaston has publicly pledged to reopen Christopher's case. Housing justice advocates and myself drove around Torrance to speak with our unhoused community regarding the enforcement of anti-camping laws, the proposed shelter at the Civic Center, and the 3-year homeless plan. Since there's no greater knowledge than lived experience, where's the interest in hearing from those who are most knowledgeable about their own needs? If the health and well-being of our most vulnerable houseless neighbors are truly a priority, why has there been no attempt from this council to collect input or give decision-making capacity to houseless folks, or at the very least, accessibility to this meeting? Here's what was shared with us from the street. An unhoused resident is in favor of money allocated for homelessness to go towards permanent supportive housing, not temporary carceral shelters, and not criminalization. Not having housing is not a crime. Their impression of the proposed shelter at the Civic Center is that it's not for the benefit of the homeless, it's just to get rid of the homeless, to banish them from public view. They state that as long as the pandemic is significant, it's dangerous to go to shelters because of congregate living and closed, shared living quarters. We asked how you can treat mental health if a person is homeless. The answer is to first provide housing, which provides security and has been clinically proven to stabilize health and yield better outcomes when treating mental health and substance use disorders. This person has had various experiences with social workers, so felt coerced by some into making decisions in their best interest. This person wants housing, but they want the right kind of housing. They're over 70 years old. They don't want to move around to temporary placement. They want Section 8 housing and asked that Torrance continue to create more Section 8 housing in our community. They also shared that more people we can put into permanent supportive housing to get people off the streets, the better. In regard to the shelter at the Civic Center, it should not come at the cost of special enforcement zones. If what you're offering isn't better than the alternative, then your housing isn't good enough. You shouldn't have to force people into it. Shelter is not housing. Shelters subject people to random searches, curfews, limit property, and often deny pets, paternalize the unhoused, and take away folks' agency and right to make decisions that best suit their needs. A study showed that the number one reason folks refused shelter is that they felt safer living on the streets, discrediting the narrative that folks are service resistant. It's services that can be people repellent. Enforcing anti-camping laws is cruel and dangerous, and a dangerous violation of human rights. This will undoubtedly be one of the hottest summers on record, coupled with unprecedented drought and wildfires. Our neighbors have right to shelter from the heat, harmful UV rays, and dangerous particulate matter from wildfire smoke. Laws like these disproportionately affect the most vulnerable houseless folks who need shelter at all hours of the day. For example, femmes may stay awake through the night and sleep during the day for protection during dark hours. The chronically ill need permanent shelter and may not be physically capable of collapsing and pitching tents each day. Most important, every dollar we spend on criminalization is a dollar that could be better spent on housing and services. Every time. Matucci reinforcing a narrative that stigmatizes the unhoused as crazy or dangerous is dehumanizing, divisive, and creates an us versus them mentality which you shamefully weaponize to rile your base. It's irresponsible, immoral, and shows your total disregard for building community with our residents living on the streets. To hate the homeless is to...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Robert T., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
9A, 9C.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Okay. I'm Robert Thompson. I'm representing the Madrona Homeowners Association. By the way, this summer we will be having a new website at madronahoa.com. We can be contacted at P.O. Box 3135, 90503. We are opposed to the homeless encampment, especially in Torrance and the 3rd District. The location is right next to a sports center where hundreds of children play. And we are totally opposed to having it in the city of Torrance. It will, if you offer services to the homeless, you just attract more homeless to the city of Torrance. And we'll be impacted enough by the new transit center, because the transit centers always attract homeless people. And if you haven't been to a transit center, you should go to one, especially the one in Gardena. It's just elbow to elbow with homeless people. So again, we are opposed, and we don't want it in our area. Thank you. Bye.
Mayor, that caller disconnected himself. Moving on. TJ, you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I am speaking on oral 9C and 9M.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
And I am also calling tonight to stand with Sherilyn Haynes and the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His life mattered. Fire Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon and create a civilian oversight commission. You see the employment of these two policemen is more important than the actual life, the living, breathing, beautiful life of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. His life, his entire life, was stolen by two untrained racist cops. How can you justify this blatant murder? If Christopher were a white man, he would still be alive. Fire the racist and killer cops that murdered Christopher within 15 seconds while his hands were up. Regarding 9M, why would the Torrance City Council try to establish a no-confidence vote for George Gascon, a politician who is actually standing true to what he campaigned on, someone who is actually trying to combat white supremacy and police brutality? This agenda item would basically allow your deceitful city to keep Gascon from reopening Christopher's case, and you're so terrified because Gascon has already committed to doing so. This would quite literally shut down so many reforms that this community has been fighting so hard to achieve. And just when you think the city cannot get any more corrupt, you reveal an even more insidious side of yourselves. Christopher's case needs to be reopened and taken out of your crooked hands. Regarding 9M, the anti-camping ordinance, which should be called the Cruelty and Anti-Humanity Ordinance. I mean, what in the actual heartless hell is wrong with you all? This essentially would allow Torrance City Council and your dangerous police force to do whatever they want with unhoused folks who obviously need services and not sweeps. Unhoused folks need mental health care professionals. They need experts in domestic abuse, experts in substance abuse, experts in depression, anyone other than cops and the dismissive Matucci to facilitate any conversation with these unhoused communities. And Matucci, if your problem with unhoused people on your streets is the fact that you're seeing them and not that they're unhoused, you need to get right within. You are a small man and a literal monster. And yeah, Matucci, we all read your Facebook memo on the different kinds of unhoused folks, and in your eyes, some are deserving of help, and some are not deserving of help. And in your dismissive patriarchal approach to something so serious, you say they need tough love, a phrase that has always been used to justify abuse by sick men like yourself. It is horrible, and if your idea of tough love is sweeping people from one area of a city to another until they all get locked up and caged, then we don't want anything to do with your tough love agenda or with you for that matter. How do you have a job on any city anywhere in the world if you can't figure out how?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Kim I, you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
9M and oral comments.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
I am really frustrated and very upset about the fact that we have been demanding this for, are we on year 3 now? That you create a civilian oversight commission of the police that you were asked to do, and you did not do it. Still, we haven't had this happen. We still have the officers out on the street that killed, I've gone completely blank, Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, Matthew Concannon, and Anthony Chavez. Those officers need to be fired, and they need to be charged with murder. And I'm getting really tired of being ignored. But the interesting part, though, also, is this 9M, the resolution of a no-confidence vote for George Gascon. I say no to that. The people have spoken. We're supposed to be a democracy. And what a democracy means is that when the people vote, then we are voting and the person gets in office. That's it. So this he's been in office for like 5 minutes, and now all of a sudden he's not doing the right job? That is bullshit. I'm sorry. That man was voted in for his progressive changes that he was going to make, one of which is he identified the Christopher DeAndre Mitchell case to be reopened. So the reason is very obvious why you would want him out of office, to stay away from your department. But that, I say no to. That is not undemocratic to override what the voters want. And you need to be held accountable for the murder of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell immediately. Like, enough already. How can you do this to his mother, Sherlyn? How can you do this to a man who had his hands in the air?
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up.
Cash. You simply need to amend.
Jean A., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I'm speaking on 9I, 9K, and general comments.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Mayor and Council, good evening. I'm Jean Adelsman. For more than 25 years, the City and Tokus partnership has benefited Torrance residents. I hope you recognize its value by reaffirming previous council's underwriting and leaving our support intact. When the partnership began, the city promised to contribute the facilities and other in-kind subsidies and professional programming expertise. The foundation agreed to find the money to ensure that the city would not face unexpected losses. So far, both of us have maintained that bargain. The first agreement had no exchange of cash. When the city's programming expert retired, the city chose to not fill his position. Instead, we received cash to pay him as a consultant. We would have no problem with your hiring his successor as a city employee, which would relieve you of that cash payment. The remaining funds are a bookkeeping wash. You give us money for the Nakano and other facilities that we use for programming purposes, and then we return the money to you. The Nakano didn't exist when TOCA started, and early fundraisers were held off-site to eliminate, excuse me, I'm sorry. Oh, shoot. I've just now lost my timer. So the Nakano didn't exist when TOCA started, and early fundraisers were held off-site. To eliminate the need to give us the cash, you simply need to amend the agreement to allow us to use all facilities as we do the Armstrong. Because of COVID, we are unable to have the South Bay Festival of the Arts this year. I know you are concerned about our fundraising efforts, and this Saturday you will have an opportunity to see our virtual fundraising effort. To buy a ticket, go to our website, torrancearts.org, $25 for the whole family, and we have some dazzling opportunity baskets. Among the entertainers will be a magician who was a huge hit in the virtual show that he did for us early in the pandemic. If you attend, you will hear us spotlighting our supporters, all of whom you should recognize, starting off with the City of Torrance, and also including Robinson Helicopter, Quinstar Technology, Saris Regis Group, Surf Management, Athena Paquette Cormier, Pelican Products, Provident Little Company, Aeravant, Jane and Jim Isamoto, Continental Development, Ann and Marty Gallagher, Ritas Smith and Associates, Jeffrey C. Barbacow, Margot Baker Barbacow, Dolores Charoux, Wendy Shu and George Yang, Brian and Heidi
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Irene H., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
Item 1, and this is a letter that I've written.
I'm sorry, which item?
The A.
Okay, thank you. Your 1 minute begins now.
Okay. Oh, well, I had a letter to read, and I timed it and tried to make it short, but of course you're going to cut me off. So anyway, good evening, everybody. My name is Irene Harding. I've lived on 820 Maple Avenue for 45 years, and I'd like this vote tonight to be postponed on the homeless plan. We strongly object to the housing for the homeless, and for years we've had people drop litter outside our house from their cars, and we feel with the homeless problem we'll have more than litter to claim about. We wondered why we couldn't have there must be other lots that are suitable. For instance, behind the new transit center there's a vacant space. Vacant land across from the Colonial Park, I believe Edison owns that, and the west end of April Airport, and I'm sure there are a lot others. The Mayor Fury says that it was a consensus on the City Council to get something passed, and I'm sure he did, because it won't affect the council.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Patricia G., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I believe it's 9A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute begins now.
Hi, Mayor and staff. I'm sorry I didn't prepare a formal form for you. I'm just a normal resident. I love walking my dog every day, and I don't think that putting pods in that location with all those children over there is a good thing. I think you need to find a different location that's more industrial. We have a few homeless people that love to stay on Plaza del Amo by the Edison building, and they make a mess. Not to mention, they're very scary. They're very scary. I understand they need professional help, that a lot of them have health issues and mental health issues, but some of them, they're frightening. They talk to themselves and they need help. We don't need them over there by all those children where they could be using the restrooms out in front of the children, and there's 2 soccer fields right there. There's one indoor and one outdoor, plus a school, an indoor school there. Please don't put them over there.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on. Sheila, you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
Public comment 9M and 9B.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
First, maybe if you don't want people asking questions about what will be in the quote-unquote presentation, I don't know, perhaps put public comment after the presentation or the issue at hand. But anyway, in regards to the way you're choosing to treat those who are experiencing houselessness is so typical. It is anti-human and it is short-sighted. This is further criminalizing those who are experiencing houselessness. This is particularly concerning considering the history of the police department and their abuse and murder, who will likely be responding to said houselessness, because God forbid if you just come up with alternatives. It is not surprising, but once again infuriating, that you are taking a ridiculous course of action, this time by considering a quote-unquote no-confidence vote in DA Gaston. I make a resolution for a no-confidence vote in you as City Council and your oversight of the police. I make a resolution for a no-confidence vote in the police department. I am not alone. This is backed up by all of the emails you received that were put forth as public comment. 28 out of 28 emails were in support of Christopher and our demands. Create a civilian oversight commission and fire Matthew Concannon as Anthony Chavez. Gaston was democratically elected and represents the change, real, meaningful change that you refuse to engage in. He goes past the performative antics that you engage in and follows through on the demands of the people, something you also refuse to do. It is pathetic that now you are not only refusing to meet the demands of the community, calling for a civilian oversight commission and the firing of the officers, but now you are undermining the community and the democratic process. It is no coincidence, it is very clear conflict of interest that Gaston initially stated that Christopher's case is going to be reopened. And you choose to have a resolution for a no-confidence vote? I have no confidence in y'all. It is telling, it is cowardly, it is pathetic, and it is anti-democratic. And it is so typical of you. It is so typical of white supremacy. You may have skirted a grand jury when they told you to create a civilian oversight commission, but you will not skirt the people. Because this is not about Gaston. This is about the people. The people took 3 long years to unseat Jackie Lacey and then voted in someone who represented their ideals, their priorities, and their platform. And we will not let it go without a fight. We are relentless, and we will win. Have you noticed this yet? You criminalizing us, silencing us, and beating us did not stop us. Nothing but a win will stop us. Gaston will stay in office. Christopher's case will be reopened, and all of you will be exposed for the corrupt racists that you are. Spare yourselves the humiliation, create a civilian oversight commission of the police now, and fire the murderers who killed Christopher. Anthony Chavez and Matthew Concannon are not worthy to be on the street. They are a danger to the community. You having both of these issues...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Michelle, you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on 9A, 9I, and some general comments.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Okay, good evening, and I concur with Robert Thompson and Patricia's comments, and Matucci actually cares for our city. Constitutional case law from the U.S. Supreme Court, the judges wrote, the debate on public issues shall be uninhibited, robust, and wide open. Our children and families are no longer safe at our parks like Walteria and Wilson Parks. You taped off the playgrounds for a year, yet you allow persons who are homeless to stay there. Torrance senior law enforcement used to be proactive and respond to calls. What happened to see something, say something? If something was done a long time ago, we would not be in this homeless crisis now. Police dispatchers are passing the buck to our elected officials instead of upholding the laws. I highly doubt any of these people were truly voted in anyways, like Gascon. California needs to do a forensic audit on all down ballots. Even if their captains or mayor or governor tells them to stand down, they swore to follow the Constitution. You can no longer say, I was just following orders. That wasn't acceptable even in Nazi Germany. Outreach services are offered to people who are homeless and they won't take the help. The solution isn't to let them stay put. Loitering is against the law. LA and Venice, as an example, have become tent cities along all the pedestrian sidewalks, bus stops, and storefronts. If you don't have a plan to remove them, we will be overrun and it will make law enforcement's job more dangerous. Coming up with a solution will protect the blue and the citizens. However, the Civic Center is not the answer. Councilman Mike Bonin of the 11th District has been served with recall papers on his poor handling of the homeless issue. Susan Rosenberg, a convicted terrorist, sits on the board of BLM. BLM and Antifa have no place in a civilized society, as we all experienced during the Summer of Violence 2020. God bless and save America, and you can be a part of that. It is your choice. Action starts from the bottom, not the top. Thank you for all you are trying to do. Torrance School District needs to have in-person hearings too, so parents can voice their concerns. Stop hiding behind COVID, not to face criticism. TSD has the high schools locked up after hours. I pay with my property taxes for those buildings, and the public should be able to use the tracks. 2 weeks to stop the spread has been over more than a year ago. COVID restriction is mostly still just in the Democratic-run states. You have locked us down long enough. I have God-given rights, and that is not to cover my face. As said in the Bible, only the infirmed and prostitutes had masks on their face. Finally, a no vote of confidence in Gascon. That is something we can all get behind. Thank you.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves. Moving on. Rachel S., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
9A, B, and C.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council, thank you for your time. My name is Rachel, and my husband and I are concerned homeowners in the area. Concerned because of the issue that is before you tonight regarding creating homeless housing in the Civic Center. While we can appreciate the need to address the growing homeless problem in the city, we strongly object to the idea of this facility's location being in such a central neighborhood, one with such close proximities to family, parks, and businesses. It goes without saying that Torrance is sought after by young families like ours because of the amazing schools, sense of community, safety thanks to our amazing police department, and the knowledge that we and our neighbors can let our kids and our grandkids play outside, take a walk around the block without having to worry about a population of potentially mentally ill and drug-addicted individuals living mere blocks away. We recently had a run-in with a homeless man who was half-dressed, urinating in a parking lot, seemingly mentally ill, and wouldn't stop screaming threats at me and my 3 young children as we walked near our home in the afternoon. This wasn't our first run-in with a homeless person with a mental illness, and I'm sure it won't be our last, but it scared my children and it scared me. It doesn't make sense to bring a population that has increased mental illness issues and drug problems and centralize them near so many young families with children. We understand and appreciate that this action will allow for enforcement of an anti-camping laws, and there are plenty of industrial or less residential parts of Torrance that would allow for this housing without also creating a negative effect on the lifestyles and safety of a populated neighborhood like Torrance Gardens. If you do vote to use the Civic Center area, please make security your priority. Extra patrols, fencing that only allows for an entrance on the west side, or just a few ideas. We hope that whatever your decision is, that you will consider the strong consequences of it on the families and businesses that live, work, and pay taxes in Torrance. Thank you for your time and your service to the community.
Mayor, moving on, that caller disconnected themselves. Marie M., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on item 9A and 9C, please.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you. Respected Mayor and all the council members, I am a Torrance resident. I live a block away from the Civic Center, and my family, we have a young kid, and we strongly oppose the proposal to put homeless pods in the Civic Center, like voiced by many people on stage. We are a neighborhood of young families. We love this neighborhood. Civic Center houses so many young kids who do activities there. We have schools, we have great businesses, and we invested all our hard earnings, and we are law-abiding, tax-paying citizens who bought homes here in Torrance, in this neighborhood, to contribute to this neighborhood. And we truly, truly hope you will consider not putting the homeless pods on this family-friendly neighborhood, I've had my own encounters. I'm very scared for my young family, for myself, and the safety of all our neighbors and businesses here. We definitely understand the need to take care of the most vulnerable, and we hope you can find better locations, more commercial, away from residential areas, and you can also provide expert help to them so that they can actually get back on their 2 feet. With that, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves. Moving on. Lori N., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
9A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute begins now.
Great, thank you. I've been a Torrance Gardens resident here for over 20 years. I strongly oppose having the homeless pod stood up at the Civic Center. This area is close to schools, library, pool, park and rec classes, soccer fields, and I know that other cities have also had this issue and have not been successful with their camps. And also, the overflow of these camps would go directly into my neighborhood. Between the homeless camps and the transit center, crime would increase and the impact to our life would be negatively impacted. I please urge that you look for other sites to house this to help the homeless population. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Maggie G., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
Oh, Maggie?
Yes, Maggie G., which agenda items would you like to speak on?
Just 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Wait, what? Want to talk? Hello, 9A, 9B, 9C.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
You know, our unhoused population needs this to be, needs housing, and not just like shelters, you know, like we need like actual long-term housing, and also housing vouchers in the meantime until we get apartments ready, furnished, as well as counselors to visit unhoused people. Because once you have stability, right? Once you have housing as your stability, it's easy for you to be able to focus on your mental health issues. It's easier to focus on your psychological issues, your spiritual issues, once you have your basic needs met. And the thing with shelters is that they often criminalize people that with curfews, with restraining who can like come and visit them, like their family members. Often shelters say no pets, but you know those are companions people. We need safe parking lots in Torrance. There are a lot of people. Majority of unhoused people are living in their vehicles and deserve housing. I did some outreach with people, and they would just want to leave people alone. They would like somewhere to shower, to charge their phone. They would love porta potties until they can get permanent housing. A lot of the people that are unhoused right now have lost their jobs because of COVID, and the rent is too high in Torrance. So a lot of this homelessness has to do with the lack of affordable housing. And so you need to be able to create that affordable housing. You need more Section 8 housing. And you know what? You need to do more. You need to actually reach out to unhoused people. You need to give gift cards for like McDonald's or...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Moving on. Robert N., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
9A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute begins now.
Okay. Let's see. I've been a Torrance resident for over 50 years, and I'd have to say this is the worst proposal that I've seen. I'm really concerned about what was addressed in the proposal. I don't see anything that addresses the number of kids that utilize this area. I see comparisons to Redondo Beach, but Redondo Beach Shelter is nowhere near a kid zone. It's nowhere near homes. I'd like to see a better study. I just am really concerned that this is a major kid zone, one of the major ones in Torrance. My kids alone have spent thousands of hours on those soccer fields, swimming lessons, art classes, 4th of July, team banquets in the Toyota Center. Please consider how many kids utilize this area. It's basically like putting a homeless shelter on one of our school campuses.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Marianne B., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
9M and oral communication.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
In regard to this city and each of you voting no confidence in George Gascon, it's a clear fear response, fear that you will be held accountable for your actions. It is really, actually, a no confidence vote in your own claim that the officers acted in policy when they killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It's a no confidence vote in your own lack of action. It's a no confidence vote for any type of oversight process. It's an admission that you serve the Torrance Police Department and will side with them over the citizens of Torrance. Fire Anthony Chavez, fire Matthew Concannon, create a civilian oversight commission, find some legitimate confidence, and do the right thing. Black Lives Matter. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, his life mattered.
Mayor, it appears the caller disconnected themselves. Moving on to the next caller. Erlinda D., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on 9A.
Thank you. Your 1 minute begins now.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. I'm definitely opposed building homeless shelter pods at the courthouse parking lot. I am a senior citizen and I live by myself. Most of the homeless people have mental problems. They might wander from house to house, so I fear for my safety. And I totally agree with the people who oppose, especially with the young children, building this homeless shelter. If you call a cop, they will say that, if they bother you or something, they will say, oh, they didn't do anything yet. So they will wait until something happens to you, until you die or something, That's the time they will. But it's too late already. That's the law.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. JL, you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on 9M, the anti-camping and oral communications.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Wow, I really would like to first say, every time you guys start off with a prayer, the devil himself grins because he knows that he's taking each of your souls. It's literally heartless, and it means absolutely nothing. You really should stop. So you guys want to continue to criminalize people, the homeless, and this is what your agenda is really about, is to criminalize homeless, and you're going to have your notorious, racist, brutalized cops be able to go with impunity to beat them up. And because you guys will not put a civilian oversight, you will continue to allow this to happen. How crazy do you think that we would sit here and allow that as a community? We would absolutely not. I hear a lot of people continue to talk about the homeless like there are a bunch of criminals out on the streets and stuff like that. People talking about families, but are you forgetting that these are actually family members? These are actually families, actually children. Children are becoming almost the second highest rate of homelessness right now. So when you talk about children and you're worried about your children, why you don't care about other people's children is beyond me. It's literally telling on how ridiculously racist and disgusting the Torrance community truly are. You're showing your true fucking colors. Back to how you are truly showing your colors of your corruption on this no confidence in Gascon. Wow, like on the definition of corrupt, this would be it. You are so corrupt because you know that you have made the sign with the devil, and you know he's about to pay out because Gascon already said that he was going to open Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's case. Because why? Because you guys would not do your fucking job by firing Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez. So now he has to come do it. And it means also that most of you motherfuckers on here are probably sitting here with your, sweating because you know that you're going to be up on the chopping block as well because you guys all abetted fucking murderers, actual murderers. You guys, each of you did that. For some of you guys who dare to think that you're going to run for mayor next coming, I pack your shit. Resign. will never let you back into this community again. You guys do not work for your people. You do not care about your community. You are all literally a bunch of lowlives. Like I said all the time, you're going to hell. Just let it be known. Let your children know you're going to hell. This is literally tiresome that we have to call every single day demanding the same thing. Create a civilian oversight today. Fire Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez today. They do the fucking basics. If not, it's going to be okay because us, the people, will not stop, and we will never stop until we get justice in Christopher DeAndre Mitchell's name. So every single time you don't do your...
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Luke M., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on? Luke M., which agenda items would you like to speak on?
Yes, hello?
Yes, Luke, we can hear you. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
It would be 6B.
Thank you.
I just wanted...
Your 1 minute begins now.
Hi, my name is Luke Moscow. I'm a part of the Black Sheep RC over here at El Nido Park. We just wanted to give a big thanks to Tracy Drake and John LaRock, who we've been working with over the last few months, and we just look forward to getting an agreement formalized for the track here at El Nido Park. Thank you guys so much for your time, and we appreciate everything you guys do.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller. Carol A., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
Hello, I would like to speak on agenda item 9A and general comments.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you very much, City Council, Mayor. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to our public comments on this very important issue. I vehemently oppose putting a homeless encampment here in the central city. It is, as many people before me have said, and contrary to what the previous callers have said, many, many people, the majority of the residents of the city of Torrance, do not want this, especially the people that reside close to that vicinity. There's a plethora of reasons why this should not happen. All you got to do is look at Santa Monica and the city of Venice and just see what has happened, and it is out of control. And the appointed city city managers have not done their job. So Sheriff Villanueva is trying to clean house right now and do their job for them. So we vehemently oppose this. This is a bad move for businesses who have been already hit very hard financially because of this COVID lockdown. What would it do to them? Their patrons would not want to come around their businesses because of the crime rate, the unlicensed animals that they have on their encampments. Absolutely no way. I can go on and on and on, but I know my time is limited. For my general comments, I want to say on the George Gascon, he is a Marxist person funded by George Soros. So any of you that are just pro-George Soros, you need to do your homework. Just think of this, fact. He was the DA in ultra-liberal city of San Francisco, and they got rid of him because he ruined that town. Now, that has to say something. He was, if you can believe it, in law enforcement at one point. Doesn't act like it now because he's not upholding the law. He wants to rewrite the law. Even his deputy DAs are rising up against him because he is breaking the law.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Anthony L., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to speak on 7, 9A, 9B, 9M.
Thank you. Your 3 minutes begins now.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to show my support and thanks and appreciate the City Council for sitting there and patiently listening to a lot of rant from the BLM. And I also like to show my support for the Torrance Police Department. I have been stopped before, and they have shown nothing but professionalism to me. And I appreciate the council who have started do the resolution of no confidence for Gascon. He's dad for City of LA, and many victims, parents, and loved ones have been very upset about him. And I think, on a side note, I think the BLM have outused the word racist to the point of it's like a little boy crying wolf, because I don't see any racists up there in the council chamber, and I don't see, as far as I'm concerned, any racism in the Torrance police department, at least the one that I've run into. Second, I like to support the anti-camping because there should be no sleeping on the sidewalk, bus stop, and this is something that people don't think about. But the disabled people, they have blocked the right of way of these people who cannot get through. We can skip and jump and go around, but the handicapped people cannot easily do that. And so I appreciate what the city, the council is trying to do. If you have studied the reason why this is necessary, temporary housing, some of you may not agree of where it is, but I think no matter where it is, the same concern will exist, which is the homeless issues of the mental health, verbal abuse to the residents, and nightly crime of theft in the area. So one of the things that the Torrance PD can do is increase their response to the homeless issue, perhaps within the vicinity, 1 mile radius or whatever. You guys come up with that distance so that whoever around there can perhaps feel a bit ease of having them there. But I don't think it's going to be like Venice or anything like that.
Mayor, that caller was disconnected because their time was up. Marianne O., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
Thank you. 9A, 9B, 9C, 9M.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Thank you. I'm going to keep it short because I agree with many of the points the other callers have already brought up, including the Madrona Homeowners Association spokesperson that called in, and the gentleman that talked about the transit also bringing in more homeless, and many others. So I want to submit my disapproval for the site chosen because these homes, due to the proximity of the neighborhoods and the soccer field. Many of the homeless people on the streets have health issues, including mental health and addictions to alcohol and drugs, and this is located right in the center of the city, in the middle of neighborhoods, near schools, and of course the soccer field that's full every weekend and even during the week with practices. I would like to know, since we seem to be mimicking some other cities that have tried this, did their total number of homeless decrease with the combination of putting up these small homes and the no camping ordinances? Did it actually decrease the number of homeless in the city? And my main concern will lead into 9M, since it's nearly impossible to commit a crime anymore that actually has consequences. What will the response be if crime in the surrounding neighborhood goes up? What preventative measures are you going to be taking to protect the surrounding neighborhood, the schools, and the soccer field? So that's my comments. I'm concerned. I'm not happy with the location of the proposed housing. I think it's a very poor choice. Thank you.
Mayor, moving on to the next caller, Diana P., you're now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
Yes, 9A and 9C.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
In regards to the homeless shelter pods at the Civic Center, I have a huge concern due to the large concentration of children in the area, to include the public library, the soccer fields, public swimming pools, and the children that are walking to and from school. We've all recently seen the growing concerns in Venice Beach with the homelessness, including mental illness, drug abuse, and increased crime. I am curious if any of the council members live within a few blocks of the proposed pods. I would hope that that question could be answered. I'd also like to know, does the city of Torrance receive an incentive if this is approved? And then last but not least, I just wanted to say, no one wants to see anyone homeless, but we need to come up with a better solution for everyone involved, and I do not believe that this is it. Thank you very much for your time, and again, I hope you're able to answer those questions that are being put out there by the public, and I wish in the future that we could hear the discussions first and then be able to ask our questions. I think that would make more sense, in my opinion. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves. Moving on. Frankie P., you are now unmuted. Which agenda items would you like to speak on?
9B and 9C.
Thank you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Good evening, Council. I'm calling to let you know that anti-camping ordinances are anti-humane. No need for such an ordinance because unhoused folks, individuals, are already harassed, arrested, and criminalized for not having the privileges that you have. They are harassed, criminalized, and arrested by our own Torrance PD. What we need is an ordinance of council members who have heart, view unhoused individuals as humans, and not just put the usual Band-Aid on issues that deserve to be spearheaded by individuals with brains. Once again, Torrance is left behind, and the stronghold exists upon our community, and it continues. Retire, please, from the fantasy that Torrance is the ideal place to live. We need change. And to Councilperson Matucci, io mi vergogno per lei. Lei viene da un paese dove la compassione e l'amore sono fondamentali. Io non ci posso credere che nessuno faccia niente contro la negatività e il veleno che condividi sull'internet. Lei deve gestire questa città e non rovinarla. Thank you, grazie.
Mayor, that caller disconnected themselves, and that does conclude the time allotted for oral communications. Staff would like to point out that there are still some individuals interested in speaking and would like to let these individuals know that they may email City Council at councilmeetingpubliccomment@torranceca.gov. Again, the email address to make public comments is councilmeetingpubliccomment@torranceca.gov. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And I would encourage anybody who has called in about 9A, B, and C to watch the rest of the meeting, specifically when we do the agenda items 9A, 9B, 9C. Hopefully we will answer all of your questions. I wanted to also indicate that you can see our documentation, the agenda item, and all the attachments on the website. Just go to torranceca.gov and you can find the agenda and go down and read the items. It will dispel some of the inaccuracies that were brought up during this portion of the meeting. Hopefully we'll clear those up during the latter part of the meeting. We move on with our agenda. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10A, a recommendation of the Public Works Director to adopt separate resolutions approving the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and a Water Shortage Contingency Plan and their submittal to the California Department of Water Resources. The urban water management is prepared every 5 years. This plan covers the period of 2016 through 2020 and reflects an update from the prior 2015 plan. The primary purpose of the Urban Water Management Plan is to ensure that the municipal water service area has adequate water resources to meet both current and future projected water requirements for the 25-year period through 2045. The plan's findings support that under the alternative water scenarios incorporated in the plan, Torrance Municipal Water has sufficient water supplies to meet its present and future water demands. In short, the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan demonstrates that Torrance Municipal Water has a reliable, resilient, and sustainable water supply to meet its water requirements now and in the future. In addition, the Water Contingency Shortage Plan, which is incorporated in the Urban Water Management Plan as Section 8 of the plan, demonstrates that Torrance Municipal Service Area is prepared to respond to potential water shortages in an effective and timely manner to mitigate impacts of any potential future shortfalls in available water supplies. Has this matter been properly advertised?
Yes, Your Honor, it has.
Thank you. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Chuck Scheich with the Public Works Department, and I will be presenting on this item. This is a recommendation of the Public Works Director at the City Council. Number one, conduct a public hearing on the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan. Number two, adopt a resolution approving the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. And number three, adopt a resolution approving the Water Shortage Contingency Plan and filing both plans with the California Department of Water Resources. The main objectives of the Urban Water Management Planning Act are to ensure that sufficient water supplies will be available in the future to meet projected and current long-term requirements, achieve effective conservation and management of urban water supplies, promote effective use of the city's limited water resources, and to develop alternative and coherent strategies for addressing potential water shortage conditions. And with that, Mayor, we have a brief presentation. Yes, that's our next slide, please. Just a little background, basically, that the act called the Urban Water Management Planning Act, adopted really about 30 years ago, sets the requirements for an urban water management plan. And we have to prepare, adopt, and file an urban water management plan and a water shortage contingency plan with the Department of Water Resources. We update this plan every 5 years. It's a 25-year time frame horizon, in this case 2020 to 2045, and prepare a new water supply and demand assessment annually. This is a new requirement starting in 2022. Next slide, please. The Urban Water Management Plan and the Water Shortage Contingency Plan provide a framework for long-term water planning to ensure that adequate water supplies are available for existing and future demands. And some of the items in the urban water suppliers that I report include water deliveries, uses, water supply sources, efficient and effective use of water, and a water shortage contingency planning element. Next slide, please. The Urban Water Management Plan identifies a number of items. Number one, current and future water use and supplies, general plans and resource improvement plans, water supply reliability under normal and multi-year dry year conditions, and also a drought risk assessment, which we project the supplies versus projected water use in a hypothetical 5-year drought condition. Next slide, please. The other element which is actually included in the Urban Water Management Plan is a water contingency plan to identify opportunities to reduce water demand and augment supplies, implementation measures, including drought and conservation measures, and emergency and other disaster preparedness measures. The next slide, please. The Urban Water Management Plan is divided into 9 separate sections or chapters. The first one being an introduction, background on the city, Torrance Municipal Water, and other factors. The second chapter being water sources and supplies, describing our current and future water resources, including those plans we have moving forward in the next 20 years. Water quality, water quality for imported and local sources, Chapter 4, water demands, and a brand new chapter, climate change, which evaluates potential climate impacts on future water supplies. The other chapters are Chapter 6, reliability planning, determining reliability of the water supply over the next 25 years, demand management or conservation, actions and programs that are being undertaken by Torrance Municipal Water. The other item is the water shortage contingency plan. That's section 8, and that's really capacity to meet potential water supply shortfalls. And last but not least, water recycling, and we have a large water recycling element in the city of Torrance. The other change in this particular urban water management plan is a water shortage contingency plan, which has been included in almost all urban water management plans in the past, has to be adopted by separate resolutions. And it examines our water supply reliability, includes a 5-year drought risk assessment, and describes annual water supply and demand assessment, and provides for actions in case of shortages and a response plan. There are a number of new requirements. Next slide, please. I'm sorry. There are a number of new requirements in 2020, including periodic updates of an independent water shortage contingency plan, development of a drought risk assessment, consideration of seismic impacts, a reporting of energy called energy intensity, water loss audit data, climate change impacts, which is actually a brand new chapter, and an annual water supply and demand assessment, as I mentioned previously, which have to be done annually. Next slide, please. This is really the heart of the plan. It shows that Torrance Municipal Water can meet reliability tests in all areas under a normal water year, single dry year, and multiple dry years. We actually have a reliability factor that runs from 121% in the low one for multiple dry years up to nearly 150% of our requirements in a normal water year. Next slide, please. This is an element also of the plan. It's called the SBX 7-7, really passed in 2009, requires urban water agencies to reduce per capita demand by 20% by 2020. And we've actually realized that goal. Our goal was 142, it's called GDCP, and our actual number is 126, or about 11% below our target. Next slide, please. A major element of urban water management plan is really a water supply portfolio. It's a major factor in realizing reliability, resilience, and sustainability requirements. And I'm just going to briefly walk through some of our diversified portfolio that we have available to us. Next slide, please. This is just a few photos of the Colorado River Project and the Colorado River Aqueduct, the State Water Project, which are imported water sources that we get from the Metropolitan Water District. That right now composes about 75% of our demand, but that's rapidly changing, as we'll mention in the next slide. Next slide, please. This is a photograph of our Robert Goldsworthy desalter, which was expanded, doubled the capacity in 2018. And this facility ultimately will produce about 20% of our potable water demand. A very big step forward in water independence. In the last photograph, please, slide. This is a rendering of the North Torrance well field project, which is scheduled for completion in the summer of 2021. This will actually triple our groundwater, fresh groundwater extraction. And this will put us well on the road to getting nearly 50% of our water from local sources, a big reduction from the 80% we're at right now. We also have a number of future projects which are going forward, which I won't mention, but those projects will ultimately get us to about a 75% local reliability, a 75% local source situation. And last slide, summary please. Major objective of the Urban Water Management Plan is to demonstrate that a system is reliable, resilient, sustainable under various scenarios. Diversified water source portfolios, I mentioned, is a major factor in realizing this objective. Torrance Municipal Water has diversified supply sources to meet all current and future water demands. And finally, Torrance Municipal meets all the tests and requirements required in the Urban Water Management Plan. Next slide, please. Our recommended action is approval of the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan, adopt resolutions approving the Urban Water Management Plan, adopt a separate resolution approving the Water Shortage Contingency Plan, and authorize the submittal of both of these plans to the Department of Water Resources for their approval. Thank you very much, and we're available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Schluck. I appreciate your expertise on the water field. I always say that, and I really mean it. You've educated myself and my colleagues an awful lot to water, and for that I'm very grateful. Are there any questions from the council? I see none. Go ahead, Councilman Chen.
Hi, Chuck. Thank you for the report. I was just wondering, why is this called the 2020 plan when we're in 2021? It might be very basic. I might have missed it.
No, certainly. I should have mentioned that up front. Actually, this plan takes into account, we do these every 5 years. This covers a period 2016 to 2020. And the nomenclature is, they call it the 2020 plan. It really goes back 5 years and forward 25 years.
Okay, so we don't do it 5 years ago. It's always 5 years after the beginning.
Yes, the next plan we'll be doing is called the 2025 plan. That'll be from 2021 to 2025. A little confusing, I realize.
So for parts of Torrance that's not served by Torrance Water, say Cal Water, does that mean Cal Water submits their own separate?
Yes, every water purveyor with over 3,000 services or serving 3,000 acre-feet per year must prepare a plan. So California Water Service Company will be preparing their own plan.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? I see none. Thank you, Chuck.
Thank you.
We'll now take public comment on this hearing. There will be a designated 30-minute time period dedicated to this matter. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. If any members of the public want to speak on this matter, please call the public comment hotline now at 310-618-2404. Again, City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.4E provides that speakers can only speak once. Any speaker that attempts to speak a second time on this will be disconnected. And if you're not speaking on topic, or if we can't tell if you're speaking on topic, you'll get a warning. If you not then speak on topic, or if you go off topic one more time, you'll forfeit the remainder of your time, and we'll move on to the next caller pursuant to City Council Rules of Order, Section 6.5 and Section 6.7B3 and B4. If there are no speakers waiting before the 30-minute period has elapsed, we will close the public comment portion of this hearing. Do we have any callers lined up?
John Kay, you're now unmuted. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, John. Yes, John, we can hear you. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Oh, great. Well, I'm a Torrance resident of over 50 years, and I've seen a lot of development, a lot of good things in Torrance. But I'm just curious why we want to build a homeless shelter next to.
Sir, we're talking about we're talking about another agenda item. This is not to do with the homeless shelters.
Oh, well, they put me on. They said be 10th in line. I'm terribly sorry.
Okay.
Do I get a chance later on to talk?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, the discussion currently is on water.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, we need lots of water. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And Mayor, I do not see any other callers in the queue.
Okay. If there's no other callers, Then I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Councilmember Griffith.
Yeah, I move to close the public hearing.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
If the council wishes to take action on this matter, then I'll ask the clerk for two numbers and titles.
Your Honor, the first is resolution number 2021-56, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. And the second resolution is resolution number 2021-57, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, adopting a water shortage contingency plan.
Yeah, I'd like to, first of all, compliment our water department on doing an outstanding job, and I'd like to move to approve the recommendation of the Public Works Director and adopt resolutions 2021-56 and 2021-57. Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. That concludes item 10A. We move on to the consent calendar. Do any members of the council wish to remove any items on the consent calendar? I see no action, so I'll take a motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Motion to approve the consent calendar in its entirety.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
And although it's a bit early, I think before we get started on 9A through the rest of the calendar, we'll take a 5-minute break now. Okay, we're back from our break. We call the meeting back to order, and we move on the agenda to item 9A. That's from the city manager to approve the Torrance Civic Center grounds to be a site for temporary housing for people experiencing homelessness, and authorize staff to continue discussion with the Los Angeles County on program development and funding sources. From staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Viet Huang, City Manager's Office. And at the City Council meeting of March 16th of this year, city staff presented an update of the city's efforts related to homelessness. And as a part of our update to your honorable body, we did let your honorable body know that we would be coming back in June with a proposed homelessness plan. In City Council's discussion of staff's update regarding efforts related to homelessness, City Council did direct staff to bring back a proposal for temporary housing, as well as an update to the city's anti-camping ordinances. Next slide, please. And in order to achieve the direction of City Council that you provided on March 16th, there's actually 3 interrelated items that are before your honorable body tonight. Even though we're starting with item 9A, which is the recommendation of the city manager that your honorable body approve the Torrance Civic Center grounds to be a site for temporary housing, and for us to continue in discussion with Los Angeles County regarding program development and funding sources. The other 2 items that your honorable body will be considering, items 9B and 9C, are also interrelated. Item 9B will be presented by the city attorney, which is a recommendation to adopt ordinances amending, repealing, or adding sections to the municipal code related to anti-camping. And item 9C, which is a recommendation of the city manager's office to adopt the city's plan to prevent and combat homelessness. And as a starting point, I wanted to make sure that your honorable body is aware, and for the public to be aware, due to the large volume of public comments that we've received. In looking at the public comments, we recognize that some people in addressing item 9A or 9B or 9C addressed one of the other items. So rather than duplicate the comments in each of the items, we've actually taken all public comments and put them under item 9C. And so very specifically, just so that the public is aware, any comments that were received prior to Thursday, June 17th, are actually included in item 9C. Anything that was received from June 17th to 2 o'clock today, it was included as a supplemental, and anything that was submitted to City Council public item-wise after 2 o'clock today up until adjournment, either tonight or possibly tomorrow morning, will be included or be provided later to you in a subsequent day. Next slide, please. So we wanted to begin our conversation tonight, even though it's germane to item 9B, it's actually relevant to our discussion of 9A, and that's a little background in the case of Martin versus the city of Boise. In summary, in April of 2019, the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that enforcing local laws that prohibit camping and sleeping in public spaces where no sleeping space is practically available in any shelter violates the 8th Amendment, which protects against cruel and unusual punishment. Later that year, in September, Torrance joined 33 California counties and cities in filing an amicus brief asking the Supreme Court to review Martin versus the city of Boise. And the amicus brief raised questions about the standard in the ruling. So, for example, the brief sought clarification on what the court meant by the term practically available. In late 2019, the United States Supreme Court actually declined to hear the case. Next slide, please. Thank you, Katie. In late 2019, the U.S. Supreme Court actually declined to hear the case. So what is meant by the Ninth Circuit Court's holding stands, which is to say, so long as there is a greater number of homeless individuals in the jurisdiction than the number of available beds in shelters, the jurisdiction cannot prosecute homeless individuals for involuntarily sitting, lying, or sleeping in public.
To complicate the matter, in February of this year, the city of Boise actually reached agreement in the matter. And in doing so, the city of Boise amended their ordinances to not ticket or arrest people experiencing homelessness for sleeping outdoors when no shelter beds are available. Additionally, Boise committed to investing $1.3 million to prevent homelessness, including funding for overnight shelter space. And because of the settlement in the case, there will be no final judgment, which leads us to where we are today. Next slide, please. Cities may enforce anti-camping ordinances up to the number of beds that are available without restriction. And so when staff says without restriction, that could be a number of social identities or social identity labels, such as gender, sexual orientation, disability, or religious beliefs. So again, cities may enforce anti-camping ordinances up to the number of beds that are available without restriction to persons experiencing homelessness. So again, that's a little bit of a background. Even though the city attorney will be addressing more of that in item 9B, it is germane to your honorable body's consideration in item 9A. Next slide, please. So before we begin with our actual presentation regarding site selection and the program that we're proposing, staff wanted to address what we consider 3 buckets of housing. Now, for those who are watching in the viewing audience who work in any industry related to homelessness, I'm going to apologize to you in advance. I've simplified it. And the reason why I've simplified it to 3 buckets is the terminology in the world of homelessness can sometimes be confusing. So to simplify it, we came up with 3 areas or 3 categories of housing that we often think about. The first category of housing that we often think about is what we're going to refer to as seasonal shelter. And so this is temporary in nature. The difference of that kind of shelter versus what we're talking about today is that it's seasonally available, and it's often linked to inclement weather. So you'll see like a cold weather shelter that opens up when a temperature falls below a certain degree. What I want to point out is most seasonal shelter is only available during certain hours. So for an example, it might mean that you have to be in by 8 p.m. to that shelter, and you have to leave that shelter by 6 a.m. the next day. That's the first bucket that we're going to talk about is seasonal shelter. That is not what city staff is recommending tonight. That is not the kind of temporary shelter that your honorable body came to us and said you wanted us to make a proposal and what we're bringing back. That is not what we're doing tonight. It's the second bucket, which is we're going to refer to as temporary housing. I've heard it used in other terms, possibly bridge housing or interim housing. For tonight's purpose, we're going to refer to it as temporary housing. And temporary housing is different in that it provides individuals with some stability. And when I refer to stability, it takes individuals off the street for a period of time, and it provides them safety and shelter so that they can focus in on attaining permanent housing, which is the second bullet point under temporary housing. Our program that we're proposing and that we're looking at not only provides that stability, but it also provides case management or some kind of housing navigation, because ultimately the goal is to help the individual achieve permanent housing, not just have a safe place to stay, but actually achieve permanent housing. Generally speaking, in this kind of temporary shelter, it's a 3 to 6 month stay. Staff would like to add the caveat that each individual's situation is unique, and it could be longer depending on the individual's needs. But based off of what we've heard from service providers, generally 90 to 180 days is what we can expect in a stay in temporary housing. The third category, which again is not what we're proposing, is permanent housing. And the difference there is there's no designated length of stay. Permanent housing could look anything like a house or an apartment with or without rental assistance. Or it could be rapid rehousing, which is short-term to mid-term rental assistance coupled with case management. Or it could be permanent supportive housing, which is often seen as rental assistance for someone with disabilities, and also provides case management to give them the best chance at independent living. We are not talking about this third category. Our focus for tonight is that middle category of temporary housing. Next slide, please. So because of city staff's involvement with the South Bay Cities Council of Government, we attend a bi-monthly meeting of a homeless task force. We learned that the city of Redondo Beach is using a temporary housing solution called pallet shelters. In addition, several city council members, I believe Councilman Chen and Councilmember Matucci, came back to a city council meeting and spoke under oral communications where they identified that they had visited the shelter as well and asked staff to research the possibility of pallet shelters. So city staff reached out to the city of Redondo Beach, and we reached out to the city of Riverside, both which employ the use of pallet shelters as a part of their temporary housing solution. And if I could just take a moment, sometimes people ask me, how did the name Pallet Shelter come to be? Pallet is actually the brand. So Pallet is the brand, it's the company, and Shelter 64 is the model they use. Shelter 64 simply designates the square footage of each unit. It's an 8x8 unit, which is how they came up with Shelter 64 for the name of the model. In researching the cities of Redondo Beach and Riverside, not only did we speak to staff from each of those cities, we also spoke to the nonprofit service providers that are operating the pallet shelters for the cities. So the information that we're providing is a mix from city staff from the cities as well as their service providers. Both cities have the same goal in employing a temporary housing strategy. That is to say, to help individuals who utilize the temporary housing to eventually achieve permanent housing. And it's the same concept I shared with you before. I derived the concept based off of the research that staff conducted through Redondo Beach and Riverside. And that is to say, coupling stability, which is offering people a safe place to stay, with case management, which is helping them get the support they need to attain permanent housing. In the city of Riverside, they actually started or activated their temporary housing in March 2020. Staff tells me it was a week before the state shut down due to COVID. So it did take them a little bit longer to get going. And the city of Riverside's site activated 30 units. In Redondo Beach, they've been up for a little over 6 months now, or just a little shy of 6 months actually. They activated on December 28th of 2020 with 15 units. And at the time they activated, City Council had authorized a temporary pilot period of 6 months. I'll share with you the update in just a few slides of where Redondo Beach is at with their program. Both Redondo Beach and Riverside shared with us some of the key expenses that are associated with the pallet shelters. Number one is capital costs, meaning the costs to acquire the shelter units itself. The website for pallet shelter indicates that each of the Model 64 units is $5,500. Capital costs could also increase any infrastructure changes that need to be made, including water mains and sewer lines, upgrades to electrical service, and grading on the area. Staff from both cities also identified that there's startup costs. So obviously there's cleaning supplies as well as bedding that needs to be purchased for the shelter units. And the big expense, of course, is operating costs, which is to say the ongoing day-to-day expense associated with running the shelters, which I'll cover in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So I'd like to start off with the costs associated with personnel. So both in the cities of Redondo Beach and Riverside, they utilize a community-based or nonprofit organization to actually operate their sites. And to share with you the personnel that's involved at each site, which is all a part of the operating costs. Both sites have a number of personnel located there. I'm going to highlight two, which I know the community has expressed concern about. Number one is both sites have 24/7 security guards on site. Depending on how many units are at each site, sets the number of security guards. And I'll elaborate a little bit more in just a few slides about the recommended program here at the City of Torrance. In addition to a security service, each site also has a resident aide, and resident aide are responsible for helping the individuals at the sites move forward with their housing plan. The housing plan is what the individual needs to do to eventually attain permanent housing. Those are the two programs I wanted to, the two personnel I wanted to highlight on that slide. Next slide, please. In addition to the personnel, I wanted to highlight for you that both cities, Riverside and Redondo Beach, Their operators have individuals who are using the temporary shelters enter into an agreement between the operators and residents. And when I say agreement, the two general components of agreements are that the residents of the temporary housing honor the curfew. So for instance, the curfew might be 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. where they are to be in their pallet shelters. The other element of an agreement that staff typically saw between the operator and the residents is some kind of commitment to a housing plan, and the individuals are required to make progress towards that housing plan. So in other words, it's attaining the necessary services or accepting the necessary services that moves them a little closer towards permanent housing. In addition to the agreement, each of the operators has what I would refer to as stability services. So that is to say they provide services that allows the individual to have a safe space. So they provide 3 meals a day to the residents. And I would like to highlight those meals are only for the residents who are admitted into the program. So it's not as though anyone can receive those meals. You must be a part of that program. The operators also provide mobile showers and restrooms on site. And those mobile showers and restrooms are only for individuals who are enrolled into the program. And again, lastly, I just want to highlight for stability services, it creates that safe and secure space. And the best way that was described for me is someone who's experiencing homelessness might be used to an environment where they sleep during the day, and during the night, for their own safety, they're up to make sure that they are protected. So they're awake at night. By having stability services associated with temporary housing, it gives someone an opportunity to reverse their schedule and be able to sleep at nights and be able to access services during the daytime so they can move closer to permanent housing. Finally, on this slide, I wanted to talk a little bit about the support services that we learned that cities often couple with their temporary housing. And again, we're going to generally call it case management and housing navigation. In addition to that, the cities that we spoke to provide medical referrals, and that could include mental health referrals or just any general medical or dental referrals that you would associate being critical to good health. Alcoholics Anonymous is another program that was offered, as well as drug and substance abuse treatment referrals. Spiritual guidance and laundry and haircuts was offered at one of the other sites that we spoke to. Next slide, please. So the outcomes were important to staff as we spoke to these agencies. I wanted to share with you the outcomes that we heard. So over at Redondo Beach, and I had a chance to speak to the operator, Harbor Interfaith, who operates the Redondo Beach site just this afternoon to get an update. Again, Redondo Beach first activated their site on December 28th of last year, so just a little shy of 6 months. During that time, they have had 34 individuals who have lived in the temporary housing units or currently live in the temporary housing units. And 18 individuals have achieved permanent housing. So that means they've moved on from the program. One is no longer at the site, and that individual moved on because that person is receiving drug treatment through a program outside of that site. And one left altogether, citing that the pallet shelter concept wasn't right for him. So he actually voluntarily left the program. In speaking to Harbor Interfaith staff, the average time for the individuals at the Redondo Beach site was 3 to 4 months that they're in the site. And again, I would like to emphasize it really depends on the individual and their unique needs. I don't want to set the expectation that everyone will achieve this in 3 to 4 months. It just happens to be that was the average for Harbor Interfaith. Over at the city of Riverside, since they activated their program in March of 2020, they have had over 100 individuals that either lived in the temporary housing units or currently live there, and 43 individuals have moved out of the program and into permanent housing. And again, one thing that staff wants to set the expectation for is that both Riverside and Redondo Beach had what we refer to as robust outreach programs. In the case of Redondo Beach, they actually had outreach programs 2 to 3 years before they started this temporary site. The reason why I bring that up is, as you'll recall, our outreach worker just started in February. So it takes a little while to develop relationships. So I want to make sure that I set a realistic expectation that us not having an outreach program that is as robust as these other two cities might impact the results that we see. Next slide, please. In looking at some of the comments that came in, one pattern I did notice that I wanted to address as best as possible is the question of did these cities see an increase in crime or an increase in encampments? And so our police chief actually reached out to the Redondo Beach police chief to query what was the uptick in crime based on the pallet shelters that the city of Redondo Beach activated. And at that time, 5 months since the shelter was activated, there was only an increase in 3 crime incidents that was attributed to the shelter site that Redondo Beach provides. So that's the first thing I wanted to share with the public. Second thing, in speaking with operators, one thing that they know to help mitigate things like loitering or hanging out is a term I think I heard one of the callers use today, is that their security guards aren't just there for those who utilize the site as temporary housing. It's also for those who are around the perimeter. So security guards are used to maintain the safety of the perimeter as well. And then just as a reminder, the purpose of this temporary housing is to reduce encampments. It's to engage those who are in encampments and give them another solution. And then finally, item 9B, which I know we're not to quite yet, item 9B does recommend the closure of civic center grounds from midnight to 6 a.m. every day. So that might also reduce the likelihood of loitering around that area or any encampments. Next slide, please. These are just pictures of pallet shelters, and these are actually pictures from the Redondo Beach site. Again, just as a reminder, they do have 15 units at their site. Next slide, please. This is a picture of a pallet shelter on the inside. It does have 2 beds. In speaking with service providers, as well as cities, they do recommend that the city consider only having 1 person per unit. 2 reasons for that. Number 1 is 64 square feet is small, and to offer people the best chance to feel safe and secure, one individual was recommended per unit. And the other reason is simply in our COVID environment, we're never quite sure if there might be a change in health officer orders due to a surge. And we have some concern, staff has some concern that if there were a surge and we needed to adjust, we might end up having 40 or however many people without a place to stay because we had doubled up when the health officer requires 1 person per unit. Next page, please. At this time, I will turn it over to Danny Santana, our Community Development Director, to address site selection. While we pull up the interactive map for you, just to let the viewing audience be aware, as part of the supplemental package that went out for item 9A, there are PowerPoint slides, and we did include this link so that the members of the audience or members of the public can actually see the interactive map as well.
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Danny Santana with the Community Development Department. Community Development Department staff were requested to complete an assessment of potentially viable sites for a temporary housing activation, similar to the concept that is visible on the screen for the Chandler Village in a neighboring community to the north. following map visualization was created by staff to illustrate the underlying land use designations for all parcels in the city and provide an overview of both the approach and constraints that exist with finding a potential activation site that's viable, available, and affordable. First, staff removed from consideration parcels designated for sensitive related uses such as existing schools, residential districts, and our commercial corridor. As you can see by the screen, roughly 2/3 of the city's total 20.5 square miles are quickly removed from consideration when these uses are accounted for. Approximately 22% of the city is dedicated to various intensities of industrial uses and business parks. These industrial districts are primarily centered in central Torrance and the southern industrial district that exists north of Torrance Airport. Both these districts have legacy refinery and oil storage related uses that have been activated on the screen. Combined, these two operations total 740 acres within the city. Although some sites may appear to be vacant when passing by, many of them are involved with existing or future industrial development projects that have forthcoming employment opportunities. For example, the former B.D. White site, located on the west side of Prairie, just south of 190th Street. The Prologis site, just north of Del Amo, east of Prairie. (110 acres that comprise the former Toyota campus and currently under various stages of redevelopment by Ceres Regis and Cal Bay Development. The large open parking fields on the north side of 190th Street east of Crenshaw Place that comprise the former PC Mall and IT Technical Studio. And a smaller but notable industrial entitlement that was just granted by the Planning Commission in the last 60 days along the east side of Garnier, north of Sky Park, south of Lomita. As I mentioned, all of these projects are at various stages of construction, plan check, or land use entitlements, and not available for consideration. In addition to all of the land use entitlement activity that the city has been experiencing over the last 2 years, part of that is indicative to the less than 2% vacancy rate that the city has experienced throughout the course of the pandemic. Much of that has to do with changes in the commercial sector and the demand for viable and available and safe community spaces within the city, given our strategic placement between the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles Airport. Industrial vacancy rates, the high demand, and staff outreach to various property owners in the industrial quadrant or in-kind short-term considerations of leases for the city were not met favorably. Secondly, although staff was not provided with authorization to negotiate, we were also not provided with any budget accommodation. Given the low vacancy rate and the high demand in both the entitlement sector and the existing leases that exist within the industrial sector, much of the industrial parcels were not within staff's reach for consideration. Due to the lack of available funding, staff turned its focus to city-owned parcels. to assess the viability of 220 city-owned parcels comprising 955 acres. Staff implemented a procedure of reducing from consideration potential sites that would impact the conveyance of public services. Scenarios such as parks, libraries, city yard, which offers our transit bus system, our trash service, and a number of city street maintenance activities and streetscape activities, as well as the airport, were removed from that consideration. Staff also removed from consideration sites that have existing lease obligations, such as the auto dealers that exist along PCH, shopping centers of Torrance, Torrance Center, formerly Airport Plaza, and Rolling Hills Plaza, as they have existing long-term negotiated agreements with the city to operate those shopping centers on city-owned airport land. Also removed from consideration was the transit center. It is a site of active construction and also has underlying deed restrictions that prevent overnight occupancy. Similar concerns were associated with other city-owned assets, if not for deed restrictions, potentially for the need for securing approvals from other outside agencies. Those considerations would increase costs, increase delays, and potentially hamper a site from being considered by the council or community because of those extended timeframes. For example, the Department of Toxic Substances Control, Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Board, Los Angeles County Airport Land Use Commission. These are three entities that some sites within city-owned assets and others that would require the city to make application, proceed through their review process, thereby delaying a potential activation anywhere between 12 to 18 months from allowing consideration. Staff also considered other assets that the city has recently acquired. For example, the east corners along both sides of 182nd Street, east of Crenshaw Boulevard. Activations at this location would delay the much anticipated 182nd Crenshaw on-ramp, off-ramp improvements that are, I believe, with closed bids with Caltrans and forecasted to commence in fall of this year. Similar to the Caltrans scenario at 182nd Crenshaw, the location at PCH and Hawthorne on the southwest corner is also the site of laydown areas to advance two very important intersection improvements that the Public Works Department is currently advancing, both at the intersection of Hawthorne PCH and in the near future of PCH and Via Valmonte, or Anza on the north side of PCH. Throughout all of the site analyses that were completed by staff, we continue to recognize multiple attributes with respect to the Civic Center. As the underlying aerials continue to load, I apologize, this is an interactive mapping system. Some of the layers, because it has a lot of content, it can experience some delays in loading. But briefly, this is the 40 some odd acres that comprise the Civic Center. In light blue is represented the city-owned assets. In light purple, those are assets that are owned and controlled by the state of California with a minority ownership by the County of Los Angeles. Staff identified 4 potential locations within the Civic Center complex that might be viable. 2 of them, including location 1, is immediately north of the Human Resources Building, and location 4, which is immediately to the southeast of the Police Department complex. 2 other locations Location 2 involves partial activation in the grass lawn that is to the south of the courthouse annex building, north of the Human Resource Complex. And location 3, which is a rimmed grass area to the south of the parking field immediately south of the police department complex. As I mentioned, locations 2 and 3 comprise activations that extend beyond city-owned assets. They extend into assets that are not controlled by the City of Torrance and would require approval by the State of California, potentially the County of Los Angeles, thereby delaying any potential activation if those two sites were to be considered. The Civic Center also has a number of streets that surround the perimeter. On the north is Civic Center, the south Torrance Boulevard. On the west is Madrona, and on the east is Maple Avenue. When combined with the street setbacks, the parking fields, the streets, and these assets internal to the roadways help buffer any potential distances or maximize potential distances from nearby residential uses. Of the 4 locations that staff identified within the Civic Center complex, one location, which was location 4, showed the most potential for a number of reasons. It maintained maximum buffering distances from the nearest adjacent residential uses along Maple. It allowed for the maximum number of temporary housing units to be realized. And it also allowed for the leveraging of existing infrastructure that bisects the site both from a water and sewer capacity. Statements earlier were indicating that there are startup costs. Part of that involves connections to existing utility infrastructure. This site does not mandate new public infrastructure to be laid in the ground, so to speak, to provide services. As previously mentioned and shown in the photos, although power is provided to each shelter unit does not have bathroom or bathing facilities. Those are provided by a communal mobile facility, both showers and restrooms. One of the unique characteristics of this site, because of the existing underlying infrastructure with lateral connections, it would be a very cost-effective way at providing permanent utility connections to temporary structures, thereby reducing operating costs for such an activity at this location. As we transition back to the PowerPoint, although no site is perfect, this option would be the least disruptive to existing parking demands, removing only 34 parking spaces from an existing parking field of over 800, is paved, it has the utility connections that I previously mentioned, and it maintains distances from nearby sensitive uses. Including 450 linear feet to the homes on the east side of Maple, 970 linear feet to the homes on the south side of the Torrance Boulevard Service Road, and over 1,000 linear feet to the nearest home on the west side of Madrona. At this point, I'm going to turn the presentation back to Mr. Viet Huang, to continue the presentation.
So as indicated in the item, staff has been in active conversation with Los Angeles County CEO's office, as well as Los Angeles County Supervisor District 4's office. in terms of program development and funding. And we wanted to take a few minutes to share with the public and your honorable body where we're at in terms of program development as well as funding development. So our proposal or our recommendation at this point, based on the site that community development has identified, is 40 units of the pallet shelter Model 64. The county has requested that we try to maximize as much space as possible and increase that number to the greatest extent possible. So depending on the needs of like staff trailers, we believe that we could actually get up to 43 units depending on how many staff trailers are actually needed. At a minimum though, we believe that we can get 40 units depending on configuration. Staff also recommends that we have a one-year evaluation period, similar to the other cities I mentioned and other cities that we actually spoke to about other temporary housing projects they've had. Every city recommends a pilot period where we can evaluate the effectiveness. And actually the county said the same thing as well. They recommended a probationary period to see the efficacy of the program. I'm sure that the public, as well as your honorable body, wants to know what the personnel would actually look like for a site with 40 units. So based on a site with 40 to 50 units, the formula that the county identified for us that is typical of a site of this size is 2 security guards that are on site 24/7, 1 resident aide that's there 24/7. And again, the role of the resident aide is to help individuals make progress towards their housing plan, meaning move closer towards permanent housing. There's a program manager, and the program manager is responsible for everything, including all the services that are delivered to the site, the participation of the individuals living at the site, and the coordination of all staff. The case manager role is a critical one, and that's the individual who helps create the housing plan and then coordinates the work of the resident aides to make sure people are staying on the housing plan to move them towards permanent housing. The intake coordinator is the individual who actually, when outreach is conducted, inputs the individual into the homeless management information system so that way that individual can be connected with the appropriate services to best serve their needs. And then the county did identify that funding typically includes a custodial, maintenance, or groundskeeper that are available to make sure that the units are kept up. The operator that the city is recommending and that the county has concurred with is Harbor Interface Services, and the city recommended them for a number of reasons. Number one is they're the lead agency for our coordinated entry system, and I know that's a word that's thrown around a lot. A coordinated entry system is simply the county's system-wide approach to helping adults who are experiencing homelessness be connected with the most appropriate resource. So when I say connected with the most appropriate resource, it may be a veteran who is better served by an agency who has funding available for veterans, or someone with a disability might be served by a different agency. That's all a coordinated entry system means. Harbor Interfaith happens to be the lead agency in our area for the coordinated entry system. The other reason why staff recommended Harbor Interface Services is because we currently have our outreach worker contracted through Harbor Interface Services. Next slide, please. So this is a picture of what the configuration may look like based on having 40 units. Next slide, please. Finally, staff wanted to share where we're at in terms of funding. So once again, staff is in active discussion with LA County CEO's office as well as the 4th District Supervisor's office regarding funding opportunities. And the county has committed that they are interested and committed to being a partner with us in this endeavor should we move forward. At the forefront of staff's mind is to ensure that the Torrance community is prioritized with any individuals who are going to be assisted by a temporary housing unit. We acknowledge that that partnering with the county may mean that the county has other constituents that they also need to represent. That being said, staff is very cognizant that in discussions with the county that we have said that it's critical for us to prioritize our own community first. We're also aware that funding, our general funds are not available to assist us in this project. So staff is actively working on alternate funding sources that can be used for temporary housing proposal. So for instance, the South Bay Cities Council of Government did share with us that they will be releasing a call for projects in July, to which this project would be eligible to submit for a call for project. The application period is in the month of July, and the funding period will begin in January of 2022 and go through June of 2023. So that's a potential alternate funding source for us to consider. And finally, staff is looking at federal, state, and local grants that might be able to assist us in this endeavor as well. Next slide, please. At this point, staff is recommending that your honorable body, following discussion, approve Torrance Civic Center grounds to be a site for temporary housing for people experiencing homelessness. And again, as staff mentioned before, for a period of 1 year as an evaluation period, and authorize staff to continue discussion with the Los Angeles County on program and funding development. On the line are Harbor Interfaith Services and representatives from the County of Los Angeles, should your honorable body have any questions. And one last note, Zalma Gent could not be with us tonight, but she did considerable work towards this presentation, so I just wanted to make sure we acknowledge her. Staff is available for questions. There's numerous department heads as well that can answer any specific questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Viet. There is a question from Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff and everybody that's involved in getting this together. I know it's been probably a couple of years in the making. I definitely know that both Viet and Zulma worked very hard on this, along with everybody else in your team. I am rather disappointed, I guess, in a way, that we're very limited on viable sites. I mean, I'm sure you know all the emails and conversations we've had. My first choice would have been deep inside industrial areas away from residential and retail. But of course, you know, between the limitations, financial limitations, and I guess limitations on space, you know. I am in the business, so I do know that industrial areas are very limited right now. And that's a good thing, I guess, in a way, right? I'm not crazy about the idea that we split up the homeless plan in 3 items. And the reason I say this is because item 9B is very important to me, and it's also very important, in my opinion, to make this homeless plan actually work, or hopefully work, right? Without an anti-camping ordinance, I really don't feel that I should be voting on putting in a homeless shelter anywhere within the city. I think one without the other is going to fail. Of course, that's my personal view. That's why I don't know if it's even possible to do this. I know we're on 9A, but I'd almost like to, in a way, defer to 9B first to see how that goes, because that will change my vote on 9A. I don't know if that's something that we could even do. Just asking the question.
The council can always, sorry, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, the council can always choose to take items out of order if that's the will of the council.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that we should probably go through everything so that it's consistent with the public who's listening and watching right now, to see how all these things interact to become one thing. So I think we can, we'll dispense with doing a motion on this until after we get through all the way to the end. I think that's appropriate.
Okay.
I think it's too interconnected.
They really are. I mean, yeah, they are really interconnected, and like some of the questions that I have may actually be for item 9B, but yet they were brought up.
Exactly.
9A.
Exactly.
You know, like for instance, the Civic Center grounds being closed from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. My question would be, why not make it 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. in line with the shelter hours, and also I believe our parks. Our parks are also 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Just to kind of keep it consistent, or is there a reasoning that you know of? 12 a.m. hour?
Again, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. I believe it was to accommodate events at the Cultural Arts Center, but the council could change it because subsection B does exempt people who are participating in an event that's authorized by the City of Torrance. So all things at the Cultural Arts Center would be authorized.
Okay, so technically we could change it to 10 p.m. and still have events past that hour?
Councilman, the logic behind it, Mr. Sullivan is correct. I'm going to keep my eye on Mr. Megardician on this. I believe in speaking to Mr. Megardician, the General Services Director, events at the Cultural Arts Center must conclude at a time so that everyone can be out by midnight. He's nodding his head. So that was the logic behind selecting 12 p.m. As Mr. Sullivan has indicated, it sounds as though because they're authorized to be there, that might have been a moot point.
Okay, well, I would like to ask that we change that to 10 p.m. for the Civic Center, but of course that's 9B, but yet it's mentioned on 9A, so that's where it's a little confusing. Also, couples, we might find some homeless couples. Are we going to allow couples to stay together?
Thank you, Councilman, for asking that question. Staff did neglect to bring that up in presentations. That is correct. So a couple would be, or a family, I suppose a brother and sister, would be allowed to be in the same unit based off of our conversations with operators.
Okay. That's regardless of COVID restrictions. That's their family.
Unfortunately, yeah, I think we're going to assume that. Unfortunately, I'm not the health officer.
Okay, okay. Okay, and what about kids?
So, Councilman, the operators that we spoke to generally recommend that at least a few units be reserved for pets because that might be a reason why someone doesn't accept because they don't want to abandon their pet. So, operators do recommend at least some units be designated for pets.
Okay, and for, let's say, a family of 3, like a child and parents experiencing homelessness, how are we going to handle situations where there's more than 2 individuals?
Councilman, I believe the answer, and I might prompt someone from Harbor Interfaith to chime in. I believe that if it's a family, they would be better served through another service. So off the top of my head, in the city of Torrance, Family Promise of South Bay would potentially be a group that would be more appropriate than the pallet shelters. Sherry Weaver, are you on the line?
I am.
Would you care to introduce yourself and respond to the councilman's question, please? Thank you.
Certainly. My name is Sherry Weaver. I'm from Harbor Interfaith Services, and I'm the Director of Programs for the South Bay. So in response to that, if we had a family that we came in contact, especially if there's minor children involved, we are the organization. So we would connect them with our family services, and we have many subcontracted organizations that can provide immediate crisis housing as well as long-term plans to get them into permanent housing.
Thank you. And lastly, I'm not crazy about this location. I think I made it pretty clear, but I do realize that without a location, we don't have a plan. Because I just don't think we can ever really move towards, trying to solve some of our homeless issues in town without having some kind of shelter. And of course, that's not my first thought. It's like, hey, we have to build a shelter to take care of these issues. My first thought is, legally, we have to build a shelter in order to get people off the streets. That's my first thought. And of course, we do want to take care of individuals. There is a concern about, more individuals moving, towards Torrance because we do provide services. But the reality of it, at least from what I gathered, is that most people are refusing help for one reason or another. But ultimately, we want to get people off the streets and get them the help that they need, not necessarily want. That's a tough call right there. Lastly, the location is somewhat visible for Mayplan. I know there's some containers that may Russian.
Cable verify sound, please.
Thank you.
So it is somewhat visible from Maple Avenue, and I believe the plan is to put up a fence that goes along the east side of the gamut. I don't know what it's called, gamut, the shelter home. Will there be a green screen or something that will block the actual view through the fencing? And also, will that fence connect to the county property at some point, so to eliminate the anybody walking through the county parking lot to get to the shelter? Personally, I'd like to see us block off that whole east side if we are going to go down this route, to block off that whole east side so that there's no access, direct access from the east side.
Councilman Danny Santana, again, with the Community Development Department. The site activation actually incorporated fencing on both the eastern property line adjacent to the state property, and maintained a fence line immediately west of that eastern property line for two reasons. One, to secure the site, and separately to preserve the existing rear access that the police department has to their rear lot. We did not want to obstruct their capability to access their parks.
Okay, how are we going to, restrict access from the east to west movement from the actual property? Because I know there's a driveway that needs access to get through there. I mean, do we need another gate?
Gates have been incorporated into the design, and in addition to the gate to access northbound into the PD, what will become PD's preserved access into their yard, there will be a gate that allow a turning movement for emergency vehicles within the tiny home pallet arrangement.
All right, I look forward to hearing what everybody else has to say. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. A few questions. Let me make sure I clarify the last question Councilman Matucci just asked. We can go back to the page that shows the 40 pallets. I think it's just go back one page. Yeah, that one. So the yellow strip way on the bottom of the yellow strip, south end of the yellow strip, I see a little line there. That is the gate.
Correct.
To prevent the Maple entry into the shelter or that whole back parking lot area.
Councilman Danny Santana, again, it would be for vehicles from within the rear parking field, not coming across the state parking field. Currently, vehicles cannot access this site. There are existing obstructions that prevent a vehicle from going from the state parking lot into this quadrant of the city parking field, but pedestrians can access it. And that would be the intention of incorporating the fencing around the perimeter of this site, both on the east side, at the far east side of the parking field, and one internal to that, approximately 18 feet in from the eastern property line, so that we maintain enough room for a large vehicle that may need to enter the police yard.
Okay, I got it. So just if you go immediate to the right of the yellow, pedestrians can actually walk through there.
Presently, they can't.
Okay, so I think I got the picture. Thank you very much on that one. And there were some questions from the public about community outreach. I was wondering if we can share what kind of community outreach has been done. Some of the comments seems like they feel like they were blindsided a little bit with our plans and approach. I don't know, I know the homeless plan has a lot of stuff in there in 9C, but I was just wondering if you could just briefly touch on it, the community outreach so far.
Yeah, good question, Councilman. So this is our first opportunity to bring it before your honorable body to share with the public what the proposed concept is, and that was our intent, was to get public input so that your honorable body could make a decision. Following this, depending on what your honorable body has decided, we've looked at models that other communities have used in terms of doing more in-depth explanation to the community about what they can expect, how they can refer people, and that kind of thing. What's the best way to assist those who are experiencing homelessness, or how to report a concern that they may have. So other communities have done that subsequent to a decision.
I see. Okay, thank you. The other question I'm going to have is, it may be, this is the time where I may ask Chief Hart, might be the one. There's a lot of concerns about the soccer field where, you know, young people are playing, people will access library, cultural arts activities. I was just wondering if you can just share from the police department point of view, I'll call it some kind of a risk assessment of this potential site with these concerns that the neighboring community have.
Chief Hart from the PD, if I understand your question, it's asking about the public's comments when it comes to the soccer fields and then the other areas of the civic centers.
Right, and you know, kids going to the library, you know, it's just that whole area, or you know, people going to the cultural arts shows, right. And you know, we're talking about what time the curfew should be. That type of concern. I know it's kind of a broad question, but I know there's a lot of concern. It's really public safety.
Yes, sir. No, it's a fair question, and I'm happy to answer it. For the conversations that we've had with the Chief of Redondo Beach, with their experience with the program, as it was talked about, they have not seen any significant calls for service coming from that area, reported inside or outside, or an increase in crime. So that's the data that we have from them. The other part for the police department, you know, this is a lot of issues. It's an emotional issue for the community. It's obviously a public safety issue. It's a mental health issue, a poverty issue, a housing issue, a substance abuse issue, and it really comes down to the emotional issue. The police department is going to keep the community safe. With this site, we've been involved in the planning process and thinking about it to be able to assess the location and what the risks would be. And the commitment that we have to the council and the community is the police department will keep the community safe. We will continue to monitor the area with all of the resources that we have, and will respond effectively to any of the changes that may occur not only there but in the surrounding areas.
Okay, thank you, Chief. I think my next question might actually goes back to Viet, actually. Thank you. Viet, I think the other thing is the timeliness of a decision, whether we make a decision tonight or not. Is there a risk, you know, almost like when we're making a decision whether we're gonna have fireworks or not, there's set back time. I know there's funding you talked about if we, you know, we're gonna apply for funds for, maybe it's called, you know, projects, call for projects that starts in July, and then we get, if we're successful, maybe the funding will come 2022-ish.
Correct.
If a decision, if the council here could not make a decision tonight or make a decision a month from now, I'm just making it up. What's your thought about the risk of getting the funding to get this project kicked off?
Thank you for asking that, Councilman. I appreciate that thoughtful question about funding. So let me answer it this way. City staff recognize the emotion in this decision. I thought Chief Hart expressed it perfectly. Our preference is that your honorable body make a decision that's right for this community, and rushing it is not something that we can recommend one way or another. As far as an objective response to your question about funding opportunities, we are aware that the South Bay City's Council of Government will open a call for project in July, and I believe the call for project will end sometime at the end of July, possibly the beginning of August. So a decision for that would allow us to be able to submit a project with specifics. That being said, again, this decision is one that City Council wants to make prudently and with consideration of the entire community. Staff is completely comfortable reaching out to the COG and finding out if we could submit projects based off of a general direction in which we think we might go or the city might go to see how agreeable they will be. And staff would like to point out that the South Bay City's Council of Government has been a strong partner to the city in regards to funding. We would feel comfortable doing funding for homelessness. We would feel comfortable making that ask of them, and I believe that they would be agreeable to having a conversation with us.
That's all. That's all I have now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I had, one of my questions involved 9A, 9B, 9C in its order. Is it possible to approve the city's plan to prevent and combat homelessness while we continue knowing that we have this site as a option? Can we still move forward with a plan, obtain funding, while we continue to look for a site that potentially is more suitable?
Good question, Councilwoman. The answer is the plan allows us to apply for funding when agencies require that a plan be adopted by a city. As far as our competitiveness, there might be challenges if we don't have a specific project. Again, I believe that in our interaction with South Bay City's Council of Government, we've had a strong relationship with them. We're happy to go back and ask them, would they consider potential projects? So you're correct in saying that the plan allows us to apply for funding. That's sometimes the minimum point of entry to even submit a project. As far as being competitive, it probably depends on what else other people submit and whether they have some specificity that our hypothetical or conceptual idea may or may not be able to compete with. I believe, and Patrick, tell me to shut up if I need to, I believe that you could approve the plan. In my presentation before your honorable body on the plan, part of our approach on it is that we remind the public and your honorable body that any item within the plan, any goal, any sub-goal that requires funding or direction from council or action from council has to come back anyways, which is what's happening right now. So the plan could still be approved without the concern that, it's approving everything within that plan. Elements of that plan have to come back to our honorable body in order for things to happen. I hope that made sense.
Mr. Hong, if I may, Autumn Chaparian, City Manager. Councilman Kalani, a point that I want to make as well. With the emphasis on Torrance prioritization on the site, the utilization of the Civic Center site as a city-owned land gives the city additional leverage from the in-kind donation, since we're going to rely significantly on LA County for the operating cost of the site. By utilizing our own asset, we'll be able to have additional opportunities to prioritize individuals who are unhoused in Torrance. I just want to emphasize that point as well for full transparency and awareness on the totality of this issue, but sensitive to all the concerns that have been raised by the community members. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And again, I hope the community understands the amount of effort and time and hard work that everybody has done. So this has been a project. So thank you very much. My other question is, and maybe this is a 9B question, during the public comments, there was a statement made that this plan isn't sufficient because it doesn't have the number of beds equal to the number of homeless people that we have. So if we could just clarify that our understanding was that as long as there's beds available, we can still encourage people not to be camping.
Again, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. That's correct. My initial reading of Martin versus Boise was that you had to have the same number of beds. But looking at Martin, the Boise settlement with the plaintiffs in Martin, Their settlement builds in the factor that their revised anti-camping ordinances will not be enforced if there is no available temporary shelter. We can get into the definition of that later. But essentially, that revised my understanding of the lawsuit, which essentially means if there's a bed that's available, the police can enforce. And that's, I believe, within the law under Martin versus City of Boise. Thank you.
And I'm almost done. I was just curious, when we went back to the because safety and security is another very important topic for everyone. When we go back to the 2 security guards, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, how do I say this? That's equivalent to 6 people, 2 people working an 8-hour shift. It's not people staying and possibly sleeping themselves. It's
Correct, Councilwoman. I don't actually have the number, but I believe it's 7, the full-time equivalent ends up being like 7.2 that the county had proposed, which is the equivalent of 2 people 24/7, including weekends.
okay. All right, good. And that would be same with the resource representative.
The residential aid, correct.
Correct. Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that's all that I have because I know other people have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Only a million questions. First, to start off, I want to disclose that I met with Councilwoman Ashcraft at the Redondo Beach Shelter this morning and was given a tour of the facility and had an extensive conversation with Matthew Morash, who was self-described, I guess, as the interim supervisor of the location. And he portrayed to seem to be knowledgeable about the activity that goes on at the Redondo Beach facility. So I wanted to disclose that first and foremost. And I also wanted to say that the facility itself, I was very impressed with. It was very clean, it was very well put together, and from those aspects, I was very happy. So where do I start next? Funding. Really, there hasn't been any discussion here of funding on this. Is there any estimates at all that you can share with us as to the funding for a project like this?
Yeah, good question, Councilman. So the estimated operating expense that the county provided to the city is approximately 1.5 million, 1.6 million rounded up per year for 40 to 50 units. The operating expense quote that they did provide includes case management, security, meals, the mobile showers and toilets, the service to change out the water and toilets, and I think that's about it covers.
So that's the operating cost.
That's operating,
but not
correct.
The capital or startup costs. Do you have any budget estimates for those?
Capital is, I might ask Mr. Santana about the actual infrastructure. As far as the units, it's $5,500 per pallet shelter, which is, I believe, $180,000 for 40 units.
In a Danny Santana Community Development Department, we were assessing an additional $40,000 to $50,000 for utility line connections, site preparation, and site assembly.
I appreciate that. So, and that obviously doesn't include the cost of the land, which we're basically donating to the cause as city-owned land, which if we couldn't use city-owned land, there would be an additional cost to lease or purchase additional property. Were you going to make a comment on that?
That would be correct, Councilman.
Okay. Thanks. Is there any requirement that for us to do this program that the property for this shelter needs to be in Torrance?
Again, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, there's no part of Boise that states that. It's implied because it's the ordinances in Boise that are there. I don't know if there's been any rulings by any courts locally other than the federal court dealing with the downtown situation on Skid Row. But I'm not sure that a court would accept relocating outside of the city. I definitely don't think you could relocate outside of the spa. I'm not sure that they would accept relocating out of the city, and I'm not sure that you find many cities that would accept someone else's homeless population.
No, I understand that there's some challenges with any of these ideas, but just wanted to throw that out there for discussion because I mean, if we could find an available piece of land in a neighboring city that has a attractive price that we could afford to do this, that we could work a deal with that agency to lease that space or whatever, or something like that, then if it was possible, and maybe that's something that we should take into consideration as far as options for a location, if it met all the criteria to do the necessary things for helping to house the unhoused in our city. As I see it, really there's two main goals to our overall project. One is a humanitarian issue, and that's to help people who are unhoused and get them into services and living and an assistance to help move them into permanent living. And the second issue, and this is the one that the public I think is really screaming for, is to improve the safety of our community and the unsightliness of the visually unhoused who are sleeping in the public spaces, bus shelters, sidewalks, in tents. And I think that's the piece that upsets most people because they see it driving around, it's visible. There tends to be tremendous amounts of trash and property associated with that. And so I view that is our second goal to try to eliminate via the process of enforcing an anti-camping ordinance in conjunction with providing temporary housing with programs to move people to permanent housing and other assistance. So I view that as our two main goals, and if we can't achieve both of those goals, then I view this as anything we do as a failure. And so that's the litmus test that I'm going to look at when I'm looking and considering all these different proposals. Because if we can't, if we can do the humanitarian thing, that's great, but if that still leaves a lot of unhoused people on our streets, making our residents feeling uncomfortable, providing all kinds of negative environments and crime and other things, then we haven't solved the problem. And that's the problem I think most of the public would like to see us solve. So, did a quick calculation on that operating expense. If you just use a $1.5 million figure for operating and 40 people in our temporary housing, that's over $3,000 per month per person. Seems like a huge amount of money, and I could rent an awfully nice place for $3,000 a month. And as a single person, I wouldn't need that much of a place. But I realize that there's more to it than just the housing. There's also other services that come along with it. But so that operating cost seems, and I realize the operating cost is not something that we as a city would be required to provide. That's something that the county would provide through Measure H tax and other things. Is that correct?
Adam Chaparian, City Manager. That is correct, Councilman. I also want to just clarify, 40 is a static number. Our goal, based on the 3 to 4 month window, would be to provide more permanent housing options for individuals experiencing homelessness. So that number hopefully will come down per capita as we were able to successfully transition individuals from the street, temporary shelter to long term. Mr. Hong can expand. That's as far as our goal.
Yeah, as stated before, Councilman, it's while we based some numbers off of the experience of Riverside and Redondo Beach, both cities had a robust outreach program. So while it's difficult to estimate how many we can get through, Mr. Chaparian is correct. The goal of a program like this is to move people into permanent housing.
Well, and that brings up the other point that I've heard from Redondo's facility is that many of those that are temporarily housed in their facility have been there since the beginning. It's almost 6 months. And that they're completely full. And the fact that they're completely full and have a waiting list tells me that they can't enforce any type of anti-camping, which is one of the goals that we have, well, assuming we pass such a thing. And if we aren't able to help with the anti-camping issue and start being able to enforce, then we're kind of almost back to square one, where we have to throw up our hands anytime anybody from the public calls and say, hey, there's a homeless person living on my front easement. What can I do? So I'm really concerned about that. The other thing that Redondo said that was concerning to me is that there's not a, and this might be false information, and if there's someone who can, if Sherry can speak to this, we were told that there's no time limit for how long the people could stay in the temporary shelter. I wouldn't want to see an open-ended invitation to come stay at our shelter. If it's temporary, it really needs to be temporary, and I think there needs to be some really very rigid guidelines as to how temporary that should be, so that we can free up that space for another needy person. And again, if we just house 40 people for a long-term basis, we're not really solving the problem. So I'm very concerned about that. What else did I have here? I think that's it for now. I'm sure we'll have more discussion as we get into the more specifics on the plan and anti-camping and things like that, but I just wanted to raise those at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. As Councilman Griffith stated, I did visit today the units in Redondo Beach. I was very impressed. It was very clean. It was controlled. And I think that was one of the concerns of the residents here is it a controlled situation? And it is very controlled. When the residents check in and they're vetted there, if they have a lot of belongings with them, they're not allowed to keep them. They have a very small amount of things they can keep with them. When I say they're vetted, the individuals' names are and identification are given to the city, and the city vets them through a service, and felons are not allowed. Other problems that people might have, and they didn't state what they could be, but they're vetted and looked at carefully so they know who they're dealing with. I'd like to really thank Viet and Zulma, because I know this is a massive program, and all of our department heads that have worked on this. It's a lot of information, and we all come up with questions that might not be answered here, so I appreciate you paying attention. I'm totally for the pallet living. I'm not for the location, and we're talking about site choice right now. So some questions maybe for Mr. Santana. When we talk about the public works yard, what about their parking lot? What about, that's a big area over there. Why is none of that available?
Councilwoman Danny Santana, Community Development Department. The public works yard is formerly a landfill, or at least portions of it were. There is currently ongoing methane gas mitigation that is taking place at the site. There are a number of monitoring wells at the location. They also don't have any available space. They operate a transfer station, they have a car wash. Half of the site is utilized by the transit department to maintain, store their vehicles and their staff. Public Works, our general services, also maintain city fleet vehicles at that location. That's also a location where the Public Works Department stores a number of the materials they need to respond to circumstances that may present themselves on city streets, whether that's aggregate, pavement, barricades, when civil unrest may present itself and they can quickly mobilize to respond to evolving circumstances that may exist around the perimeter of the mall, for example. That's where all those materials are stored, including staff parking and the fleet parking, which we have a number of both of those types of vehicles.
Okay, and previously we had talked about the area behind the transit center that we're building. I understand it's land that has a deed. We're looking at, we can't do this until we have funding, which is out, if we get the funding in 2022. Why is that completely unavailable to use? or look into to see how long it would take to make it usable?
So staff has previously explored a scenario to remove the existing deed restrictions that were conveyed with the title when the city acquired that site. It's roughly an 8 to 14-month process, subject to a timetable of another entity, in this instance, the Department of Toxic Substances Control. The reason why, in addition to the deed restrictions, it's an active construction site, not only for the Regional Transit Center. The Transit Department has also pursued funding opportunities to build a larger parking structure to accommodate not only the future users of the transit facility, but to account for future riders of Line C when it is eventually extended to the Torrance Transit facility. A portion of the site is restricted from an endangered plant species perspective, 2 acres of it at the far westernmost corner at the head of 208th Street extension. And then there is 2 acres that are currently not spoken for, but under potential lease negotiations with other either development entities or outside agencies that may be interested in bringing a very unique product to the city, both employment, lease revenue, and considering all the different moving pieces at the transit center, a shorter window that was considered for this potential. That's why it was filtered out of the parcels available for consideration.
Okay. I agree with Councilwoman Kalani that in looking at this, if it was possible to vote for the plan in total and everything except the site, I would be on board to do that, because I totally think that the Pallet Center is a good place. It's not permanent housing, as a lot of residents think. We're not putting up a camping center, and I would like to know what the end date is, Mr. Wong, so far as having some residents in there, so far as do they have to show progress on their plan when we say they're working toward permanent housing? Will there be a specific plan? Because I didn't specifically ask that question today. Harbor Interfaith is doing a great job over there, but I didn't ask the question. He did talk about having a permanent plan, and he's working with the residents, but I don't know if it's like a checklist. You have to be here in so many weeks, and you have to be here in so many weeks, and if you're not accomplishing those goals, does that mean you can't be here any longer? Is that how we approach it?
Councilwoman, if I may, I'm going to ask Sherry Weaver to address that question about the housing plan. Sherry, are you on the line still?
To that particular question, there's not benchmarks in place, but they do have to be involved in case management. Knowing that there could be progress moving forward, some of the disabling conditions, I think specifically of mental health, could be a setback for some. So just making sure that they're involved from day one in some kind of program that's involved with the site.
Sherry, how do we evaluate if there's progress or not?
We evaluate by the number of times that they're meeting with their case manager. Progress could be as simple as them obtaining their documentation, which leads to housing and is necessary. It could be enrolling in mental health services. It could be enrolling in benefits that will help towards their self-sufficiency. So I think, to a certain degree, to your point, those are some benchmarks that we would measure throughout the progress of case management with each individual.
Right, thank you. That's what I'm looking at, benchmarks, to make sure that we can see something is happening, not just meetings with the case manager. Yeah. And so is it stated that if they don't meet certain benchmarks that then they're asked to leave?
We consult with our funder, who is Department of Health Services, and they give us the guidance of next steps and what we should try to do to intervene.
Councilwoman Adam, my city manager, the design of the space, 8 by 8, 64 square feet, that's by design. It's to make it temporary. The alternative, if this becomes again, it's contrary to our goal, is to provide options, which may take several points of contact through the efforts of our outreach worker, Valerie, in the field. The mobile showers, the temporary nature is designed to incentivize individuals through the support they're going to receive on site to seek that permanent home with support services. So the alternative would be we remove them from the temporary shelter back to their prior condition, which is the last thing that anybody wants. But the goal is to continue to build that relationship, the comfort, the support services, if it's through clergy, through mental health. Department of Mental Health, I believe, will also have on-site services. We also help these individuals, a term that hasn't been used is document ready, to help them obtain, if it's a driver's license, a social security card, if they qualify for either SSI services or in-home supportive care, to be able to, in some cases, link them up with their family members, since they might have been disconnected. So this is a full wraparound. Our intent would be to get individuals off the streets.
No, I totally agree.
And if we can find other ways to get them to narrow that window from becoming a permanent amenity, that's contrary to everything that we're trying to do to turn this into a long-term housing.
No, I totally understand that, and I know it takes time. But I just feel we have so many individuals out there. As Redondo has a list of 20, I know we would have a list longer when we get this thing going. And so my concern is that, and I understand in talking with the caseworker today, a few people feel comfortable there because it took a long time to get them in that housing. And once they felt comfortable there, they don't feel comfortable moving out of there to somewhere new because it's frightening. So we need to have, I feel, goals and benchmarks because we need to help more people. And that's a concern, and there are a lot of concerns.
Absolutely. And if I may, we're also going to continue our efforts at the COG. Torrance shouldn't have to carry the burden of solving the homelessness crises in LA County. Credit to our neighbors in Redondo and other areas, but I think cities should bear the burden of helping out because we don't have, this is a county-wide, statewide issue. While we continue to focus on Torrance to address the quality of life issues experienced by the individuals as well as our residents and businesses, we also want to be able to advocate on a broader level for long-term support and housing. So then we could set the realistic benchmarks and be able to hold ourselves and individuals going through the process to standards. So we do share your concern.
Thank you. One more question, Mr. Santana. In putting a fence around here, what kind of fence is it? And what kind of footings are you going to have? Because now I know that in Redondo, they've got to be out of that in July, that was their pilot, and they've got to move somewhere else. And they have made like a curbing around for their footings for their fence.
Councilwoman Danny Santana, in Redondo, they used the tubular steel fencing, and they put in the appropriate footings for the type of material and the height that was associated with the fencing that was proposed there. But in the Redondo activation, that's high-grade material that's usually used for extended.
It's nice.
It is. It looks great, and they did a wonderful job doing it. Considering that staff's perspective for this location has always been temporary nature, it's likely not the best use of limited resources to expend towards permanent type fencing like that activation. Credit to Redondo, it looks amazing. But considering that our site is larger, that cost associated with using that similar type of material would also be much larger. Staff was envisioning a coated chain link fence material, so an 8-foot height, incorporating a green screen. I know.
You see my look on my face?
I do. But we can use another material. It's going to increase the associated cost. We were attempting, one, to maintain the understanding that this is a temporary activation, and two, to minimize associated costs. If council directs us to incorporate a wood fencing, a laminate fencing, or a vinyl, I should say, we can certainly do that. We can explore a CMU block material. That is our fence line, but that will increase the associated costs.
Of course. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, this is truly going to be a pilot program. It's a one-year program, and that's that right in there as a pilot program. If we approved absolutely everything tonight, when does this take place? When does it open?
Mayor, key to this is our conversation with Los Angeles County regarding funding. So as mentioned earlier, we are in active discussion with the county regarding funding. I believe Ivan is actually on the line and may be able to share with us from his perspective timelines for the county. Ivan? Ivan, did you hear the question?
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
Yes, Ivan, first, if you could introduce yourself to Mayor and Council, that'd be great. And the question that the Mayor had was a realistic timeline by which we can begin. And staff did note that we are in active discussion with the county, and we were curious about your perspective about how fast the county could move this conversation forward regarding funding.
Yes, well, good evening again. Ivan Sulik, Homeless and Housing Deputy for Supervisor Hahn. And yes, we have been having ongoing conversations. In addition, our office has been communicating with a CEO on potential funding sources, whether it's the capital funding coming from the supervisor's discretionary to potentially utilizing some of our ESG or some other type of funding to pay for the ongoing costs. So we think that maybe in the next, I would say, maybe couple weeks, maybe two weeks, we should have an answer, and that's max. You know, we've already been having ongoing discussions. CEO has been having those conversations, and I think we also have Ashley O from the Homeless Initiative on the line also that could speak to that in more detail.
Ivan, what I'd really like to know, this is Mayor Fury, what I'd really like to know is best case scenario. Tonight we approve everything. Everything goes through the county. The funding streams are all set in place. When do we open the door?
So from the time that we have all the agreements signed, you know, with Housing for Health and Harbor Interface, and we start procuring everything, it took us about 3 months. When we did Redondo Beach, we started in October. It opened in December. So that's based on the work that we did at Redondo Beach. I would say about 3 months.
Okay, that sounds reasonable, and I think it's actually a warp speed when you're talking government movement.
They went very fast, so I would say around 3 months. That's typically how long it would probably take us.
And the reason I ask that, and this is for staff and for those listening, is when we go through this, then there will be an opportunity for us to do our outreach to let people know what is actually going to be there. We've heard tonight, and I received emails that, you know, this is a shelter. You're going to be drawing people. People are going to be walking over there. You know, we already have that in certain segments of our community where our faith-based organizations provide lunches or breakfast or dinners or clothing, and the people who are experiencing homelessness recognize what days they are, so they go there. That's not this type of facility. I think we've explained it ad nauseum. This is a temporary housing, and it's a temporary housing on a pilot program. Like my colleagues, I visited Redondo Beach 3 times at different times during the day to see what it looked like, and I saw the same exact thing. It's very well cared for, very clean. I would suggest anybody who's listening or watching tonight, take a trip over there. It's over by the Target in Redondo Beach. You might have a hard time finding it because it's so unimposing, but I would encourage you to stop and just take a look and see what it looks like. I did have a question, I think, for Mr. LaRock. The Redondo Beach facility is about 2 blocks from one of our parks, El Nido Park. And I know when the Redondo Beach Council was going through this, a number of our citizens from the El Nido section testified at Redondo Beach concerns about what would occur. What has been our experience in those months at El Nido?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John LaRock, Community Services Department. You're correct. At the time of the proposed Redondo shelter, there was great concern about the proximity of the shelter site to nearby residential El Nido Park in Torrance, the Galleria, the Target, and so forth. We have had no discernible increase in homelessness activity at El Nido, either on a daytime basis or an overnight camping basis than we had before the Redondo shelter was established. El Nido also benefits from very active stakeholder activity. You heard tonight earlier from the RC track. We have baseball, we have cricket going on there, we have soccer. So there is a lot of great activity there that also helps mitigate the kind of relaxed, laissez-faire activity that otherwise would happen if we weren't active in that park.
Thank you. And I knew we would have heard something if, if there was problems there, and we've absolutely heard nothing at all about that, because that's just blocks away from our border. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, can
yes.
I also add on to an answer to your question?
Thank
you.
You
know, I handle many homeless projects, from master leasing hotels to utilizing, parks. We've had many situations where, like a good example, in Hacienda Heights, we took a gym at one of our parks and turned that into a shelter. We took in a motel that's across the street from a high school in West Whittier. And many of these shelters have been operating for over a year and have seen no increase in crime. I even had our sheriff's department do a survey of a half-mile radius from these type of shelters, and we have not seen any increased calls for service. And that's why I told Viet and your staff to look at it as a one-year pilot program, so that the city and the community can get a sense and feel it out. Because normally, when you do a pilot program, it allows the community to get accustomed to feel it out and to see if something's going to be successful or not within that period of time. So I just wanted to just reiterate what was said, that in many of our shelters, we have not seen any increase in crime in the local community.
Well, thank you for that information. We certainly appreciate it. Now, we had a number of people, well, they call in the anecdotal stories of confrontations with homeless people who are in the area, in the neighborhood, whether they're businesses, residents, bus stops, whatever. And this is the population that we are actually looking to give help to and give temporary shelter to. Now, they mentioned also Santa Monica and Venice, and we've seen that on the news, where there's tents all along the beach and cardboard boxes all over. And I believe that's basically because they don't have shelters, so they can't do anything with them. I know the sheriff interposed himself in another jurisdiction by going to Los Angeles to said that he would cure that, but my understanding is those people are still residing on the beach in Venice right now. So we have to remember that the anecdotal stories, we all have them. We've all run into people experiencing homelessness. We've seen people at shopping centers with babies in there asking for money, telling us they're either war heroes or something else, and they're out of work and they need some money. But those are the ones we see, and that is what we get complaints from the population. A day does not go by that I don't get at least one or two emails telling me that there is a person who is sitting on a bus bench someplace, get him moved. And through the process, we have to explain the Boise case, that we can't do anything until we get a shelter. And then the argument is, well, you should have a place for them. So, that's what we're supposed to do, apparently. Someone also asked about giving out vouchers. Vouchers are only as good as the places that will accept them. I think my last request, and I haven't asked staff how long, our waiting list for vouchers for Section 8 housing?
Over 10,000.
Yeah, there's 10,000 people in line. So if we give a voucher out, they'll get to the back of the 10,000 people line. So that's not going to be workable at all. And I believe we talked about the goals and the benchmarks, which are very important. But I think the other thing that is necessary is the resources that come out of the goals and benchmarks. If you have goals and benchmarks, and then there has to be resources, because when you leave from this temporary housing to the next stage, there has to be a next stage. And that comes in, I guess, where we work in partnership with the County of Los Angeles, which is a big, big organization. As Ivan pointed out, they've done a number of motels throughout the county. And in fact, they, I believe it was before the pandemic, they were looking at working a deal with a hotel in Torrance to take over the hotel and house people who are experiencing homelessness. And the hotelier turned them down, that he thought he could make more money by just getting the rack rates at the hotel rather than taking the money that the county was offering to take over the running of the hotel. We received, I'd say, well in excess of 100 emails concerning these items today, and I read every one I had before 2 o'clock, and some of them after that I was getting on my phone. But one I really, it's a resident who lives nearby here, lives in the Garden area, and his quote, and I have to quote it, it was that eloquent. It said, it is important for everyone to understand that homelessness is not just a problem of those experiencing it, but it is a problem that impacts each of us and our families in a very direct and real manner. And the responsibility to find solutions to homelessness, rather than simply ignore it or chase it into a nearby neighborhood, falls onto all of us with the resources and ability to contribute to the public discourse of our beautiful city. And this is a person who lives within 6 or 8 blocks of where we've identified as a place where there's potential pallet homes. I really think, is there a possibility, if we approve this tonight and a white knight comes in, when I say a white knight, we do have some great companies in our community. Could we enter into this and then move it to that white knight property?
Yes, Mayor. I was just checking with Mr. Hong. I think with the commitment of a pilot program on a 1-year basis, realizing there's, as Mrs. Santana shared, limitations and awareness that we have, continue on a dual track and a parallel track to have those conversations. There may be, there's always development happening in the city, or it may be a smaller carve out. Granted, it's tough to find a location that's completely away from parks, schools, residential. And even if it's in a corporate center, you have the customers and employees. So I think we need to be aware of those limitations. But if we can find a location that perhaps has a great broader buffer, we can continue to explore that. In the meantime, we still have to come back to you with an agreement from LA County. What I would suggest is we start the conversation with the community. We've done study sessions on the broader issues of homelessness. We can just dive more in to this particular site, as well as continue that exploration for alternative sites and funding mechanisms where we have greater opportunity, either through, there's discussion now in the state level. I know the federal government is working on some infrastructure funding, and then the city will come back with some other options in the future for your consideration as far as our own funding stream.
Yeah, and because I saw the information that was given out to the people who live nearby. And it was just a piece of paper laid on there with our email addresses and telling that they're going to put a homeless shelter on the courthouse parking lot. And if I received that at my home, I would inquire as well. But, you know, people just don't have the time to delve into, attend a meeting that's gone well past 11 o'clock, probably well past midnight tonight, and or to pick up the several hundred pages that we all digested over the last several weeks, really, because we've had some information before that we looked at. So, Councilmember Griffith, you have a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. I had a couple more thoughts that came to mind after continued discussion. There was a discussion or comment about trying to move anyone that is in the temporary housing that would be provided here to permanent housing. And that someone, I think, made the comment that people would want to move out of this into more permanent housing. And I would agree with that concept in general, but considering where they're coming from now, if they're on the streets, on a bus bench, in a tent on the side of the road, moving into these pallet homes is like moving into a palace. I mean, these pallet homes, for the public's information, it wasn't shared, these pallet homes have air conditioning and heat and windows, and considering where you've come from, moving to a pallet home is a palace. And if I was making that leap, I'd say, wow, I think I'm going to stay here for a while if I can. Just trying to think in the mind of a person who's unhoused is that's a tremendous step up from where they are today, and which is good. We want to help improve their situation, but at the same time, we want to give them an incentive to take the next step. And if we make it too cozy for them and don't put in those restrictions about how long you can stay here, I don't want them to get that comfortable that they want to stay in this position, and as compared to either going back to total homelessness or moving into permanent housing. So I wanted to share that. The other thing is that in our visit with Redondo today, one of the questions I asked is, what do the residents of the shelter do during the day? They do have the rules, as you mentioned, that they're supposed to be in their units at night through the curfew time. But during the day, what do? And Mr. Morash mentioned that they basically, all the residents are free to come and go as they please. And that creates one of the concerns I have, especially about this particular location, is if we're housing 40 previously homeless people who might and still in fact have mental or drug other conditions, they're now living in a homeless shelter right here at Civic Center, and they can come and go all day long as they please and visit our library, and where will they go? I mean, if they have no transportation, they're limited to where they can walk. And so that walking distance is all the neighborhoods you described in the picture, and their soccer fields, the things that a lot of the public was complaining about. And so it's like, once they're here in our temporary housing, if it's on this location, but during the day we have no control, and they're out and about doing whatever it is that they do. And so that's one of my big concerns about putting it in this location, is we potentially have 40 formerly homeless people who are wandering around our streets that don't have jobs. They still having all kinds of potential issues. And so that's, to me, a concern, as I think it would be for our residents. I know we've had homeless problems in our library, and so what's to stop those situations from creating problems in the surrounding area around our shelter? And if there is anything that you can address to that issue, I'd love to hear it, but I don't think you're going to be able to do much. They're going to be able to wander about wherever they want, and I think that's going to be a concern. So.
You bring up, Honorable City Manager, Councilman, you bring up valid points. We can, I know there's on-site career counseling. Granted, there's 12 hours in a day, so you can force these individuals to keep them busy.
Well, Renato says that they spend very little time doing that type of activity.
We have an awareness of individuals roaming the Civic Center now. There's folks who have set up shop here. So it's finding that balance and having the security on site. I know there's rules of conduct at the location.
Oh, on site, I'm not worried at all. I think once you're within the confines of the shelter, I think it's great.
Right.
But it's going outside of the confines of the shelter that concerns me. And we might have 3 or 4 homeless in our Civic Center area now, but all of a sudden we have 40 and free to roam about wherever they want, which is, that's their right, I guess.
We'll have to try to manage expectations or figure out ways we can engage them and give them other avenues of being busy and pass their time rather than loiter around.
So yeah, I appreciate that. I think it needs to be explored and discussed further. But the other issue that we talked about just briefly earlier is the possibility of some sort of facility outside of our city. I happen to be on the board with the Torrance Salvation Army. And the Salvation Army here in Torrance, they have a facility in the LA Harbor City where they do all their homeless service providing, food bank and other homeless type of stuff. And so it's serving our local community, but it's not in Torrance. And so I can kind of almost say, why couldn't we do a similar thing if we manage and put together our facility where someone would allow us to do it, and we could afford it, that maybe that would be a better another alternative that we could explore. So it's just a thought.
We can definitely do that. I know some communities have had some pushback against the concept of relocating individuals from one jurisdiction to the other, but it's definitely an option we can explore.
Right. So, all right, yeah, there's a lot of issues that I'm very concerned about that I haven't really heard any solid answers for, so thank you.
All right, I think a number of those would be addressed more by a clinician rather than city staff or political. But I would remind everybody that right near there where we're talking about building this temporary housing, there's the Southwest Criminal Court. There's a lot of people who go in there and come out of there who have done worse crimes than any person who's experiencing homelessness has done on a daily basis. So, and they are in the neighborhood every day, Monday through Friday. It may be lighter on Friday. Councilmember Coloni.
Thank you, Mayor. I failed to say earlier that I knew that my fellow council members were going by during the day, so I decided to go by Redondo Beach in the middle of the night. And very clean, very quiet. I saw no one. I felt very safe. So I just wanted to share that with you. But the other thing I wanted to just bring up, and it's kind of thinking way ahead, but we need to be planners. Have we thought at all, I had some people say, you know, I live alone now, I'm an empty nester. You know, if I knew I was safe, I would be happy to help in some way. Have we thought about, you know, once these people have been, I've heard the word vetted, that we reach out to people in the community that have a spare room that could, what do you call it? Home share. Is there a home share program for us here in Torrance? Because I think there's people that want to help. Thank you.
The South Bay City Council's government did create a program. I believe it's called Silvernest, and it's specifically targeted towards a certain age demographic, and it is exactly the service that you mentioned, which is if someone has a spare room, they can offer it on Silvernest, and it's a matching program to identify someone that might be a good fit there. So there's that one opportunity. The other one that we're aware of that presented before the Social Services Commission 2 months ago is a program called Lease Up. It's a collaborative through the county and the agency called PATH, People Assisting the Homelessness, and they work with apartment owners, and I believe they work with individuals who own units as well to make that linkage to people, so people can indeed sign up for the lease-up program so that they can offer their unit or a room for rent. Both information or both programs are available on our website already.
Thank you. I would like to see that be part of our plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, a lot of great arguments, great questions have come up. Griffith, yeah, I think it's a legitimate concern what you brought up about people hanging out and having more people. I do believe, though, that the people that are going to accept help are the ones that are really going to go on a path to getting back into, I guess, mainstream living. You know, maybe possibly getting a job, getting an apartment, home, whatever. So we have to make a decision. We have to make a decision whether are we going to help get people off the street and this program or not. But if we do decide to go down the road of helping people get off the street program, we're very limited as far as options, not just site, but legal. We do have to provide shelter. So, and I really do. I still believe that without a anti-camping ordinance, our law enforcement, our outreach personnel, they're going to have very, very little leverage trying to push people into getting help. My understanding that a vast majority of people that are being approached right now are refusing on the first few interactions. I didn't see any statistics on that, but I remember speaking to some of our police department CLOs. They were saying that about over 90% of the individuals are suffering for their some kind of drug abuse, alcoholism, or showing signs of mental health issues. Now, that's a huge concern, of course, because here we are approaching somebody that's talking to a powerful and offering shelter. Now, at what point are we going to see a shift in the right direction? We don't know, right? I mean, it's one of those things to where we have to do it and see what works and what doesn't. I mean, I do enjoy the idea of solving the homeless issue, but there's really no real solution because there's so many variables. Okay, what we need to do, in my opinion, is try it out. I know this is not the right site. I think a few of us mentioned possibly always seeking for a new location, but we have to look at short-term goals and long-term goals. And I think the short-term goal is to get a program activated as soon as possible. As in the last 4 years, we've seen tripling of the homeless population. I don't think that number is going to go down by itself anytime soon. I believe that number was 322 individuals within the city, of which 75 were experiencing homelessness on the, I guess, unsheltered, which means they're living on a piece of cardboard somewhere outside in the elements, right? So I think these 40 shelter beds is a great start. I do believe they're going to get filled up pretty quick, which leads me into my next question. Do we have the ability to expand the program like at the drop of a hat? And what I'm thinking, and I know I was talking to Zulma about this, I guess there's some vouchers for motel rooms that were being used currently to help some individuals short-term in a transition. I guess they were getting a job or they were going to start a job soon, and we were trying to help them out that way. Are we able to use, or continue, I should say, are we able to continue to enforce the if we pass it, the anti-camping ordinance by using the vouchers as a available shelter bed? Let's say we have, a few motels in town that say, okay, I'll take, 2 vouchers per night. I'll take, the one says I'll take 3, whatever the arrangement may be. Can we use those vouchers as I don't want to call it overflow, but as an expansion of the program, so that our department can still, not just our police department, but also our outreach people can still say, look, we have an anti-camping ordinance in the city of Torrance. You either, need to accept the help, or you may have to be asked to leave the area. We want to get you help. These are the options. Do we have that readily available?
Program that you're referring to is through the South Bay City Councils of Government. They have a pot of money that's called Client Aid Funds. And it is exactly for the purpose you described, which is 2 to 3 nights in the hotel, that there might be an emergent situation or there's an opportunity to interview or meet a prospective landlord in another location. Off the top of my head, and I would defer to the city attorney, some concerns I have. Number one is I believe some of the vouchers are being used outside of the city. And so those are hotels or motels that are already outside the city. The second concern that pops into my mind is because it's only 2 to 3 nights, we're sort of in the same quandary again. After 3 nights, the individual has overused or has used the purpose of the client aid funds, meaning that they wouldn't be eligible for more. So it would seem at that point that we wouldn't be able to enforce anything at that time anyways. I'll defer to the city attorney if he has any immediate thoughts.
Yeah, and I don't know what availability there is beyond, like, how many vouchers are out there. I guess that would be the other question. And then the other complicating factor is the way the ordinance is currently written is the police officer who's making a contact would reach out to the shelter here at the Civic Center. So I'm not sure who they'd reach out to find out if there's still vouchers available or not. So that'd be a complicating factor for a police officer in the field, especially during nighttime hours.
That's actually a really good point, Councilman. Because it's client aid funds administered through the South Bay City Councils of Government, we actually have to request them. So it's not, it takes time to approve of the request. So it's not readily available. It must meet the criteria that the South Bay COG has established for client aid funds. That's a good point.
Okay, and of course, you know, we pay heavily into Measure H, and my understanding is Measure H money cannot be used for any kind of housing. Now, would that be considered housing if you're just getting a motel room? Is that a different avenue of funds?
Councilman, I think I might need you to ask that question in a different way. I apologize. I don't think I understood your question.
I'll say it in Italian.
Perfect.
Yeah, wouldn't be the first time tonight, right? Yeah, so basically the funding for Measure H, my understanding is they cannot be used for housing. Now, is that housing like temporary shelters such as these pods and also apartments, you know, renting an apartment or building an apartment? Those funds cannot be used for that. Would a motel room stay be considered housing, or is it just, you know, temporary stay?
Councilman, to clarify on Measure H, so Measure H funds, the allocation to our region primarily goes to nonprofit organizations or community-based organizations that serve people experiencing homelessness. I'm going to ask Ivan to potentially chime in. I believe that if the county is able to provide funds for this project, it may be in part from Measure H funds. Ivan, did I get that correct?
Wait. Can you repeat what you just said, Viet? I'm sorry. I'm trying to understand also.
Councilman Matucci's question was on Measure H funds, whether they can be used for housing purposes. I believe while the bulk of the funds do go directly to community-based organizations, some of the Measure H funds could be used towards funding this temporary housing project that the city is proposing. Is that correct?
But I mean, it could, but we are not looking at Measure H to fund this housing project. Measure H has already been allotted and accounted for. So we're looking at other funding sources. So Measure H isn't even being considered for this project.
Interesting.
Thank you, Ivan.
And I believe we are Torrance taxpayers. I think we pay what, $12.5 million a year into Measure H. So it's kind of disappointing to hear. Have we explored about possibly doing our own vouchers, you know, as a overflow mechanism so that we can, you know, continue to enforce? Because if we have our own vouchers available, let's say hypothetically, the city of Torrance puts $10,000 a month into a voucher program to help get these individuals off the streets when we reach capacity at our possible, you know, site location over here. When we reach capacity, so that we have, if we see another 2 individuals, let's say at a bus stop, so that we can still continue to enforce, because that's, I think Griffith brought that up, is, you know, it's gonna get filled up, and then what?
Councilman, I'm not, it sounds a little to me like potentially you're asking about motel, hotel conversions, even like a unit or two that we would outright purchase. Am I?
No, 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 I'm
Councilman,
talking
if
about-
I may,
yeah, yeah.
Mr. President, City Manager, we can explore the concept. I just want to remind council, we did adopt the budget based on structural deficit. I know it's $10,000, but it's something that we'll have to bring back to you. We can explore those options. It's not out of question. The broader issue is, again, for the sake of discussion, transparency, those individuals at the bus stop, if they don't want shelter, we're just going to be in a position where we have to engage, either request that they move on, or we'll have to arrest them. And then in this environment, chances are they'll be back at the bus shelter. So that relationship building with our field workers and outreach workers, establishing that trust and give them resources is gonna be, it's a lot of work and effort, but that's the area that we're gonna be working on. And then it was shared earlier by Chief McGeff, the citations that build up with our ordinance will add. It was Chief McGeff last time on this issue. I don't think Mayor's looking at this issue part. It's not midnight yet, but there's an incentive to want to seek service, and we have to balance out between the enforcement and the support side.
No,
of
absolutely.
this
I mean,
issue. Thank you.
Obviously, there's a big component in my head is the fact that we do need to enforce everything we can to help people get off the streets. You know, I mean, somebody that's at one of our bus stops, you know, we've had individuals there for weeks in some of these bus stops. I mean, we need to address that, you know, immediately, I mean, for various reasons. But yeah, so I'm okay with actually starting this pilot program, 1 year. It's not the ideal spot, in my opinion, but it's a start. And if we can actively look for other locations that are viable and, you know, something a little bit more of a long-term program, I definitely support doing that in the future. But we definitely need to continue down the path of solving the immediate needs of some of these individuals that we see on our streets. And there's always going to be a new batch that comes. I mean, you know, the homeless issue is not something that you just, you know, magic wand, and all of a sudden they all disappear. I mean, there's always going to be a new batch. There's always going to be these efforts that we need to put towards solving this. So I'd be in favor. But like I said before, without the ordinance, anti-camping ordinance, I just don't think this is going to work. So I don't know how we're going to handle that.
Well, I got an idea. Why don't we, everybody's asked all the questions, why don't we now transition into item 9B and hold 9A?
Good idea. Thank you.
Okay, 9B is from the city attorney, and the recommendation is to adopt an ordinance amending, repealing, and adding sections to Division 4 of the Torrance Municipal Code relating to anti-camping. Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney. I will save the council and the public repeating the summary of Martin versus Boise. I think Viet's PowerPoint in 9A really covered what the case held and where we're at. This item is to look at essentially cleaning up our municipal code. It would repeal the section that prohibits overnight camping on beaches, and before the public comes looking for me with torches and pitchforks, it's actually being put into another section. So it's still covered. We're amending 45.1.4, which is about standing or sitting on streets and sidewalks, which deals with obstructing free passage. You have to have free passage on sidewalks just for the public, and especially for the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's required to have free passage. We're amending, again, as I said, 45.6.6, which deals with camping in public places. As I said earlier, we have added streets, highways, sidewalks, parks, or public places, including but not limited to, as attorneys love to say, parkways, beaches, bus stop sites, the transit center, the civic center, then the Madrona Marsh Preserve and Nature Center. And then again, it would not cover, we put in an exemption for street vending and sidewalk vending, which is allowed under our code with proper permit. We built in the protections under Martin versus Boise about what an available shelter is. That's found in section B2. And then finally, we had the provision of closure of the Civic Center grounds from 12 to 6, with the exception for events that were being held at the authorization of the City Council. Earlier, Councilman Matucci had suggested maybe making that consistent with our park closures, which would be 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. The council could do that if it chose to do so. I would like to just briefly address that these items were brought together because it's all part of the city's overall program. This is just one tool in the toolkit. It involves the temporary housing for people experiencing homelessness. It involves the plan to prevent and combat homelessness, which is a very broad guiding document that allows the city to be nimble as new ideas such as temporary homes, small homes, or whatever you'd like to call them come up. We can transition and attack it that way. I would like to address some of the comments tonight, though, that it says that we're criminalizing homelessness and trying to arrest our way out of this crisis, and that is not the goal at all. I'd like to point out we've hired a homeless outreach worker. We have this proposal for the temporary housing. We have this plan to prevent and combat homelessness, and it shows that we're doing what we can. But there are limited resources, and there is a limited budget. And I just would like to point out, as pointed out by other speakers and the police department, there are certain people that just refuse help. And this is one way to actually encourage help. You will see in Redondo Beach, they use the homeless court. People who have these criminal activities, they not just from an anti-camping, but other crimes that they've picked up over the years that keep them from getting housed. This is a way to kind of help them clear that up, get them document ready, get them housing ready, and move them into permanent housing. It has been pointed out, these people refuse housing, they refuse services, they refuse mental help. But sometimes when they get into this process in the courts, sometimes that's a way to get them to see that will actually help them long-term, get them into treatment, get them the services they need. It also allows, as was pointed out earlier, a lot of these people take over shelters, and then the transit patrons can't use these shelters. They get completely occupied with possessions and trash and other things. So this is a way the city can use to make our transit facilities available to everyone, including especially our patrons on our transit service. So, and as Viet pointed out earlier, we're working with our partners, both regional partners, LA County and the state of California, trying to solve this problem. And I believe, as Mr. Chaparian pointed out, it's not just a Torrance problem, it's countywide, it's statewide, and we really need help, even at a federal level, of what we need to do here. But that's what we're trying to do with this ordinance, is to comply with Martin versus the city of Boise and to give the city just another tool in its toolbox. I'm available for any questions.
And there are some questions. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for that summary. I'm going to kind of go through my scribbles a little bit. Just bear with me. I was thinking about this anti-camping ordinance, and the context of this is in public spaces. If a local business, I'm just going to make up something, and McDonald's, and there's a homeless person decides that they park or live on the McDonald's parking lot. In that particular case, does that mean we cannot ask the police officers to go enforce this because that's like a private area? I'm trying to peel out all the areas which I've been hearing where people hang out.
Correct. This would be analogous to certain businesses that allow RV parking, but we don't allow it on our street without a permit. If someone was to allow a homeless person to reside, this ordinance deals with public places, not private property.
Okay. So some places, for example, there are some businesses, the back door has a little bit of I'll call it an alley or access way. Would that be considered a public or a private area? Just for clarification for the general public as well.
If it's a public alleyway that's owned and maintained by the city, that would be covered by this ordinance. If it's essentially a shopping mall or a strip mall that has a service alley on their private property, that would not be covered. But those private property owners, if they did not want a homeless person on their property, they could make a call for trespass if they're not, those persons aren't supposed to be there. But I think your thing was, what if they do allow them there? That's a different situation. Then the police would not get involved in that matter.
Okay, so but if they called the police and said, this is trespassing, I don't want there, then our police officers go and ask the person.
Correct, and that's actually outside of Boise, because that's not camping. That's trespassing. Okay. The problem you have there, though, is we do have zero bail due to COVID, and that has not been changed. So if an officer arrests or cites, the officer will probably still be writing the report, and the person will be back out on the street. Also, the current district attorney has doesn't want to go at the low-level quality of life crimes. He doesn't want to file those cases. Of course, if those are misdemeanors here in Torrance, they would come to my office, and our office could review them and determine whether they're fileable or not. But we still, in Torrance, are doing misdemeanor quality of life cases.
Okay, so the misdemeanor quality of life cases is kind of like what Mr. Shapari was saying, where former Chief McGeff was saying we can actually continue to enforce those kind of cases. On page 2 of the report, way in the bottom, I think the paragraph that starts with unless, and this is a one I had a note here. I think it's exactly the same that Councilman Tucci asked earlier. That we need to have at least 226 shelter beds. I think you clarified earlier.
Correct.
We don't.
You're correct. This was from the October 2019 analysis by our office, and I probably should have made it clear that was from that agenda item. But if you'll see later, we dealt with later in the thing we talked about that it was available shelter beds.
Okay, and then my note on that area was with hotel agreements, even outside the city boundaries, work. And as long as we have an agreement with a business that's willing to take the person.
Correct, and of course, there are homeless advocacy groups out there that are suing cities. They have sued the city of Los Angeles and the county of Los Angeles, and that's the case where the judge in that case, I think, overstepped, but he still has ordered them to clean up Skid Row by, I think, the end of October, and actually requiring them to spend funds, and that's where I think the overstep is. I don't think he's allowed to change their budget, much like what happened just recently with Measure J, where they found that unconstitutional to take away a government body's budgeting powers. But there are those groups that do it. There's another group in Orange County that has sued several cities along the Santa Ana River for the cleanup that they've done. And I think this series of items would give the city a little protection. Doesn't mean that someone couldn't sue us, but I think they'd much more likely, an advocacy group would be much more likely to go after a group that hasn't done anything, versus if the city was to go out and put in a temporary shelter facility and have a homeless plan and look at what they're doing and look at various ways to attack this problem. It makes us much less likely target than the cities that are doing absolutely nothing.
Okay.
In the Orange County case, I believe the judge in that case was actually talking about I can't remember if it was a 50% or 60% of the homeless count. So that was much higher, but he wasn't based on Boise. That was just his own decision. So, but based on Boise, I think it individually based on available beds.
Yeah. Actually, my question was even simpler than that. Is that if we got to 40 capacity in our trial cases, and then the next person down there, where the police officer calls, do we have a bed? Nope. I was just thinking, no, we have a motel agreement with. I'm going to make up a city, Lancaster, that says I got 10 beds here, and for a low rate. And if we had the budget, then we could do something like that. All I'm saying is an agreement to pay for another shelter that that's okay.
Yeah, it hasn't, that situation hasn't been addressed, and again, I think there might be a concern if you're relocating outside of your spa, so that might be a concern. But obviously, the goal is, to house the homeless, so obviously that would cut the other way, but there could be, obviously in the past, years ago, communities would move homeless from one town to another, almost like a taxi service. One jurisdiction would keep moving them.
Right.
So maybe shipping someone to Lancaster could be viewed as kind of relocating them out of the South Bay, and that
Yeah.
could be a concern.
Right. That
I
was
know it's
not
just
the
a
intention. Yeah,
hypothetical,
that
yeah.
was just make sure that we have a bed available. And I know that them providing the wraparound service would be hard. Go to page 4 of the staff report, and this is probably just for me. Right in the, I think it's the paragraph that I think it's right underneath the admin section 45.1.4. I think the very last phrase, or so as in any manner to annoy or molest persons passing along the same. Is that a interpretation of annoy? Is that subject to interpretation?
Yeah, it's obviously it has to be more than just like calling out and asking for money or whatever. It has to be a higher level. My guess is, again, the real intent of this section is the obstruction, the annoying or molesting is kind of an explanation of it. But the real intent here is the blocking.
Okay.
That's the intent of that section.
Got it.
So we don't want their stuff or their belongings blocking it, or them lying across the sidewalk so someone using a wheelchair wouldn't be able to pass.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. And my questions were very similar to yours, that this just covers obstructing passage, basically.
That's the intent of this, is to make that they can't have their belongings or themselves blocking it, so people can't walk by, or people that need ADA access can't get by.
Okay, so it doesn't cover the other acts that some people are concerned about. And
no, and some of the things that I know people like the panhandling. There's questions on panhandling of what's panhandling, what's free speech. So those things get very, very complicated. But this is just meant at you can't block the sidewalk.
okay, and those other things, they still have to be, quote unquote, I think from other meetings, caught in the act. Is that correct?
Yes, if you're referring to bodily functions, shall we say? The officer would have to witness the person doing it, or the member of the public could witness it, and then essentially they'd make a citizen arrest to the officer saying, I witnessed them doing it. The problem obviously in a lot of these situations is it's not witnessed. So you're then left with a circumstantial thing of trying to put the case together that way.
Okay, and then just one last question, and again, maybe asked in a different way. Walk me through what happens. So they're camping, police come out, tell them they have to pick up their things, or?
The officer, the situation, the officer could come out, and I believe their first thing would they'd be asking if they want services, do they want shelter, in the training that the officers receive. If the person refuses, that's the point that before the officer can take it to the next level, they'd have to make that call. I'd have to defer to the chief on how that would be done, whether it be through the MDT to communications, or the officer directly call the shelter. And obviously, it probably depend on how we have that set up in the future. But at that point, if they verify there is an available bed, then they could proceed to arrest or cite. If the person refused to have the shelter, and that would be in compliance with Martin versus City of Boise. Again, the caveat to that is we're in zero bail.
Right.
So that becomes an issue that those may actually end up as citations, not actually arrest and transport to the jail, because the officer is going to be sitting there writing a report, booking this person, and they can't hold them on that kind of crime. So again, I can't speak for the police department, but my guess is the officer in that situation most likely will choose a citation and not an arrest, because the other situation you have is they have to secure that person's belongings. So,
Right, that was my
so they're going to have to then essentially take those and have them booked as part of the process, because you have to preserve their belongings. And then, of course, that leads to the situation of what's their belongings and what's trash. And that becomes a storage situation for the police department. I know their property room, I've been down there, it's not that big, so they'd have to have a facility to store, whether it's outdoors at the police department or someplace, some secure facility at the city yard or somewhere else, if it's a large amount of stuff, so the person can come reclaim it.
And how many citations does someone get? Is that just an unlimited number?
The citations are just depending on how many times they have contacts, I guess, with the police department. And then if they don't appear in court, they would be looking at warrants, them being issued by the court.
And one last question, does the citation notification get referred to the outreach person? So that maybe they go out to try to contact this person?
I would have to defer to Viet.
Councilman Adam Torrance, City Manager, our goal is, through the efforts that Viet mentioned, to identify individuals within our city and hopefully get all first 40 of these pallet shelters filled. So there may be some individuals who are coming through, but typically the ones that the CLOs, and they work through our homeless response team, both our office as well as our outreach worker through Harbor Interfaith, and our CLOs are in constant communication. So there's rare times where we have surprise individuals. We have a pretty good awareness, and ideally, as the program expands, we'll continue to seek funding to expand our footprint of outreach workers to be able to better manage and assist these individuals. So I think Viet can expand on the number of times it'll take to get the help for these individuals.
Consider is when we spoke to other communities, what they identified for us is your most promising people to have candidates for temporary housing are those who are often called on by community members to the police department. So it's those who are visible, those who may need medical services. It's people who are utilizing city resources pretty regularly that we want to make sure that we approach first for temporary housing. Aram is correct. We have heard statistics from people who work in the industry that it could easily take 8 to 10 contacts for someone to take one service. And that doesn't mean that that one service is they're going to go immediately into temporary housing. That just might be, hey, I'm willing to fill out an intake form with you or have a conversation with you. So the process does take a while to actually get someone engaged.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. And Viet, our outreach worker is already out there doing that outreach, along with some of our city staff as well, building the relationships.
Correct, Mayor. And I think Aram expressed it best, which is our CLO team has really been the backbone of homelessness since long before I became involved with the program. They have much more of an intimate knowledge of the individuals in our city who are experiencing homelessness, their background, and the prioritization which we should be approaching them. They meet once a month with our outreach worker to say, here are our top 10 list of people that we need to engage.
Yeah, they're definitely a resource for us as well, because I know years ago, they already knew the names and locations and where they could identify them. So clearly that's a tremendous resource to get us started. Thank you. Councilmember Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to back up, make sure I understand the process properly. Torrance has already basically had anti-camping laws on the books, but we've been unable to enforce them because of the Boise case. Is that generally a true statement?
Correct.
And so the purpose of this is to clean up our existing laws that we can't enforce, to make them more enforceable and more suited to the situation should we get into a position where we're able to enforce.
Correct. Obviously, the goal is to help them into housing and get them into treatment, but obviously for those who can't, this would be another tool that we could use to enforce once we have the temporary shelters.
And then I want to make it clear, to, especially to the public, who is obviously subject to a lot of misinformation, is enforcement of our camping laws doesn't mean if we have a bed available, doesn't mean we pick up that homeless person and put them in one of our beds. We can't do that, even if we pass these laws. Is that correct?
Correct. That's referred to normally as kidnapping.
So,
yeah, it's
so having that free bed doesn't mean, okay, I'm taking you to the free bed.
Correct.
And
yeah.
okay.
It's still a voluntary process. Correct.
Right. So I don't want our police officers to get in trouble for kidnapping, and I'll protect you on that one. But I think a lot of people in the public think by having these laws that we can enforce, that means, oh yeah, we'll just go around, round up the homeless from the streets and put them into these nice shelters that we're building.
Correct. It's still it still has to be voluntary. We can't involuntarily put them into the shelters.
Okay. And so even if we build the shelters and all of a sudden our beds are full, we're back in the situation where even with the new laws, we can't enforce.
Correct. Unless the way it's written, unless there's an available temporary shelter, you cannot enforce it. And there's also restrictions in Boise if it's not available to that person. Like if they have a child and you don't accept children, or you require religious services or those sorts of things. If those are, then it's not available to that person. Ours, obviously, I don't know about the children part, but we don't have any restrictions on sex or sexual orientation or religious beliefs. So they wouldn't have those restrictions. They'd be available.
Great, thanks. So my fear is that even if we have a bed available and someone calls police department, say I've got a homeless person living on this bus bench, on the corner by my house, and he's acting weird or whatever, and can you please come and round him up? That we can't do that. We can at best dispatch someone out there to talk to them, try to find out what the situation is, see if they're willing to get some assistance, and sounds like at best we would write a misdemeanor citation.
Yes, I mean, in summary, the short answer is yes. If we would send out, post our homeless outreach, our police officers are most likely, who's ever on the scene, and they would offer those services. But if the person refuses, then you'd be looking at most likely a citation at that point.
So let's hypothetically continue that story then. So now our homeless person has a citation, he tucks it into his trash bag, he continues camping out on the corner. What do we do next?
Correct. Then the next thing is more contacts by our homeless outreach person. We refer also to our to county mental health, and sometimes it does take numerous contacts to get that person into the thing. But obviously, if there's a different situation, if they're blocking access to the sidewalk or the ramp to the sidewalk, so people with disabilities can use it, or just anyone else, a member of the public can use it, then you have a different thing. But again, with zero bail, you're still in those citations and most likely not arrests.
So
but I can't speak for the police department, but that's my
Chief, if you want to expand on it, you can. But what my fear is that the citation basically is meaningless, and so everybody goes home, and the homeless person is still sleeping on the bus bench or whatever, and so the resident calls again tomorrow, hey, the guy's still there, and the police just gets dispatched. What do we do? We can't do anything. Well, here's another citation, and the guy puts it in his trash bag. And at what point does this not continue for ad nauseum, and we end up in a situation where nothing improves? That's my concern. Is that if there's nothing that concerns the homeless person there that says, hey, you can't do anything to me besides write me a citation, what's his incentive to move off the bus bench or wherever he might be, or she?
A lot of them actually don't want to be contacted by anyone, whether it's our homeless worker or our police department or county mental health. And sometimes just the contacts of trying to offer services makes them move to a different location because some of them really just don't want any contact. Again, the other part that could happen from multiple citations, was pointed out by the previous chief, we'll clarify, Chief McGaff, was that it does eventually go to warrant status, and then they're in the court system, which a lot of them don't want to be in the court system, because then when the warrants get set to a high enough level, the police can actually arrest on that, and then there's actually a warrant that they're being held on, and they'll be brought to court. But I can defer to Chief Hart if he has any other further information.
Yeah, Chief Hart, Police Department, thank you for the question. So from a philosophical approach, the police department is looking to balance the pressure from the community of businesses and also with the rights of the individual on every call. So when they get called out, the reality is, especially in the scenario that you gave, it's going to take time for us to realize, sometimes in these cases, some movement. It's always going to depend on the circumstances of that call. We try to give outreach before you go to enforcement. That's the posture that we've taken. I think it's consistent with the spirit of the community and what the police department does on a daily basis. But when it comes to the call outs of multiple calls, it could be the first time that the police get the call on the bus bench, that the person is violating the ordinance. We do have an open bed so they can call and then enforce. And maybe the police department gets called the next day and they do an evaluation, they're experiencing a mental health issue. So each day could be different, even with the same individual, and we have to handle it differently with the circumstances each time. But you know, the process is consistent with the plan, is to get them some permanent hope would be a good one, and permanent housing.
If the person was acting up and potentially acting in a dangerous manner, either dangerous to others or themselves, is that a situation where you can then hospitalize or take other action?
Correct. So, you know, a really important component of this with the CLOs is our Torrance Mental Health Evaluation Team that could respond to do an evaluation to then try to take them to a location that's open where they can get mental health attention. Correct.
I just think it's really important for the public to be really aware that just by having a temporary shelter with an open bed in it doesn't mean we can move the homeless off the street and into those beds. They have to go through an intake process. They have to basically agree to do it. And so it's not the magic wand that I think a lot of the people in the public would like to see. I'm in full support of making these modifications to our ordinances, but I'm still concerned that, as with many of our ordinances, enforcement is always the biggest problem. And whether the enforcement is creating the result that we want, that's the challenge. And I know that that's going to differ from one case to another. Every person's going to be different. But I certainly want to see us improve our laws so that when we are in a position to enforce, that we can start enforcing and do the maximum enforcement possible. But it sounds like our hands are still very limited as to what we can really do. And I appreciate the effort, and I'll support this. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
But as I think was mentioned, if we do nothing, the situation is still the same. We have to do something, and we can't change it unless we do. And I think we've got a couple recommendations by staff now that gives us some tools and gives our police department as well as our agency tools. Councilmember Kalani?
I'm so sorry. I think I haven't heard it come up tonight, so I think it might be interesting to know. We've a large portion of the homeless in Torrance are actually vulnerably housed in their car, correct? So our ratio of homeless people on the streets versus the number of beds we have is actually higher than we think.
Greater than 50% of those experiencing homelessness in Torrance were experiencing vehicular homelessness, and our count number is 322. Street homeless is 75.
Okay, so we'd mostly be looking at the street homeless as far as our bed ratio, which actually makes it pretty good ratio, actually. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
And I think it would take some time before, obviously, you hear so many contacts with the person experiencing homelessness, it'll take some time before 40 beds will be filled. It's not going to, go around with the old paddy wagon, pick them up and take them and dump them off. And the thing is that they'll be treated with clinicians as opposed to if you're giving somebody a voucher and stick them in a hotel for 2 nights, they're gonna come out of that hotel in 2 nights in exactly the same posture as when you put them in the hotel. At least this way and there'll be failures. It's guaranteed there's gonna be failures, but we're hopeful that there'll be more successes than failures. Okay, so do we want to take the last one and do that and then come back and what do you think?
Mr. Hong has a brief presentation. He's available for questions.
Okay. Okay, anybody have any questions?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council. Item 9C is a recommendation that your honorable body adopt the Torrance Plan to prevent and combat homelessness. And just as a very quick summary, in fall of 2019, your honorable body had a joint meeting with the Social Services Commission. At that meeting, the City Council did direct staff to begin a homelessness plan. Staff applied for a competitive call for project through the South Bay COG and was awarded $50,000 to retain the consultant to help us develop the plan. In 2020, staff saw an opportunity and reached out to the COG to request that $50,000 be diverted to an outreach worker and that city staff would collaborate with our community partners to create the homelessness plan, which is before your honorable body tonight. Just in summary, the primary purpose of the plan, just 4 things I would identify. Number 1 is it's a roadmap of how the city will address homelessness. And when I say roadmap, I prefer to think of it as the Waze app as opposed to Thomas Guide. The roadmap is changeable. As we go throughout things, we have inputs that help us determine ways to more effectively address homelessness. So unlike Thomas Guide, it's not static in nature. It's meant to be dynamic and addressing innovations that we know are out there and potential barriers. Second purpose of our plan is to inventory the city resources that we have and the community partnerships that we can leverage, and that creates greater collaboration. The third purpose is to create accountability for staff so that we can report back to your honorable body and the community the progress we're making towards homelessness. And the fourth one, which we have already discussed under item 9A, is for an opportunity for us to compete for grants that require us to have a homelessness plan in place. We already know of one that's right around the corner. In July of this year, the South Bay COG will have a call for projects that does require us to have a homelessness plan in place. Just to let your honorable body know, we did hear your request in 2019 to engage the community. So we had a series of listening sessions. 3 were held with the general public, 1 with faith-based organizations, and 1 with homeowners associations. We had our online survey up and running to collect input, and it's still up, and it will continue to be up so that we can continuously hear thoughts of the community. Finally, I'm just going to highlight some key elements of the plan. There are 9 goals and a bunch of sub-goals, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. The key goals I would point out for you, for instance, in goal 1 is a push for education. One thing that we have found over time is that we think that we have done a good job of letting the community, our city staff know of how to assist those people experiencing homelessness. And what we find out over time is we're not so good at it, and it's a message we have to repeat over and over. So education is a big part of this plan. Another one is to spend time looking at our own resources. So we've had a conversation about vouchers tonight. A good example of that is to measure the extent to which we're fully utilizing vouchers. Recently, we were awarded 10 VASH vouchers, which is the Veterans Affairs Support Housing. We currently have 6 vouchers leased, and it's our intent to have the other 4 remaining leased before the end of the year. That's an example of utilization of vouchers or resources that we already have that we want to make sure we're measuring and creating a plan to fully utilize them. Mr. Chaparran pointed out earlier, another key element in our plan goal is greater collaboration. So not just with agencies, with other cities around us. And that requires us to go back to the COG and say, what can we do to create a regional plan? So it's not just one city bearing the brunt of solutions. It's all of us figuring out what we can best contribute. And finally, another goal I'd like to highlight is just the constant environmental scan that we're proposing to do, which allows us to figure out innovative homeless and housing solutions. And tonight's pallet shelter recommendation is a prime example. This wasn't even on our radars until a few months ago when Redondo Beach started talking about their plan. Lastly, I wanted to share with you accountability. Should your honorable body approve of this plan, staff will post it online and come up with a metric system so that we can report back to the community how we're making progress towards our goals. City staff will return to City Council on a quarterly basis, as well as the Social Services Commission to talk about the progress we're making. And before I conclude and open it up for any questions, I just want to really make sure that I provide some acknowledgments for this plan. And I have to start with what I said earlier. Our Torrance Police Department community lead officers have been doing this work long before I was involved. They care deeply about this community, and there's no amount of thanks I could give for their input that they constantly give me, because they're actually the ones going out there doing the work. I wanted to thank the Torrance community for going to our listening sessions and submitting comments through the surveys, and their honesty and what their concerns are and what their opportunities they see that we should be pursuing. All the community-based organizations that have the outreach workers who are doing the work and the case managers, we're deeply indebted to. The Social Services Commission, who started the work plan, and much of this plan is a springboard from the work plan that they created. And finally, two last thank yous. Grace Farwell for allowing us to reallocate the $50,000 that was originally meant for a consultant to an outreach worker. We think our outreach worker has given a lot of inputs so that we can better understand homelessness, and the strength of this plan reflects her work. And then finally, Nancy Wilcox from the South Bay Coalition to End Homelessness was a wealth of resources when it came to creating this plan. With that, staff is available for questions. Thank you.
By the lack of click-ins, I think you beat us in the submission.
Wow.
I can speak for my colleagues. I think we looked at just about everything tonight, but Councilmember Kalani has one more question.
I'm so very sorry.
Not at all.
But it's important. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure that we'll continue to look for a even better location. And then I really think we owe it to the District 3 residents to make sure we have something in place to outreach to them, to keep them informed, to have some kind of hotline, if you want to call it, if they have any concerns. I understand why they're feeling the way they are. And then finally, if we can implement again what I said before, some kind of outreach program, because I know there's people in the area that need potential subsidy by allowing rooms to be rented. Maybe we pair up right people with each other so that we give our community, we engage them to be proactive in solving our challenge together. Thank you.
I think they're all good points. And you mentioned about the District 3, and I had a note to even mention this, is that when we first went to districts, we as a council, and you weren't part of this, we signed a resolution that we would govern this city at large until all the districts are full. And we do not have all the districts have represented. So we, right now, still are governing at large. So each one of us, as a member of the council, has an obligation to the people who live in the entire city. So it's one of the reasons people didn't want to go to districting, and it's starting to raise that right now. Nobody lives in this district. Well, ironically, I live in District 3. I just happen to live in District 3. It was districted around me, but I live there. So, and we all live in the city of Torrance, and we all have relationship with people. I have some fantastic friends who live right here, adjacent here. And you know, I heard from them, and I explained to them where we are on a one-on-one situation. I think they get it. They understand that, you know, it's a quality of life, and that's what we're talking about. It's quality of our lives, but it's also the quality of life of the people experiencing homelessness. We know there's that problem. It's like that gentleman who wrote the email. We know that, and we have to do something. And you know, we're here doing it now, and I think that speaks for this council and it speaks for our staff too, being able to do it. It's something that they don't teach in mayor school or city council school. It was growing around us. I was on, you know, I instituted the Social Services Commission as one of the first things I did as mayor when I was elected mayor. I'm glad we did, otherwise we wouldn't have it. And they are the ones who are charged with addressing homelessness as well as veterans issues as well as special needs adults. And they've taken it upon themselves and have done some great work doing that. But we didn't know how bad this thing was going to get. And I know I was out there on the very first homeless census, and the second one, and the third one. In fact, last year we didn't have one because of COVID, and the one before that I was out of town. But other than that, I've been there, and my wife has been at each and every one, and several of my friends do. We know where the enclaves are at. I had to, you know, we know that there's a bunch of people living under the Madrona Bridge. I mean, I don't know if people out there in the community know that. There are enclaves of people who are homeless living in our community now in their little mini pods of cities. And they're the invisible ones. The ones we get the most complaints about to us are the ones who are on the sidewalk, 182nd and Hawthorne. I mean, that guy put his tent up in the middle of the sidewalk. It's like somebody told him there's this case called Boise, and they can't move you unless they shelter. And 182nd and Hawthorne Boulevard, it's a jurisdictional issue there. We have people on our side of the street, and then when our officers roll up, they go across the street, they hit the button, walk across the street, and then they're Redondo Beaches. And then somebody calls there, and Redondo Beach comes, and next thing you know, they walk across the street to our city. You know, they could do that on a regular basis. So I think we're, you know, fortunately Redondo's, you know, got that. It's too bad they're totally impacted already because it was only 15. I think going to 40 was a very smart move. And in fact, if we get over 40, it'd be even better with the support we will get from the County of Los Angeles. But like you, I really hope that we can find a better place. But until we have a better place, we have to start going. And we have to identify that as the place that we're going to do until we find a better place, if we can find a better place. And we had the worst economical year for our city in 2020. We don't have an extra $1 million or $2 million to throw at this. So we're at the mercy of begging and doing everything we can to get resources so that we can cure this matter. And without the help of the County of Los Angeles time, we had nothing. We'd just be, you know, we could come up with a homeless plan, but we'll have nothing to be able to do with it. So fortunately, I think we're in a good situation right now for that. And I certainly hope that the folks who emailed us, and even the ones who called us rotten names and said some nefarious things about each and every one of us, I hope they watch portion of this council. I wish they had looked at some of the agenda items and see why we're doing this, that we are doing this, and understand that we are looking for a solution. Everybody's identified the problem, but it's not that easy to find the solution. It's not just move them on. It's not move them across the street to Redondo Beach. We actually have to put in the sweat equity on this one. So we've done 9A, we've done 9B, we've done 9C. Let's go back. The recommendation on 9A is looking for an approval of the Torrance Civic Center grounds to be a site for temporary housing for people experiencing homelessness and authorize staff to continue discussions with Los Angeles County. Do we have a motion on that? Councilmember Matucci.
I move that we approve the city manager's recommendation for the Torrance Civic Center as a temporary housing location for a period of 1 year. And also make sure that we include the required fencing on the east end to block both visual and foot access from east to west. That would be my motion, unless there's something I forgot. Kind of late.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Ashcraft and Griffiths voting no.
Okay, we move on to item. Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to express to the public why I voted no on that. I do believe it's really important to move forward with a temporary housing shelter, but I think there's too many significant questions unanswered that weren't covered tonight, especially concerning how long people can stay in the shelter, the managing of the people in the shelter as far as their ability to move about the city, and other issues, and a deeper exploration of potential sites or reasons why I could not support this tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify my vote also. Also, as I spoke earlier, I have a concern for the site, and I didn't want to vote for it because I didn't want to stop looking for an alternative. And if I voted for it, then I'm saying that I approve this, and I approve the plan, I approve everything except the site. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani.
And I would like to speak to why I voted yes, because I think we made it clear that the staff was going to continue to look for another site, and we just need to move forward. Is it too late to re-clarify that this can change if we do find another site between now and when it's implemented?
I think we made it clear.
That's what I
through the
thought.
hearing. I think it's very clear.
It's fine. If you wanted to, you could do a motion for reconsideration and redo it to include that if you wanted to.
To make
But
a long motion even
I think
longer?
staff is pretty clear that we will continue to look for other sites, and we can report back to you on that. But if you're more comfortable with it, you can change the motion by doing a motion for reconsideration.
I would like to do that if possible.
So if you have someone to do the motion for reconsideration, she has to raise it, then someone has to join her with it, and you have to do the vote to reconsider it, and then do the new vote.
Do I do that?
Mayor, may I ask?
I'm waiting. I thought. No. All right, Councilmember, you're making a motion to reconsider.
I'm making a motion to reconsider to include.
Well, you don't have
The
to
first
do
part
that.
is just to
Okay,
reconsider,
okay.
and the second part is the
Make a
motion.
motion to reconsider, thank you.
Click it in. I'll second it for you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Okay.
May I just suggest, since it's late, and I got a suggestion.
No, it's
from-
early.
Yeah, or it's early, yeah. So the recommendation would be, as written in the staff report, which is to approve the Civic Center site for temporary housing, authorize staff to continue discussing with the County of Los Angeles to develop the program, securing funding resources for capital and operating expenses. And then Councilman Tucci wanted the issues regarding fencing on the eastern side and to keep pedestrian access. And Councilwoman Kalani wanted to add directing staff to continue looking for other sites and to report back to council.
He captured it? Is that your motion?
Thank you, that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Wow, you picked up a vote, see? You want to do it one more time? You can make it unanimous?
No, thank you.
All right, now we move on to item 9B. I think we've discussed this long enough. Are you ready? Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we go with the recommendation of the city attorney that the council adopt an ordinance amending Division 4 by repealing Section 44.3.16 of the Torrance Municipal Code, prohibiting overnight camping on beaches, amending Section 45.14.
Can I add one thing?
The ordinance summary, which I forgot
May
to
I
put
have
in
the
the recommendation.
title?
Oh, yes. Title.
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3892, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 4 by repealing Section 44.3.16 of the Torrance Municipal Code, prohibiting overnight camping on beaches, amending Section 45.1.4, standing or sitting on streets, sidewalks, etc., as to obstruct free passage, amending Section 45.6.6, prohibiting the use of tents for living or sleeping, and adding Section 45.1.8, closing Civic Center grounds 12 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Thank you. So adopting ordinance number 3892, and if I may add on the summary page to change the hours for the Civic Center to be closed for 10 p.m. to 6 a.m.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Okay, now we move on to item 9C, to approve the City of Torrance plan to prevent and combat homelessness.
Mayor, I move to accept staff recommendation for the plan to prevent and combat homelessness.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. James, don't hurry up here because we got to take a break.
Nice try, James.
I saw you running up there, man, and we're ready to run that way. We'll be back in about 5 minutes.
Just the look on your face, and they're like, oh.
Okay, we're back from our break, calling the meeting back to order, and moving on to item 9D. From Transit to adopt a resolution for Torrance Transit System's participation in the Regional Fairless System Initiative Pilot Project. From staff.
Good evening, Mayor Fury, members of the council, James Lee, Transit Department. Item 9D is requesting your honorable body's adoption of a resolution that outlines the Transit Department's potential participation in a region-wide Fairless System Initiative pilot. Staff originally brought this item before your honorable body back in May on the 25th, at which time it failed to acquire the number of votes necessary for adoption. At the June 8th meeting, Councilmember Kalani requested reconsideration of the item, and on the June 15th meeting, the item was approved to be returned tonight for your review and consideration. There have been some updates to the program's potential structure since that time. Initially, there were 3 ridership groups that were identified to be part of this pilot project. They were students, K through 12 and community college, low-income residents, and senior and possibly disabled residents as well. The Metro Board went on to approve going forward with the pilot, but they've scaled back the number of participants that are eligible for the project. They have removed, at the time, senior and disabled residents. They already received subsidies and reduced fares in the region. They have also deferred the involvement of low-income residents for a later time, pending identification of a sustainable funding source for that ridership population. So the current Fairless System Initiative pilot would focus solely upon students, grades K through 12 and community college. The adoption of this resolution would allow the transit director to actively participate in region-wide discussions that are occurring right now to establish our position and to also maybe request some additional changes to the project scope and scale. Adoption of the resolution tonight is not actual participation. We will have to return to your honorable body at a different time, a later time, with the actual funding agreements and establishing basically the criteria for participation as well as reimbursement. And staff is available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalani has a question or two.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to be clear for anyone who's still listening that this is not a new tax, that there's already federal dollars that are already in place on the table, and if we don't use it, we lose it.
That is absolutely correct, Councilmember Kalani.
Okay, thank you. The other thing is, again, we're approving tonight going to the table to discuss it, not to accept it, not to approve it.
That is correct, ma'am. There are still several items that staff wish to iron out with the regional partners and Metro before, including ourselves in the program.
Okay, so if we don't go to the table, we will not get any piece of the dollars that are reserved
It
for
would
this.
significantly impair our ability to help shape the program or participate in any potential reimbursement in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? I see none. I'll take a motion. Councilmember Kalani.
We need a number.
May we have a number and title?
Yes, Your Honor. This is resolution number 2021-58, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, authorizing the Torrance Transit System's participation in a regional fairless system initiative.
Thank you. I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 2021-58.
I'll second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. It moves on to item 9E, from Finance to adopt a resolution to establish pension pre-funding trust through California Employers Pension Pre-Funding Trust Program. From staff.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Ian Daly from the Finance Department. Item 9E is a recommendation of the Finance Director that City Council take 2 actions. First is adopt a resolution approving the agreement and election of the City of Torrance to pre-fund employer pension costs through CalPERS, California Employers Pension Pre-Funding Trust, also known as CEPT. And the second is to approve the delegation of authority to request disbursements and authorize the city manager or his designee to take any additional actions necessary to participate in the CEPT program. Why we're here this morning. In October 2020, city issued $349.5 million in lease revenue bonds to partially pay down the city's unfunded actuarial liability with CalPERS. Part of that plan was setting aside 20% of the annual projected savings in a Section 115 trust. The approval of this item will allow staff to set these funds aside so that the balance can grow at a rate that is greater than the city's pooled investments currently. The fiscal year 22 budget includes a transfer of $1.8 million, and the fiscal year 23 budget includes a planned transfer of $1.9 million. The balance in this trust can be used at a future date to help us lower and smooth future employer pension cost increases. So therefore, this morning, staff requests council adopt the resolution and approve the delegation of authority, allowing the CalPERS CEPT account to be created for our use beginning in fiscal year 2022. I'm available for any questions you might have.
Actually, I was thinking of passing this and doing a couple other items before we. Are there any questions from council? I see none. I'll take a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-59, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving an agreement and election to pre-fund employer pension costs through CalPERS CEPT program.
Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2021-59 and approve the delegation of authority to request disbursements as described in item 2.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Brings us to item 9F from Community Service to accept and file Fireworks Special Event Program Update. Mr. Laura.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, John Larock Community Services Department, for your awareness, we are announcing that based on the new health orders or the lack thereof, we are proceeding with the invitation of a free invited audience of Torrance residents to the Civic Center to participate and observe in the July 4th fireworks. We're available for any questions. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion.
Motion to accept and file fireworks special event program update.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. It brings us to item 9G from General Services to award purchase orders to furnish automotive tires. Expenditure not to exceed $1.5 million, approximately $500,000 annually.
Hello, Honorable Mayor, members of the Council, Jason Bodier, General Services. As noted, 9G is a recommendation of the General Services Director to award a purchase order as a result of request for quote 4122021 to Daniels Tire Service of Santa Fe Springs, California, and to Parkhouse Tire of Bell Gardens, California, for a combined amount not to exceed $1.5 million or approximately $500,000 annually, to furnish various tires on an as-needed basis for the 3-year period beginning July 1, 2021 and ending June 30, 2024. This amount is consistent with prior awards in 2018 and will serve to provide tires for hundreds of vehicles owned and operated by the city on a daily basis. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Jason. Councilmember Griffith has a question.
Just a comment, really. I was disappointed to see there are only 6 bidders on a commodity like tires. I would think there'd be a lot of people interested in bidding on a commodity like that, and then to only have 2 bidders give us pricing. I'm not sure we're doing the best that we can. I've mentioned this many times in the past. What do we need to do to expand our bid list? So I'm fine with this, but I just hope that staff can work on getting more participation.
When I share the same concern with the department, Councilman, Alderman, City Manager. I know we're working to finance to transition to panel bids so we can expand our vendor network with the goal of bringing additional vendors.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I've been a broken record on that, so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Point well taken.
Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I should have asked this earlier, but were there any companies in Torrance that we normally work with? Because I would imagine there's a lot of companies that sell the same product here in Torrance, so I don't know how that works.
Yes, thank you for the question. There is one company that the city has worked with in the past. They were invited to participate, and staff did reach out to them to inquire as to why they did not choose to participate at this time. They cited various business reasons. There was also a recent change of ownership in that company, and most of the tire centers in Torrance, as you're probably aware, are retail establishments and not bulk tire distribution centers, which is what we require for the quantity and types of tires we typically order.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions? Take a motion.
Move to concur with staff recommendation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Move on to item 9H from Public Works to adopt a resolution to approve application for grant funds from Urban Flood Protection Grant Program.
Good
Ms.
morning.
Overstreet.
Good morning, Beth Overstreet from Public Works. The resolution before you is part of the third and final step in the application process to receive funding for the Regina Alley storm drain improvements. If successful, the city will receive over $800,000 in grant funds. These funds will be used to design and construct a new underground storm drain system, which will address drainage issues in the alley that is located south of 182nd Street and east of Hawthorne Boulevard. A local match is not required, and the funds will be provided on a reimbursement basis to the city. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. I know that neighborhood really needs it because they're really impacted every time we get a rain of any substance at all. Councilmember Gross?
Yeah, in conjunction with the mayor's comments, I know that area has really suffered. And so my question would be is assuming this is approved, what's the timeline for actually getting construction? Best guess.
Best guess would be within the
won't,
next 2 years.
2 years?
Yes, because we would need to go out for design, do a hydraulic study, and then go out to bid and do the construction, so within 2 years.
Wow, that's really long. Okay, if that's the best, is there any way to expedite?
Yeah, we'll do what we can to expedite it.
All right, I know that, like the mayor said, that neighborhood's really suffered, so I'd like to see them get some help. Thank you.
No further questions? I'll take a number and title.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-66, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the application for grant funds for the Urban Flood Protection Grant Program.
I move to concur with staff recommendation and adopt resolution 2021-66. Thank you. It's late.
It's early.
What was the number? Is it 63 or 66? Okay, so it,
We're all wrong.
2021-60.
60. I second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Takes us to 9I from City Attorney and City Manager, review and determine need to extend local emergency related to COVID-19 from staff.
Yes, Your Honor, Patrick Sullivan. This is the standard extension of the emergency that we've been doing since the beginning of COVID. There has been a lot of movement lately. The governor has extended some of his executive orders through September 30th, most notably the Brown Act, and other ones through next July. We don't anticipate doing many more of these as we're kind of coming to the end of the COVID pandemic, but we just thought we would continue it consistent with the state and then allow the finance department to apply for any kind of reimbursements that they need during this time period. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see none. I'll take a motion. Oh, no, I need a number and title on this one too.
sorry, did you ask for a number and title?
Yeah.
It's resolution number 2021-61, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, ratifying and extending the existence of a local emergency regarding COVID-19 in the City of Torrance.
Mayor, I move to adopt resolution 2021-61.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9J from the city manager to appropriate funding, approve purchase of excess liability insurance, and adopt resolutions authorizing City of Torrance to become members of risk-sharing pools.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the City Council. Good morning. Jason Nishiyama with the Finance Department. Item before you today, 9J, is recommendation of the City Manager that City Council appropriate funding and approve purchase of excess liability insurance in the amount not to exceed $2,610,012 and adopt resolutions authorizing the city to join 2 insurance pools, Prism and CalTIP. The excess liability insurance covers property damage, auto liability, law enforcement liability with a self-insured retention of $5 million and transit liability with a $350,000 deductible. Both policies will carry a limit of $25 million each. This recommendation is based on a years-long process where staff, in coordination with our insurance brokers, compared the cost of private insurance versus the public entity risk-sharing pools. We found that the risk pools provided lower premiums, lower deductibles, and higher policy limits. We also found that risk-sharing pools provided additional services such as loss prevention, training, legal counseling services that private insurance did not offer. Staff anticipates that the hard insurance market to continue for the private insurance market. To plan ahead and mitigate future impacts, we are requesting your honorable body to approve resolutions for the city to join the risk-sharing pools and purchase excess liability coverage and take advantage of their services they offer. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? I see none. I need 2 numbers and title, please.
Your Honor, the first is resolution number 2021-62, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving to join Public Risk Innovation Solutions and Management. And the second title is resolution number 2021-63, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, approving the joint, I think this is the right one, the Joint Powers Agreement of the California Transit Systems Joint Authority? Correct? Okay.
Mayor, I move to concur with staff recommendations and adopt resolutions 2021-62 and resolution 2021-63.
I'll second that.
And actually, there's a couple other recommendations as well. So besides just the reso, there's 3 other recommendations. If you want to just say the other recommendations.
Oh, you want me to say the other one? Okay.
You can just say the other ones in the recommendation, and that'll cover it.
And all the other recommendations for staff.
And I'll second that and all the others.
It's early.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We move on to item 9K from Cultural Arts Commission and General Service to approve agreement to promote the Torrance Cultural Arts Center.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Jordan Rummery, General Services. Item 9K is a recommendation of the Cultural Arts Commission and the General Services Director that City Council appropriate $74,400 from the General Fund balance and approve an agreement with the Torrance Cultural Arts Foundation, or TOCA, and the amount of $338,800 to promote the Torrance Cultural Arts Center for a 2-year period beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending June 30th, 2023. At the Cultural Arts Commission meeting of March 15th, 2021, General Services presented an item to the Cultural Arts Commission where the Commission recommended that City maintain funding annually in the amount of $169,400. This amount would be distributed as a $74,400 cash payment, $50,000 in theater labor, $30,000 in in-kind support, and $15,000 for additional facilities usage. As part of the 2021-2023 fiscal budget meetings, Council asked that the annual cash payment portion of $74,400 be removed pending additional discussion. TOCA is requesting that this cash payment be reinstated. Chris Wolf, TOCA's Executive Director, is on the line, and staff is available for any questions.
Thank you, Jordan. Councilmember Chen has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions here, and I'm going to ask away, and then I don't know who's going to respond. First of all, I think I want to start from the beginning. I think since I'm the one that asked the question of all the dollar values that we're funding, I think there was a letter that was sent out, I think probably from Chris Wolf, on June 2nd, that TOCA is under attack again. And I was going to ask Chris if he could share with me and the council who is attacking TOCA with that letter.
Yes, good evening, Council and Councilman Chen. And quite frankly, every year or every time our agreement comes up before the Council, the question comes up as to our funding and whether or not we're going to be continued to be supported by the city in our partnership. So every year we have to come back before you, your honorable body, to say this is why the arts are important. So yes, after the 12 plus years that I've been with TOCA, it does feel that after doing this for 12 years that it is a continued attack on the arts.
Okay, I guess I was asking a direct question, actually. First of all, my question was really a financial management question, definitely not attacking the arts. At least I'll say that on behalf of myself. I actually appreciate the arts. I was just looking at the numbers when I asked to bring this back. I asked a few questions, and I want to go on to the supplemental that's provided today, supplemental 1. I think I asked some questions. The first question, it was how much is the current cash on hand in TOCA? And the response is $90,395.97. So that was a number that I don't believe it was shared with us in the past. So would it be a correct assumption that that 90,000 number fulfills the 74,400 requested cash in hand?
I don't think I quite understand the question. Are you saying because we have 94,000 in the bank that the city is no longer obligated for their support of that portion of support?
Well, let me ask it this way. If TOCA already has $90,000 surplus, at least for one fiscal year, that means the city don't have to provide the 74,400 for at least one fiscal year. Does that make sense?
Your question does make sense, but I think it's a little misguided. The 94,000 that we have is basically to help offset our operations and to try to build back our endowment account that we once had that went away during the recession back in 2008, 2009. So subsequently, we are trying to rebuild that, not to mention the fact that every season that we have shows, we take a financial risk on each performance. So we could have a show that is a guaranteed, that we would think is a guaranteed sellout, and then something could happen, whether it's a pandemic or a sports team going to a World Series or whatever,
that that show takes a dive. We are still financially obligated to the performers and the hotels and hospitality that we have to provide to pay that money. So yeah, we do take risks in that money. So we do need a buffer. The 74.4 that we've tried to explain this before is the portion of the city support that they have since day one put out there that is to support staff and additional facility usage. It's not just, we're not saying give us 74.4 just because.
I don't quite understand that, because if I'm looking at the request for 74.4 since 2014, 2015 on, that's based on your need to continue providing the arts programs. And then earlier you said
it's based on a partnership with the city. So the city portion of that partnership is to help us maintain staff and facility usage. That's what that 74.4 is for.
I understand that, and that's been going on since 2015. And earlier you said that the $90K surplus is to build back money for the endowment. If you build everything back for the endowment, then you would not need the annual cash payment. Would that be correct?
No, that would not be correct. In order for TOCA to survive on an endowment, we would need an endowment of probably $2 million to maintain that level of support. By having
Hello.
$94,000.
There doesn't appear to be any activity in this meeting. If you would like to stay on the line until others join, please press 1. If not,
the phone just said they're ending my meeting. In any case, we would need an endowment of a lot more than $94,000
I guess
in order to offset. Yes.
My question is actually very simple. You know, there's a request for cash payment on an annual basis in a fiscal year. So when I look at the numbers, it's asking for 74.4 for maybe 7 years or now. That's based on a projected need. But if there is already 90,000 in, it seems to me that for 1 year you would not ask for the 74.4, and you come back the next year based on your performance of the previous year to see how much you want. So each year it may be a little bit different. Do you see what I'm getting at?
I do see what you're getting at, but ultimately, we currently have the 94 in the bank. Last year, this time, we didn't have that amount of money in the bank. It all goes gets it. The ticket sales fluctuate and costs fluctuate, so we don't always have that amount of money in the bank.
I understand you don't always have that amount in the bank, but you do have that much amount in the bank today. That's really my question.
So that's not a question, that's a statement.
Oh, okay.
Yes, we do have
that is
that
a
amount of
statement.
money in the
Okay.
bank.
It's a statement based on the information you gave me. You have 90,000 in the bank, then why would you not account for that?
Because account for how? This all goes back to the fact that this is a partnership, and you guys are helping to offset salaries and facility usage. If the city decides not to continue that, that's up to them. That's up to you guys. If you don't want to continue that partnership, that's fine. But that's why TOCA exists, because the city has said 26 years ago that you wanted an organization to present programming in the theater, and that's what we do. And subsequently, the city said we will provide the facility and we will provide salary to help offset salary for staff. that's all we're coming back to, saying we would like that amount of support.
I understand that, Chris. I'm not disagreeing with this, the partnership, and not saying that, at least me, I don't appreciate the arts. What I'm saying is there's a request for funding to keep it going, and it looks like there is funding for at least 1 year. Why won't we just account for it? I mean, all in for partnership. That's really what I'm getting at. I mean, this should be an annual basis. We look at some year you do better, some year you don't. I would look at the fiscal year 2021. Based on the spreadsheet you gave me, there was surplus of maybe 54K and change. Fiscal year
Right, and
19.
The year before that, we were down 26. It really, it's hard to explain that when we do our programming, we're actually programming 2 years out. So right now, our budget is set for 21-22 season. So subsequently, we are moving in that direction, and we have a budget for that. After that, we don't know what is going to happen at the end of that budget, at the end of that cycle. If I have to come back to the council, it'll be too late to say, because we'll be at the end of the season and we could be theoretically be in a deficit, and I come back to the council and say, okay, now we need our money. Can we please have it?
Okay, do you understand why I'm asking these questions, Chris?
Yes, of course.
Maybe you could explain to me why you think I'm asking these questions.
Unfortunately, we lost the
Okay.
Councilman, if I may, Adams Torrance, City Manager. I think there's, because of the history of our relationship with the city in Toca, and we've gone through this exercise pretty much every budget cycle. Perhaps we can look at a broader review of the relationship and bring that for your consideration, and hopefully have Mr. Wolf here. I don't know if it's possible to carry this item to the 13th. In all fairness, to have that conversation, or if you need a decision tonight.
Basically, by the 15th is when they would be normally expecting that cash payment.
July,
right.
I got an idea. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, whoever's listening to this, right? I'm just looking at, what if we did something like this? We approved the 74.4 for the first fiscal year, and then July 13 we'll come back to see what is the best value for the second fiscal year. I just try to understand this a little bit better.
In that case, I would just recommend we can bring this as in part of maybe in our first quarter review, part of the budget discussion to finance and government operations. Give you and the group or anyone else that's interested opportunity to get through the history, come to terms where we're moving forward. I think that'll work if we can approve the 1 year.
That would be
funding tonight,
fine with
and then
us,
we'll
yeah.
come back with further discussion. We'll bring our finance team on board as well, and come back to you with the status update. That's okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Rather than delay this, I'd like to just go ahead and make a motion and see what kind of vote we get. And I'd like to vote that we go along with the recommendation of the Cultural Arts Commission and approve this agreement for the 2 years and move forward.
Councilman, if I may, we can still bring back an item, part of the finance and government operations, to further discuss this.
I understand, but,
above and beyond
but if we
your
don't
vote.
need to, if everybody votes
That's fine.
to agree, then
Sure.
we don't need to bring it back. So
That's fine.
if people don't want to do that, they can vote no.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Chen voting no.
Thank you.
All right, that brings us to,
Mayor, may I explain my vote?
sure.
And not to beat a dead horse here, but I do respect Councilman Chan for his intention and the, I guess, the intent of what he was trying to do. It's not, I don't believe he's trying to attack the arts. I think as a fiscal conservative myself, I think we always need to look at every expenditure. And I think there were just some discrepancies that I also, I think I shared with him on a personal level. But I did vote yes to fund it because I do believe in the arts, and as I think everybody else on this bench believes in the arts. But we still, I think, in the future need to look at every expenditure and kind of, make sure that we're not just, throwing money at something without getting maximum value. Yeah. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I too wanted to explain my yes and just make a recommendation that organizations like this that are partnering with the city maybe proactively come and speak with us prior to the budget next time. Because I think I did speak with them, by the way. I wanted to disclose that, but there wasn't an opportunity. I did speak with several members of TOCA, and it was a very helpful conversation for me. I just understood what they were doing better.
We can definitely reach out to them.
Thank you.
Next week.
I actually think it was, it was already in the budget. That's, I mean, it was just a carve out that George saw something and he wanted to take it out, and so usually. This is an unusual budget period, to say the least, and to get through it, I think we were very, generally when we did budgets back in 2009, 10, during the real recession where we had to carve things out, we were here till 2 o'clock, 2:30 in the morning, most of the time.
Yeah, and I appreciate.
We didn't do that. I mean, the budget was all done, and it's easy to cut 5 million. It's not that easy to cut 3,000.
Right, and I appreciate very much, Councilman Chen, what you did, because that's a lot, that's several pallet homes, right? So I appreciate that.
All right, next item on the agenda is item 9L, from the city manager and city attorney, provide direction to staff on the Citizens Redistricting Commission approved draft comment letter.
Thank you, Honor. Autumn Trian, City Manager. This is a follow-up to the request by Councilmember Griffiths to bring back the item to express our support, which is consistent with the guidelines of redistricting, that Torrance remain a single body for purpose of redistricting. Myself and Attorney Sullivan are available for any questions you may have.
Yeah, and I do want to say that I don't agree with it. I think we did okay with redistricting the last time, wind up with 2 state senators and 2 United States congresspeople, and it was beneficial to us in the long run, especially as earmarks did return to Congress. I can think of 4 million reasons why it was a good idea, and the responsiveness that we get from having 2 state senators out of 40, we get a little bit more traction that way. We have 4 ears to speak to about that, and I appreciate that. It's not like we're split down the middle for the assembly or our supervisor. So that's my statement. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank staff for doing this and putting the letter together. I'm comfortable with the draft, and I just want to emphasize that in the we draw the lines documentation here about how the redistricting is supposed to happen. Item number 4 specifically says districts must minimize the division of cities, counties, neighborhoods, and communities of interest. And I think that that's something that they should, we just needed to remind them that we should be considered as one. We are one city, not 2, and I think that we get better result when we have somebody more focused on our whole city rather than potentially different interests on different parts of our city. So that's my thoughts.
Any other questions? If not, we'll take that motion.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and, sorry. I'll go ahead and motion to agree with the recommendation of city manager and city attorney on the redistricting letter. Thank you.
And I'll second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Fury voting no.
Thank you, and I already explained why. Next item on the agenda is item 9M as in Mary, from the city manager to adopt a resolution of no confidence vote in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon. From staff.
Thank you, Your Honor. As I try to wrap up this morning's, what I call Super Bowl agenda, sincere thanks to all the departments for all their effort on these items. We had a significant amount of business this evening, and especially thank you to our team for turning around these items, such a quick turnover from last week. So this is a recommendation, follow-up to Councilman Chen's request for a vote of no confidence resolution on District Attorney Gascon, and the resolution is attached for your review and consideration. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. And as a former police officer and a retired child abuse prosecutor, I do not support the policies of District Attorney George Gascon, and I did not vote for him, and I will not vote for him for re-election. I was an ardent supporter and endorsed District Attorney Jackie Lacey, who was a career prosecutor who did a remarkable job. She was respected by her team of prosecutors and the defense bar and the judiciary for all of her great accomplishments in the County of Los Angeles. However, I do not support what has been termed as a no confidence resolution. I believe it's the wrong method to address what is really a policy issue. Mr. Gascon was democratically elected on the very policies that the resolution takes issue with. And since he was elected, garnering 1.65 million votes, he is doing exactly what he said he would do. He was put into office via the electoral process, and I believe that is the way he will leave office. A resolution of non-support is an empty, useless action and a waste of time and effort. There's a legal axiom that the law does not require an idle act. I will not sanction an idle act with a positive vote. Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. And since I'm the one that brought this up, I just want to share a little bit that this resolution is all about public safety of the residents, especially those victims of crime, that their perpetrators receive due process of the law for the crimes they committed. Since D.A. Gascon took office in December 2020, these are some of the directives that he put in place. Directive 20-06, pretrial release, elimination of cash bail. Prosecutors are prohibited from requesting bail in most cases, including child abuse and domestic violence, regardless of criminal history. We talked about cash bail many times tonight already. Directive 20-07, misdemeanor case. The following crimes are no longer prosecuted by the Los Angeles County DA office. 1, trespassing. 2, disturbing the peace. 3, driving without a license. 4, driving on a suspended license. 5, criminal threats. 6, drug and paraphernalia possession. 7, minor in possession of alcohol. 8, drinking in public. 9, under the influence of controlled substance. 10, public intoxication. 11, loitering. 12, loitering to commit prostitution. 13, resisting arrest. These crimes will be declined or dismissed. Directive 20-08, sentencing enhancement and allegations. These offenses will be stricken or dismissed. Repeat violent offenders are treated as first-time offenders, including murder, rape, robbery, kidnapping, and sex offenses. These are retroactive. Prosecutors are prohibited from filing sentencing enhancements, such as great bodily injury, gang involvement, major narcotics trafficking, gun use, and if offender is on probation or out on parole. No life without the possibility of parole. Directive 20-09, youth justice. No youth can be tried as an adult, ever, regardless of the heinous nature of the crime. Teenage repeat violent offenders are treated as first-time offenders, even in the case of murder, rape, robbery, kidnapping, sex offender. These are just some of the directives that he has put in place subsequently to being installed in office. Another comment I'd like to do is I'd like to make a change to the resolution as well. And just a good time. I would like to make the modification of draft resolution to section 2 to add a comma after the word law with the following phrase: to rescind every special directive issued since being sworn into office on December 7th, 2020. I know it's a mouthful. I would not make the motion yet since there's more comments, I think.
Councilmember Griffith has a comment.
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to say that, as the mayor said, I do disagree with the position that our district attorney's taken. I don't support it. I didn't vote for him. I do believe that the appropriate manner for people to deal with unhappiness with an elected official is via the recall process. I fully support that process. In fact, I'll even go on record as saying I signed that recall petition. I don't really feel like this vote of no, or letter of no confidence really does much, potentially except for to inflame the DA while in office, and I'm hesitant to want to sign it, but at the same time I do want to express my displeasure with what he's doing in office. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Councilmember Ashcraft.
Thank you. My comments are similar. As a council member and as a council as a whole, signing this resolution doesn't really do anything because he's an elected position and it takes the electorate to have him removed in a recall, as it was said. I don't support anything that he has done, and those things that were read, I'm appalled that this is happening. I support our police department totally, as I've said very frequently. But I think that us doing this is kind of a moot point because it can only be handled by the electorate. I reluctantly will go along with it because I don't want it to go into record that I support Gascon, because I do not at all. And so therefore I'm making the statement. But I also realize, and I would like a statement from our city attorney as to the validity of what I'm saying.
Patrick Sullivan, City Attorney, you are correct. This resolution has no legal effect. As stated earlier by Councilman Griffiths, the only way, and the mayor, the only way you can remove someone from office who's an elected official is by recall. So this is essentially an expression of displeasure, but it has no legal effect on his position as the district attorney.
Is it Councilmember Matucci?
Thank you, Mayor. I will support this resolution. I think it's, it may not mean anything legally. It may not do anything other than prove the fact that we disapprove of his handling of the law. He has a responsibility, and he's broken that responsibility. He has a duty to uphold the laws, not just reinvent his own versions of the laws. Tonight was the first time I hear some of those, some of the things that he's done since he's been elected, and quite honestly, if we don't support it, if we don't support a resolution, it just proves to show that we are intimidated by an individual that's in power. And that to me is tyranny. So if we're gonna fight back, we need to put it on paper, put our names next to a resolution that may not mean anything, but it means something to us, the people of Torrance. That we're not gonna put up with a bully, we're not gonna put up with somebody that's, in my opinion, breaking the law. We're not gonna be intimidated. And we are gonna fight back. I too have signed the recall petition. We need to take every step possible to push back on tyranny. So yes, I'm voting yes on this resolution, and I invite everyone else to support it. This should be unanimous. Thank you.
Take a motion.
Do I do a motion with the number and title or before? or after?
No, this is, you need a number and title?
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2021-64. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, expressing a vote of no confidence in Los Angeles County District Attorney George Gascon.
Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2021-64 with the changes to Section 2, wording to add the word rescind every special directive issued since being sworn into office on December 7, 2020.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Mayor Fury voting no.
And I'll make a request that the pro tem be the signatory. And that takes us to Council Orals. Councilmember Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this evening was filled with a lot of very important decisions. I'm sure none that were taken very lightly for any of us. I personally would like to thank the staff and my fellow council members. Just know how much I appreciate all of you. I am encouraged to see we're on the path to recovery and healing and growth. So that's all I have. Just thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to reflect those sentiments as Kalani. I think it was definitely a long night, but it was a very important night. It was, in my opinion, the culmination of a couple years worth of work from staff. And, you know, I believe that we are on the right path to a lot of beautiful things here in Torrance, especially when it comes to quality of life for all of us, including those that are on the streets. I'm very proud of you guys, both staff and our fellow councilmen and women, that we were able to, you know, come together and get a consensus on a plan. Albeit it may not be perfect, but we need to try things and put them into effect and make sure that we're on the right path to fixing some of the local issues. And good night, everyone. Thank you.
Councilmember Rushcraft.
There's nothing I can add other than thank you to staff and everybody participating tonight.
Councilmember Chen.
Thank you, Mayor. I think our next council meeting is going to be July 13th, so I want to wish everybody a very, very happy and safe Independence Day holiday. And please remember, be safe and respect everybody's, I would call the a comfort zone with respect to how to celebrate. When we go shop, when we go out, if someone has a mask, no mask, just give people room to feel comfortable and respectful. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Councilmember Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say how nice it was to be able to see everybody's faces again. It really feels like we're moving in a really good direction, and it's nice, and I'm looking forward to seeing our public here sooner rather than later. And also want to wish everybody a happy Independence Day. Enjoy the fireworks here at the Civic Center freely as you have in the past, without the restrictions that we had originally discussed. So enjoy. Thank you.
I want to echo my colleagues' sentiments. I think staff did a brilliant job of getting all the agenda items together for us for tonight, knowing that we have 2 weeks that we will not be meeting, and putting together comprehensive plans for the homelessness is really, thank you, Viet, thank you, Zulma. If you're I know she's not watching, but maybe she'll see it later. She's done a fantastic job. Yes, she is watching. Yeah, thank you for doing it. We really missed you tonight, but your work was here, and Viet did a great presentation to put it through. Mr. Santana, thank you for your assistance on this. It certainly was not easy. Now, here we are, coming up on the 4th of July, so with kids are out for the summer. I want everybody to participate in the Torrance Public Library's All Ages Summer Reading Program. You can earn a badge for every hour of reading you log on for, completing a library or literacy activity. Earn 20 badges to complete the summer challenge and earn your completion certificate and a special prize. This year's theme is Reading Colors Your World. Youth Grab and Go Craft kits are now available on a first-come, first-served basis at all library locations. So nice that our libraries are open. Find out more about reading program and craft kits. You know, if you're on Social Security or SSI, I believe it is, not Social Security, or EBT and those things, you qualify for it automatically. And like I said, she got it notified the next day that she's getting $50 off. We continue to celebrate our 100 years of our city's incorporation. If you haven't already, check out the 100 Things to Experience in Torrance. Each week, we will release 10 new activities for you to explore. Check out experiences ranging from dining to shopping and, of course, some of the city's famous landmarks. Visit torranceca.gov/100 Years Incorporation to find out more. Got one for you today. There are dinosaurs in one of the nurseries on Hawthorne Boulevard. Tyrannosaurus Rex, Brontosaurus, and I believe there is one other one there. They're art, but they are dinosaurs. Not too many of them around anymore. Although California is now open, there is still more information to share concerning COVID-19. Follow us on social media and visit torranceca.gov/COVID-19. For daily updates, tune into City Cable or torranceca.gov and watch live COVID-19 Today, Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. and weekends in Torrance, which airs every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 2 p.m. And you can watch the replays on YouTube. Again, we have not been suspended yet, like some people. I don't know who I could be talking about. But everybody have a good night, and we'll take that motion. You ready?
I'm ready. I move that we adjourn tonight's city council meeting to Tuesday, July 13th, 2021 at 5:30 p.m. for closed session, with the regular meeting commencing at 7:00 p.m. My motion incorporates by reference the orders from the state of California and the county of Los Angeles that are listed under adjournment on the agenda. Members of the Torrance City Council and staff may participate in this meeting in person or via teleconference or other electronic means pursuant to the governor's executive order N-2920. No physical location from which members of the public may observe the meeting and offer public comment will be provided. Information on how the public can watch and participate in the meeting is found on the agenda.
I second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Good night, everyone, and don't forget to celebrate safely and sanely our 245th birthday of this great country.
This recycling process. Let's do it. All right. I got my gloves with me, by the way. All right. Well, let me fire those things off first. Okay. Let's find them. All right.
Fun fact, fun fact, fun fact.
Did you know that Americans throw